curve to trick the lens, to twist, to swerve. But if that lift were really true, the edge would writhe and shimmer too. You'd see it squirm, you'd see it crawl, not stand unmoved, defined and tall. If tenfold bends the air could make, then half the world would warp and break. The horizon that shouldn't be there, still drawn in peace, still sharply fair. No sky where sea should hide from view, no lens that makes the fall so true. If bending air can fake that span, then why so steady, clean and bland? No mirage could so repair the horizon that shouldn't be there. They call the rig the distance mark, a fixed point fading in the dark. Yet 1 mile out is lost from frame, while 11 stand untouched the same. No ripple's edge, no optic snare, just a line they said was never there. If half the image matched their creed, that half would show just sky indeed. Imagine that, the split in sight, one half the claim, one half the light. The seas replaced by endless air, the logic naked, standing bare for fractions law. Its strength that wide, it wouldn't hide, it wouldn't hide. The proof is calm, the view is square. The horizon that shouldn't be there. The horizon that shouldn't be there defies the spin, defies the air. No ghost, no trick, no shimmered lie, just ocean stretched beneath the sky. Their lifted world dissolves to glare, but still remains right there, right there. The simple truth, the open stare, the horizon that shouldn't be there. Half the sea replaced with sky would show the map. But nature never drew that page, just the horizon that shouldn't be there.
No control, no restraint, just certainty. Hey, hey. Half-naked Greeks in the sunlit square, sweat on the marble, guesses in air. No optics, no quantified sight, just naked eyes, crowned arbiter right. They guess the world from how it seems, then call the gaze into what it means. The mask fades out, must be a curve. Never checked how vision itself gets blurred. Stick in the ground, shadow at noon, called it cosmic geometry, far too soon. No test for scale, no ray analysis, conclusion smuggled in as obvious praxis. Half-naked Greeks, guessing the sky, calling appearance the reason why what they imagine was wrong. What was stupid was stopping there. Stars shift north, perspective does that. Angels change when directions track. Ships drop low, projection lost. You never ruled optics out of the cause. They stacked assumptions one by one. Parallel rays, infinite sun. Distance known, no just presume. Every premise quietly assumed. That's not method, that's logical sin. Affirming the consequence, dressed up as when. If it looks like this, it must be there. The fallacy fossilizing the fact, no. Half-naked Greeks, sky. Calling appearance the reason why. What they imagined was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping there. Half-naked Greeks, guessing the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. What they imagined was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping there. Here's the real damage, listen close. They froze a guess before closure was posed. No theory of sight, no signal bound. So structure rushed in to plug the sound. Yeah, they answer what is before how it appears. And canonized error for thousands of years. When tools arrived, the guest stayed king. Tradition shielding a broken thing. That's not brilliance, misunderstood by time that's unchecked. Inference calcifying crime, one lazy leap, never revisit dead. Confuse the world for 2 millennia, admit it all. Got naked Greeks, there's in the sky. Calling appearance the reason why. Where they imagine was wrong, that's clear. What was stupid was stopping it. Half-naked Greek, first to assume. First mistake that poison the room. They crown a model without a test. And history mistook gauge for correctness. Making assumptions without ruling out alternatives is not wisdom. It's how bad ideas earn long life.
It's their shot at fame. Fallacies dressed up in numbers and pride. They talk loud, but they never verify. I breathe facts, they breathe vibes. I measure, they memorize lies. Logic's not cruelty, it's clean incision. I'd rather cut lies than die in superstition. You say believe, I say replicate. We're not the same, my facts emancipate. This is my null hypothesis, prove me wrong. Show your work or move along. If your facts can't stand the heat, they melt like wax beneath a repeat. Up like code loops, cognitive dissonance in tailored suits. They call it wisdom, I call it spin. A closed equation that traps them in. I'm not cruel, I'm just consistent. No claim exempt, no law persistent. I'll test gravity, I'll test grace. Everything falls when it's out of place. Truth's not yours, truth's not mine. It's the residue left when the facts align. Burn your dogma, keep the ash. That's the intellectual cash.
One world you live on, one world you're taught. The globe didn't rise as a public claim. It stayed in circles that played a different game. Fringe in the open, whispered inside. Hypothesis out loud, doctrine in private. People remembered land, seas and shore. How sight behaved, how measures worked before. Flat was in theory, it was daily use. The way you farmed, sailed, built and moved. Meanwhile cults traded abstract forms, bound by secrecy, symbols, oaths and norms. Not to describe what people saw, but to separate who belonged from who did not. Two worlds running side by side. One you measure, one you're told inside. One stays public, one stays sealed. That's how doctrine gets its yield. The globe worked best when not debated. Kept hypothetical, never demonstrated. Openly framed as could be so. Privately held as what insiders know. That's how cults survive the street. Never challenge what people eat. Undermine authority without a fight. By forming bonds out of sight. Us versus them, initiated and blind. Knowledge as identity, not design. You don't need proof when beliefs the glue. You just need members who won't defect from you. Not truth versus lie, that's not it. It's in-group meaning versus common sense. When belief becomes belonging, logic stops being the entrance. Fills with schools, sex, names, different robes, same hidden frame. Each one citing the one before. Copying copies, nothing more. They don't test land, they test loyalty. They don't measure, they quote authority. Opponent at work fades when not recognized. Burn, lost, buried, or quietly denied. Roman inherits the same divide. Practical men, imperial pride. Surveyors still leveling roads and towns, while doctrine crowns heavens upside down. The public lives where reality stays. The elite rule with symbols reign. Two visions never reconciled. One enforced, one exiled. Two worlds, one below, one above. One built on work, one built on love. Abstraction, secrecy, chosen few. That's how control outlives what's true. When knowledge survives by copying itself, and alternatives vanish through neglect or fire, you don't get truth winning. You get doctrine inheriting power. I'm looking at the sky where the Starlinks glide. 7.6 clicks per second in a low Earth ride. 550 kilometers up, orbital pride. But from the ground that motion's all in your eye. Aquila in the stratosphere, 20 clicks high. Cruising just 100 now, we're barely cutting the sky. But till the math right, match the angular rise. And the slow moving drones, I was looking satellite wise. Height over speed is the secret design. V over hertz, right, the rate of the line. Angular drift that your eyes redefine. So a chill little craft can look orbital fine. Apparent motion got you thinking it's a bird on fire, but it's only in your sideline where illusions conspire. Starlink or Aquila, man, the tricks in the wire. Change the height, change the speed, fake the cell at your choir. You see a point at the horizon, start cutting the path. You think LEO satellite, but that's tricking your math. Cause the limit of the sight line is a playful craft. Dropping altitudes so low it multiplies its draft. Take a drone at 2 clicks, push a modest breeze. 40 clicks an hour, man, that's nothing but ease. But your brain sees a rise with a Starlink tease. Cause the angle of approach hits the same degrees. Master climb from the horizon to the mist sky stands. Give it timed elevation in a smooth advance. And the past duration feels the same at a glance. Your senses swear it's LEO, but the drone's in a trance. Apparent motion got you thinking it's a bird on fire, but it's only in your sideline where illusions conspire. Starlink or Aquila, man, the tricks in the wire. Change the height, change the speed, fake the cell at your choir. Starlink sweep is fast, 25 degrees a minute. But you draw that drone lower, now the game's infinite. Because H in the denim lets the speed stay timid, while the angle of velocity looks just like a Leo gimmick. Aquila at his test site, now the climb was slow, but tweak the craft about the two, get the motors a go. Then the rise time, fall time, all the timings you know. Start matching orbital passes in a one-man show. From beneath the track, you swear it's spacebound flight. But move one step sideways and you break that sight. Stuff from the center line, vantage in the dead of night. A cheap drone can mimic Leo like it's doing it right. Yeah, appearances deceive in the fields of sky, where a drone and a satellite can look eye to eye. Starlink Aquila, doesn't matter how high, when the angle tricks the sensors and geometry lies. They say see the signal, trust the screen, but people look at shadows and swear they see the scene. Truth ain't what you're shown, it's what you verify alone. They sell you dashboard graphs and shine, dress a lie in numbers and call the fiction design. They fake the Doppler, fake the climb, fake a satellite drifting through celestial time. Got a drone with a beacon and a pretty UI, pitch deck orbit and an animated sky. Investors clap, never question a line. If it looks like physics, that's good enough to buy. People trust the signal and the signal just a story. Mistake a plotted curve for scientific glory. Nobody checks the angles, nobody checks the ground. They just nod along when the right graphs come around. Looks right, feels right, people never fight it. Dress a dream in data and the crowd just buys it. Truth hides behind the things they don't review. You don't beat the physics, you beat the people who do. You can spoof the truth if the crowd don't test. Just mimic all the patterns that they expect. Fake the past time, fake the arc in the sky, fake the heat map glow of a satellite flyby. The fraud ain't beating sensors, it's beating belief. Cause humans chase comfort when the facts get brief. Complacency's a weakness, verification's rare, and the lies moves fast when folks don't care. They'll trust the pitch deck over starlight beams, trust a GIF over geometry, fantasy over schemes. If the chart looks smooth and the colors all glow, they'll fund it in a heartbeat. Truth won't even show. Looks right, feels right, people never fight it. Dress a dream in data and the crowd just buys it. Truth hides behind the things they don't review. You don't beat the physics, you beat the people who do. Give them sleek UI, watch logic die. Show a rising curve and they won't ask why. No Doppler, no parallax, no radiometric view. Just a PowerPoint orbit and a promise to trust the graph, trust the team, they say. While the real world truth quietly slips away. Fraud don't need magic, just the right design. If complacency's the lock, presentation is the spine. History repeats cause the pattern never ends. If the data looks real, they'll call the liar a friend. Theranos in orbit, just change the domain. You fake enough signals and the world says amen. But a sharp mind knows that appearance ain't proof. And a chart with a heartbeat don't make a claim truth. Trust is a weakness when the test ain't done. And the scam needs believers, not a smoking gun. Looks right, feels right, people never fight it. Trust a dream in data and the crowd just buys it. Truth hides behind the things they don't review. You don't beat the physics, you beat the people who do. Yeah, any story can shine if no one checks the light. It ain't about the science, it's the trust that takes the bite. So verify the world or get fooled like they do.
'Cause lies don't beat nature, only the people who do.
Yeah. They say the crown is just a symbol, but symbols don't marry cousins for 1,000 years. So let's talk about it. Yeah, out of here. Blue blood, red carpet, white lies in the palace. Every throne built on secrets, every oath built on malice. Dynasties keep it tight like a vault with a chalice. But who they tryna hide from? Why the centuries of silence? Marrying their nieces, saying purity's tradition, but purity ain't biology, that's a power superstition. Claiming heaven sent the lineage, divine right commission, but that's just ancient PR for generational ambition. Got 1,000-year echo in the marble of their halls. High priest, blood priest, shadows walking through the walls. Talking we protect the order, but the order looks like fear. If your blood is so holy, why you keep it so near?
Blood of the crown, why you hide it? Ancient lines, why you guard it so tight? Secrets in the poem, why you quiet? Say it's just myth, but the story don't sound right.
Blood of the crown, blood of the crown. Tell me what you fear if the truth comes out. Old families moving like they got a different manual. Eyes cold, spine straight, protocol mechanical. Pedigrees mapped like strategic battle plans. More alliances in blood than in nations or in lands. Yeah, divine descent, that's the line they've been feeding. But royalty ain't divine, they're political human beings still. Something in the way they act got the people guessing like they guarding an inheritance worth more than possessions. Every myth says the same. Sky gifted kings, sages from the heavens who taught early human things. Math from temple law, from priests with wings. Now it's just ancient stories, or maybe they're half true strings. Generations locked in, obsession with the line. If the blood's only blood, why treat it so divine? Why fear dilution like corruption of design? Why keep the throne encrypted like a code you can't define? Blood of the crown,
What you hiding? Centuries of hush, why the iron tight bind? If it's all just myth, why the rituals behind it? If it's only power, why the terror in your mind?
blood of the crown, blood of the crown. Something in the lineage got you acting like you found. Maybe it's not magic, maybe it's not God, maybe it's just old knowledge locked behind old laws. But the way they grip their blood like it's more than human flaws, man, it makes you wonder, it makes you wonder. I ain't saying they're alien, but I ain't saying they're clean. I'm saying the obsession tells you more than what it seems. Power breeds paranoia, and paranoia breeds regimes, and regimes breed royal nightmares wrapped up as royal dreams. Every empire falls when the truth leaks out. Every dynasty shakes when the people raise doubt. So if your blood's so normal, why the fortress around it? Why the books gone missing? Why the rumors unbounded? I'm just raising questions like a scholar with a mic. If there's nothing to suspect, why the centuries of fright? Why the coded pedigrees? Why the genealogic fight? If the blood ain't special, then why keep it so tight?
Blood of the crown, show the truth now. Secrets of the line, let the mask fall down. Power of the throne only stands if it's sound. If it's only human blood, then why act underground?
Blood of the crown, You start with straw men silhouettes, stuffing words inside their chest, and beat them down like champions. Claim you've conquered all the rest, but I never said the things you fight. Your victories ring hollow, you battle ghosts, you built yourself while the truth trails far behind you. You pretend that paper figures are the same as what I mean, but burning down a false idea won't make the real one weak. You think you've proven something, but all you've done is hide from meeting my position like a match of even size. In the tangle of your logic where the roots don't touch the ground, you keep twisting every pathway till no straight line can be found. But a fallacy won't save you when the truth walks in the room. It just leaves you spinning circles, talking louder than you prove. Then you shift the burden of the proof, say it's mine and mine alone, as if a claim can stand upright without the builder's stone. You toss your words like feathers and expect my hands to catch them. Demand I show they're weightless when you never tried to test them. You stand atop assumptions like a tower made of sand, then ask me why it crumbles when I simply raise my hand. If you want your claim accepted, you must shoulder what you said. A house won't stand by telling me to hold up all the beams instead. But you call your unsupported leap a truth that can't be shaken. Yes, certainty means nothing when the reasoning is faked in the tangle of your logic where the roots don't touch the ground. You keep twisting every pathway till no straight line can be found. But a fallacy won't save you when the truth walks in the room. It just leaves you spinning circles, talking louder than your proof. And in the ad hominem arrives, the easiest blade to draw. You cutting me instead of claims, calling souls, finding flaws. You think attacking who I am will make the argument break, but truth remains untouched by blows that never strike its shape. Logic isn't won by volume or the sharpness of a slide. A mirror smashed in anger doesn't change the failing light. If you can't face the reasons, then the reasons still remain. The target of your anger isn't fueling your disdain. Straw men crumble, burden shift back at homonyms lose their bite. Every shortcut you've taken leaves you farther from what's right. Truth stands patient in the doorway, unafraid to linger long. Reason doesn't fear the chaos where your tangled words belong. In the tangle of your logic where the roots don't touch the ground, you keep twisting every pathway till no straight line can be found. But fallacies can't shield you from the daylight breaking through. They just leave you chasing shadows while the truth keeps shining true.
They say it can't be falsified, that no observation can touch it. That's not strength, that's misunderstanding. They treat the radius like it flows untouched. Every mismatch waved away as a just. See too far, change the scale. See too close, same tale. So the mist sets in, quiet and clean. No possible view could contradict the scheme. If it matches, they call it proof. If it doesn't, they loosen the loop. That's not immunity, that's misuse. Confusing flexibility with something untrue. A model isn't unfalsifiable by decree, only if nothing constrains what it must be. They say the radius can't be crossed, and nothing observed can count as a law. But that belief is where they went wrong. It was falsifiable all along. They say the radius can't be crossed, and nothing observed can count as a law. But that belief is where they went wrong. It was falsifiable all along. Falsification doesn't mean no fit ever. It means limits, places the model. Who can't weather? You don't break a theory by shouting no. You break it when it's allowed, moves run low. And optics does exactly that. It pins down what appearance can and can't enact. Once the signal, angle, and threshold align, no room left for a silent reside. The radius can't flow free anymore. can restore. If the appearance is fully constrained, the structure must answer, not remain unnamed. They say the radius can't be crossed, but optics counted the cost. Once appearance closed the case, the scale had nowhere left to escape. They say the radius can't be crossed, but optics counted the cost. Once appearance closed the case, the scale had nowhere left to escape. Here's a part they never admit. To stay alive, the radius must shift, not once, not small, but case by case. Different values for the same damn place. That's not robustness, that's collapse. A parameter stretch past every class. If one observation needs one side and another demands it multiply, then the falsifier already hit. Not with one view, but with inconsistency writ. The model didn't survive the test. It survived by never standing still long enough to be assessed. Unfalsifiable, no, just exposed. The limits were there and optics closed. Once the framework fixed, what can appear? The radius couldn't hide it maybe anymore. The radius couldn't hide it maybe anymore. A model isn't falsified when it disagrees once. It's falsified when it can no longer stay the same and still explain. And still explain.
I don't talk loose, every word calibrated. Clarity is strength and confusion's overrated. Logic ain't truth, it's the system that tests. Valid isn't sound, only facts make it bless. I'm a craftsman of thought, not a slave to the spark. I build my conclusions while others strike in the dark. Philosophy's a toolbox, not gospel, not myth. I pull out the concepts that sharpen my drift. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit. Frustration's just feedback, I process the spike. Strip it to the root, analyze what it's like. A feeling's not a verdict, I don't take it as law. I check the interpretation, break it down to the raw. Truth needs structure, that's the nature of fact. A mind without order stays forever off track. No drift, no chaos, no sloppy design. I run my cognition like a blade to the spine. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit. Every thought has a lineage, trace it back to its root. If the premise is rotten, the logic won't compute. Philosophy's a structure, not a throne to defend. It's a method, not a doctrine, not an ultimate end. Reason is intention, not a vibe, not a guess. It's a choice, it's a temperament forged under stress. I keep a cognitive edge, razor build reasoning. Impulse tries to jump, but I don't let it seize me. Sound over valid, check the premise, check the claim. I don't bend for emotion or the weight of the frame. Self-mastery's the engine, discipline's the proof. Precision is the shield that guards the pursuit.
This is deliberate design, not fate, not chance. A philosophy of action, not ornamental stance. Truth demands structure, and structure takes skill. I don't wait for clarity, I forge it by will. This is Dre's intent sharpened, cognition defined. I don't follow the moment, I architect the mind.
It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past diverging choices, compounding consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounded. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's a war with your own mind, fall with unknown landmines. Planet in your mindscape and locked behind mental red tape. There's no escape. You can't run from yourself, not something you can shelf. The back burner will burn down everything around, but what's been lost can be found. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. It's an endless quest, it's a fight to stay your best. It's the soul's journey to the west. There is no final test, it's a continuous forest. Even if you can't see the trees, doesn't mean the world is just what their mind sees. Your eyes perceive more than you believe, but your mind edits and deceives. Got my hopes up, but I'm tripping. Critical thoughts, but still caught. Slipping, the dam is dripping, and it's a slippery slope. So easy to grab the coke. Morality mine, but you in mortal danger, and who you help might be a stranger. And I know your heart is bruised and bleeding, but the emotion is fleeting compared to the conscience. A pathetic indifference, inactivity and jaded ignorance. Regret dragging you down. Is it too late now? Don't know how, but there's no steak without a cow. Do what must be done, or live with the doubt. It's a fight, it's a struggle, it's a never-ending battle of attrition, a haunting apparition, hounding your every decision. Past diverging choices, compounding consequences astounding. Heart pounding, your soul needs grounding, senses confounding. They say the moon proves the shape of the earth. I say slow down. Test the rule before you crown the result. The claim is simple, state it right. Around earth casts a round shadow in an eclipse night. Curve on the moon, therefore sphere below. That's the argument everyone thinks they know. But shadows don't inherit shape by decree. They depend on how light meets the surface it sees. Projection isn't preservation of form. It distorts with distance, angle, and what it's drawn on. So before you call a curve, prove
roof of a ball. You need to know how shadows behave at all. Yeah, the shadow is not a stand. It doesn't copy the caster's form. It follows intersection and projection, not the story you were warned to ignore. Here's the test they never ran, but should cast a circular shadow onto a curved surface. Watch, the edge doesn't stay smooth, clean or fixed. It stretches, warps, bends, starts to drift across curvature. The outline distorts, tied here, loose there, not uniform arcs. Same as casting a straight edge on stairs. You don't get straight, you get jagged affairs. So if Earth were a sphere, casting that shade, the lunar shadow should change as it plays. Curve tightening, loosening, the phase to phase, or moving distortion, not a constant trace. If shape were preserved in projection, then testing would be trivial. But projection distorts by surface. That's basic, not controversial. Actually see, be precise, a consistently smooth arc, same radius, no sinusoidal drift, no shape decay, no distortion tracking surface geometry, which tells you one thing, clean and plain, that shadow isn't conforming to a curved terrain. So the claim fails where it should succeed. If it were truly testing spherical necessity, they didn't test the premise, they assume the result. That's not empiricism, that's argument by default. You don't prove shape by seeing a curve unless you know how curves should behave. If your test ignores projection distortion, your conclusion was never run. Critical realism isn't disbelief, it's refusing to call something proof until the mechanism has been tested.
They didn't teach you how to think. They taught you what to think and called it education. Rows of desks, same answer, same page. Curiosity framed as something to cage. Raise your hand only to repeat, not to test, not to doubt, just to take a seat. They pour conclusions straight into your head. Skip the questions, crown the end. Told you this is how it is, not find out why. Then mistook obedience for being wise. That's not learning, that's loading a script. Touch it, know if belief is required before you're shown. That's not education, that's indoctrination. Different packaging, same operation. They call it truth cause it's widely shared, not cause it survived being challenged and stared. You weren't trained to reason, measure or see. You were trained to inherit certainty. They filled the cup and sealed the lid. Told you questioning means you'll spill it, but a full cup can't take in more, and truth don't knock on a locked door. Ooh, real education risk a temporary loss. Pour the cup out just for a while. See if it fills back up with something real. There's no harm in letting go. No damage in saying I don't know. Fear is the lock they count on most. So you guard the cup like it's all you own. Belief is a light, it fills fast. That's why it spreads, that's why it lasts. Knowledge is heavier, earned by strain, tested by loss, refined by pain. But most won't try, won't tilt the glass. Too scared of empty, too tied to past. So they never learn, they just defend, mistaking comfort for an end. An empty cup is not a loss. It's the only way new truth gets across. You don't lose yourself by letting it pour. You make room to see what you missed before they programmed what to think. You can still learn how. Just pour the cup out. Just pour the cup out. Just pour the cup out.
Yeah. 7 stages when belief collide with someone who checked instead of reply. Not about maps, not about teams. It's what happens when a model bleeds. Wait, you serious? You're not trolling me? You're saying this calmly, like you've actually checked the geometry. No, that's settled, that's ancient news. Everyone knows that's basic truth. If it was wrong, they'd say so fast. I don't need to look, I trust the past. 7 stages when belief collide. Certainty cracks, ego slides. Not fear, not hate, not disbelief. Just the opening move of greed. This is stupid, this is dangerous. You're wasting time, you're arrogant. You think you're smarter than experts now. This is how misinformation gets around. Okay, maybe some things are unclear, but that doesn't mean the model's not here. Refraction's tricky, scale is hard, but overall it works mostly, right? I don't wanna think about this tonight. It messes with everything I thought was right. School trust, the way I see. I'm tired, let's just let this be. 7 stages when belief collide. Some walk off, some stay inside. Not conversion, not defeat. Just certainty, losing the sea. Why does that disappear like that? Why does distance behave off track? Let me check one thing, just one. Not saying you're right, just curious, done. I don't believe, I observe. The ground stays level, the world stays firm. No curve detected, no motion found. Just flat, still earth measured, not crowned. 7 stages, now I see. It wasn't them, it was certainty. I didn't lose truth, I gained relief from believing what I never proved to be. Acceptance isn't switching sides. It's stopping pretend certainty and standing on what measure. Oh, welcome to the round-the-clock arena of reason. Step inside the 24/7 flat earth discord. Come on in, take a seat, join the marathon talk, where the evidence flies and the arguments lock, with the thinkers who grind through the day and the night. If you're ready for the clash, you're in the perfect side. Whoa. Whoa.
Logic on the table, physics in the air. Ask a simple question, watch a globe lose their hair. This is 24/7 flat earth discord.
empiricists, logicians standing by. Every angle examined, every claim unpacked. No shortcuts, no fluff, just a clean sharp fact. If you want to learn physics, pull a chair and stay. Logic hits harder when you hear it in play.
Bring your best objections, drop them on the floor, but be ready when the reasoning hits. You'll come back for more. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Welcome to the show, where the silly things the Globers claim are the highlight of the flow. We're live on YouTube, streaming loud on Rumble too. If you crave real discussion, we've got room for you.
Here, the conversation never rests. Here, every assumption gets put to the test. Pound a flag, step into the chat. Show us where your reasoning's at. This is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, the non-stop debate. If you're into real inquiry, you don't have to wait. Laugh at global nonsense, sharpen up your mind. Join the live stream, truth is there to find.
You twist the edges of my words, fold shadows into shape, turn every point I'm making into something I didn't say. You build a fortress out of smoke and swear it's solid ground, but every time I lift the curtain, you just spin it back around. And I'm left talking to a mirror wearing your disguise, a maze of empty echoes bending truth into a lie. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the scene, blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. With bare and bleeding arms. You keep the goalposts on wheels, sliding out of view, chasing some imagined version of the words I never used. You draw conclusions like constellations, random points in a night sky. Call the shapes you've invented fact, then ask me why I'm mine. But I'm not dancing in a circle just to prove what's already clear. Your puzzle pieces don't belong, and I'm done fitting them in here. I'm tired of arguing in your house of cards where reason falls apart. The moment it starts, you break the thread, pretend it's frayed. Blame the scene and blame the yarn. I'm done untangling your logic with bare and bleeding arms. Bare and bleeding arms. I'll save my breath for silence, where truth can settle in, where thoughts don't twist like currents, pulling sanity thin. I'm stepping out of your weather, your storms that never rain. I won't keep feeding fires that burn without a flame. So keep your house of cards if it makes you feel tall. I'll be standing somewhere sturdy or far from the fall. You can keep your shifting stories, your illusion of control. I'm done arguing with echoes, hollow without a soul.
This isn't
It's a discipline.
I start with the world, it exists, full stop. Not dependent on what I think or plot. Reality doesn't bend a belief or frame. It stays what it is when no one names. But access is filtered, sensitive tool. No raw truth, pipe straight to the skull. What we know comes mediated, constrained by signal, noise, and what's retained. So I don't confuse the thing with the view or the map, with what the map points to. Realist about what exists out there. Critical about how we claim it's there. Real world, yes. Raw access, no. Yeah, claims earn weight only after they show. I don't worship models, I don't trust appearance. I test the bridge between them. That's critical realism. Yeah. Empiricist means evidence leads, not tradition, not authority. Observation before explanation, constraint before speculation. But evidence isn't vibes, a sight is controlled, repeatable, measure right. You don't cherry pick what seems to fit. You ask what rules out the thing you like. Two stories explain the same display. Neither one gets crowned that day. On a dead man means discipline waste. No leap allowed, just to decorate. Empirical doesn't mean trust your eyes. Ay, ay. It means test the system that informs the eyes. Ay, ay, ay. Data first, stories later. Constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternative, it's not confirmation. Data first, stories later. Constraint beats explanation. If it doesn't exclude alternatives, it's not confirmation. Logician part, this is where it bites. I check the steps, not just the size. No affirming consequence, sneak aside, no conclusion. Smuggle by how it feels right. Prediction matching isn't proof. Compatibility and truth. If the premise bakes the end result, the argument eats its own output. I separate what's necessary from what's enough. What must be true versus what could bluff. If the logic breaks, I don't care who said it. A famous error is still a never credited. If the reasoning fails, no amount of data saves it. If the data fails, no elegance redeems it. So I don't deny reality, and I don't inflate certainty. I don't collapse the word into thought, or crown a model just because it's taught. I demand closure before inference, I demand test before confidence. I let appearances explain themselves before I claim structure underneath the shell. That stance isn't cynical to code, it's how you stop being confidently wrong. It's how knowledge stay corrigible, and why bad ideas don't become untouchable. World exists independent, knowledge filtered, contingent. Evidence constraints, logic guards the chain. No shortcuts, no sacred cows, no trust me bro, no everyone knows. Critical, realist, empiricist, logician, that's the standard, not an opinion. Reality doesn't need belief, claims do.
You can quote your books and masters, wear your medals, raise your hands, but your words don't weigh like metal. They melt when I test the sea and land. You talk about faith and consensus, I talk about what I can prove. You hide in your halls of agreement, I go where the evidence moves. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. Steel and sunlight don't pretend. They break or bend, but they don't defend. You preach belief, I seek the end. I trust the world, men. They said repeat, don't reason. Remember names, not why. Now they kneel to the towers they build, but they can't look the truth in the eye. They call me lost in questions, but I'm the one who's free. They're chained to the words of their teacher, while I test what I can see. I trust the world, not men. It never lies, it just waits again. I've seen the light twist in the wind, and still mend. I've got dirt beneath my fingers and the sky to prove again. Keep your thrones of certainty, keep your saints with paper pens. I'll be here with the questions till the answers break or mend. I trust the world, not men. They told me every corner's charted, every map is complete, like the whole world was solved from the soil to the street. Wrapped the planet in a picture, locked it tight in a sphere, made it sound like there was nothing left to question or hear. And I felt my wanderlust fade like a washed out sign, like the mysteries were gone and the frontier resigned. Every road seemed settled, every line predefined. When you think it's all known, you stop looking to find. But there's a cost in pretending that the model is the land, when it's only just a map that we drew by hand. And a soul grows quiet when the unknown shrinks, till you shake the frame and start checking the links. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I walk with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. It wasn't about the shape of the earth or the sky, it was about what I was told and the reasons why. How ideas get handed down, polished and neat, while the messy parts hide underneath our feet. So I took a ruler to the real world, touched the terrain, not for certainty's sake, just to break the chain. And the moment I did, something shifted inside, like the map dissolved and the truth got wide. There's beauty in the cracks where the questions breathe, where you test what you're taught, not just blindly believe. And the world's more alive when you peel back the gloss. Curiosity returns when you carry your cross. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I roll with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. No model is a territory, no chart is the place. And reality smiles when you meet it face to face. It's the courage to verify that brings the magic back, to lift the painted sky from the world's true track. So here's to the seekers, the who test the ground, who revive the wanderlust when doubt comes around. Not to find the signs, just keeping it alive, cause the frontier grows real when your questions thrive. Yeah, the world turned color when I measured the ground, when I questioned the givens, flipped the script around. Not to break the science, just to see what I see. And it woke up the wanderer buried in me. Now I roll with wonder, every step reborn. Cause the world gets bigger when the veil gets torn. Ooh.
I speak with purpose, every word in its place, 'cause clarity's a weapon when you're moving through the maze. Logic isn't truth, it's the structure I use, a framework to reveal what the facts refuse. I don't deal in assumptions, I don't drift in the fog. I build on what's known, that's the core of the log. Philosophy's the toolkit, not a claim of the end. It shapes how I reason, not the truth I defend. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline and motion, architecture of the mind. Impulse make noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is the method that keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined. Ballad isn't sound. Yeah, I know to divide good form with bad facts. Won't keep logic on my side. Truth takes structure and the structure takes skill. So I refine my reactions, not just go with the will. Frustration's just a signal, not a mandate to snap. I analyze the cause, keep controlling my grasp. I choose my next move, I don't hand it to chance. That's self-mastery at work, not emotional stance. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline and motion on the texture of the mind. Impulse make noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is the method that keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined. Precision is practice, calibrated and clean. I don't let a moment rewrite what I mean. Every choice builds direction, every thought sets a tone. A stable mind is something that you carve on your own. Philosophy guides structure, logic keeps it tight. Truth is found with method, not with force or with spite. I keep my intent sharp, every thought aligned. Discipline and motion, architecture of the mind. Impulse makes noise, but I don't let it drive. Reason is a method that keeps my aim alive. It's not about suppression, it's deliberate design. Shaping how I act so my habits stay refined. What about astronauts? Oh, you mean priest? What about astronauts? We read the claim, curveball, water hills, radius name. You don't need belief, you don't need a plot. If the base don't match, the claim does not. What about astronauts? Check what they show. Images say curve, reality says no. You don't need to leave Earth, chase fairy tale dots. You can break the story. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? They make a claim, not just a vibe. A spherical earth with measurable size. Curvature predicted, quantified, exact. Water conforming to radius math. Cool, now we cross-examine that. Surface, horizon, distance, flat. You don't defend a claim with status or suit. You defend it where prediction meets truth. What about astronauts? Read the claim, curveball, earth not. Trust my name if the math says bend and the surface does not. That's not a problem. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? You show me photos, say look it's round. I show you water, that won't mount. You say refraction, no, it's subtle bro. Funny how excuses grow and the curve won't show. You don't get to redraw the claim mid-flight. Shrink the curve cause the view looks straight. That's not science, that's retreat. When predictions lose to what we can meet. I saw it on TV, cool. I test the surface. If the claim were true, it would pass its test.
break clauses, no fate expressed. What about astronauts? Show what you claim. Not cartoons, not trust, not cinematic frames. You promise curvature, water on a ball. If reality's flat, that undercuts all. You point to people instead of proof. Titles don't curve, lines rank don't move. I don't need to go to space or chase your lore. If the surface fails, the claim's already torn. You call it denial, I call it review. Claims don't outrank what measurements do. You don't save a theory by yelling it loud. You save it by matching the word, not the crowd. What about astronaut claims on the ground? Curveball stories, surface stays sound. No Narnia trips, no faith-based plots. The base don't match. What about astronauts? What about astronauts? What about astronauts? Whole story runs on faith and trust. What about astronauts? Press release logic cause we must. What about astronauts? You don't test it, you don't verify. You just clap when the anthem flies. If the earth were a sphere, you wouldn't need belief. You just needed to show.
Yeah, I pulled up to the convo, quiet but aware. Watching how you move, how you think, how you care. Not flexing loud, but the truth's in your tone. You and your crew out lifting up minds on your own. No ego, no stun, just disciplined eyes. Critical real is seeing through the world's disguise. You break it down clean, every angle, every fact. While most folks argue, you just teach them how to act. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp. Handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the grind, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brain. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is deep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. You stack evidence, quiet, no performing for cloud. If the logic ain't right, you help a mind figure it out. You don't preach what to believe, you teach how to see. That's why the whole hood trusts you more than authority. Your crew full of thinkers, each one on a spark. Turning alley conversations into seminars in the dark. And me, I just vibe with it, respect from the core. Cause mine's built like yours, always break open new doors. You keep the minds on the block, waking up, staying sharp. Handing truth in the dark like a flame to the heart. Humble with the grind, but the wisdom hit deep. You raise the city mindset while the rest still asleep. Yeah, I see what you do, I respect how you think, how you lift up your people, bring them back from the brink. Never loud, never proud, yeah, your impact is steep. You teach them how to reason, not just follow the sheep. Street academics, no degrees, need to know hallways. But you learn more in alleys than most do always. Iron sharpen iron, yeah, your team built solid logic running deep like a pole. With a prophet's wallet, your crew don't chase fame, don't beg for applause. You just chase understanding, break illusions of frauds. If the world got more folks with the lens that you bring in every block on the map with star waking to think. Yeah, I see you, I see your people. Clearly not sheeple, quiet minds without truth. Empirical teaching the youth, sharpening the streets with reason. 24/7 all year, every season. Stay humble, stay solid. And keep teaching the world. How to think for itself.
They told me the sky was measured, boxed and numbers signed and sealed. But I've watched the dawn uncounted, felt the pulse the papers conceal. Truth isn't chained to theory, it's made of stone and flame. The wind that shaped the mountain's face never once asked for a name. Freedom's not a banner or the sound of breaking walls. It's the stillness when you listen to what no doctrine calls. They build their faith on echo, I build mine on a seed of truth inside the dirt, a world beyond the mind. I walk with the breath of the Maker, where silence and thunder meet. Every grain beneath my feet is a word He chose to speak. No scripture can outshine it. Truth is plain, can't hide the plain. I walk with the breath of the Maker, and truth calls me by name. The wise men rode of shadows, and the fools worship the shade. But light belongs to no one, and no mirror can make it stay. I've seen the proud grow hollow, chasing blind faith and wallow. But the humble know creation's law. Unblinded can see what they saw. Stars disappear and empires drown, but the pattern breathe again. Every fall of reason's tower feeds the fall of men. And I'll keep testing heaven with the tools the earth provides. For the Maker hides no secret from the one who opens his eyes. I walk with the breath of the Maker, where silence and thunder meet. Every wound a deeper truth, every trial a heartbeat. No man can hold creation in their mind, no lie can cage the truth. I walk with the breath of the Maker, and truth calls me by name. You keep saying ice wall, like we said it first. Funny how your strong man always shows up rehearsed. We never claimed a wall, never drew the edge. You did, then blamed us for the sketch. You pointed Antarctica, circle it in white, then act like we owe you a map of the night. That's your coastline, your frozen ring, your description dressed as our belief. We didn't name the shape, didn't crown the form. We just noticed your curve won't perform. We don't know you a world map to doubt your sphere. We don't need the whole earth for the flaw to appear. You can break one claim without building another. Truth don't wait on a tour or the cover. You say map the whole world or shut your mouth. That's a Sisyphean trick, push the stone south. Infinite task as a gate to speak, so evidence dies while the goalposts creep. You don't ask that standard of anything else, only when belief starts losing its health. If the shape was solid, it'd stand the test, not hide behind. You didn't check the rest. We don't owe you a shape, we don't owe you a frame. We're not here to replace what you already claim. If one prediction fails at the base you defend, you don't get to demand we rebuild it again. We haven't explored the whole world, true, neither have you, so what's that proof? Differences we don't pretend. You call the unknown, confirmed and defend. You say ice wall like it's absurd, but that's your story, we never concurred. We just say the surface won't bend on cue, and suddenly myths get assigned to us too. You confuse falsification with replacement.
Mistake critique for an obligation, but tearing down one failed belief don't require a new one underneath. We don't owe you a boundary edge or a wall, just honesty. When your models fall, you can keep your globe, your myths, your sprawl, but stop dodging the evidence, that's all. You built the story, you named the wall. We just noticed the math doesn't touch the water, and no amount of unfinished maps will make a broken claim whole again.
Yes. Yeah, you pointing at the sky like you solved the case, saying satellites prove curve with that smug ass face. But your chain of logic brittle, man, it's barely a trace, cause you start with assumptions that you never replace. You build your little model like it's truth on command, but a model ain't reality. Try to understand, you confuse what you claim with what's actually at hand. That's a category error, rookie, learn the damn plan. You don't test alternatives, you don't scan for conditions, you just leap to conclusions like you're speed running missions. But logic don't care about your tribe or traditions, it cares if your reasoning survives real competition. You got equifinality, baby, many cause the same effect. Under determination, your conclusion ain't correct. Hidden premises smuggled in like you think nobody checks. Your argument collapse, what do you expect? Model that evidence, better show some respect, cause logic gon' expose you if your reasoning's a wreck. You shout they orbit like that proves a whole plot, but orbit is a model, not the evidence you got. You assuming parallel forces, distance, unstable ride. Bro, you baking all the answers straight inside the mixing pot. That circular reasoning, congratulations. You smuggling conclusions like covert operations. You claim it's empirical, nah, it's fabrications. A house built on models, not observations. Oh wow, objects moving far in the sky, congratulations. Sherlock, so does a fly. Red letter motion, genius, did you even try? Many models fit the data, your certainty's a lie. Equifinality, many causes, one display. Underdetermined logic, your conclusion ain't the way. Hidden premises everywhere like you hit them in the clay. Your argument is fragile, I could break it any day. Model that evidence, remember what I say. Logic don't bend cause you wanted to play. To the narrative like a comfort blanket, but logic don't care, it ain't soft, it won't thank you. Your whole reasoning shaky, man, I'm here to bank it. Appearance ain't ontology, rookie, you can't fake it. Interpretation, not fact, that's the realest vibe. Stop mixing up the map with the world outside. You want truth, then learn how logic's applied. Till then, take a seat, you ain't qualified. Don't point to the sky like that's all you need. Reality's subtle, it don't follow your creed. You skipped every premise like you're trying to speed, but logic wants rigor, not belief, not greed. Equifinality, many roads, same sight. Under determination, one view don't prove right. Hidden assumptions dragging you into the night. Bad logic ain't science, it's just noise on the mic. Model our evidence, get that lock tight. I'm done teaching basics, go study alright. Next time you flex with your half-baked claims, bring an actual argument, not your model's remains. Logic's a game, you ain't learning the lanes. Class dismissed. Yeah.
False virtues denied the full view. Bureaucratic sorcery, enforced with cold conformity, presenting normalcy while morphing cause of moral sovereignty. They punish curiosity, reward disturbing emolosity, and call it order though it's borderline despotic policy. Despotic policy, the counterfeit conviction and condition contradictions, fabricating frictions in the mind until it splits into divisions. Truth revision, the proof is missing, use in prison, chasing manufacturing missions, tangled in twisted systems.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the power
dilute integrity with rhetoric that's predatory, fallacious, sophistry predicated on a population medicated, sedentary, sterilize the unwary, lie about what's necessary, weaponize involuntarily.
You're scaring me.
Psychological choreography, perform forms so methodically, shaping personalities with calibrated fallacies. They sabotage morality, distort collective memory, replace vitality with compliancy, chemically, methodically.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand. Clarity has cost, but blindness has a bill as well. Choose that truth or follow lies into a deeper hell.
In whisper corridors, they orchestrate the doctrines off. It's often sharper thoughts with constant nonsense taught to courses scholars swap wisdom for a system built on thinly veiled imposters. Tragic how they package panic as pragmatic practice, wrap the masses in the routine of their manufactured habits. And the saddest pattern happens when the fractured mind adapts it. Mistakes a gauge for safety till his soul is stuck in his entrapment, giving up enlightenment for lowbrow entertainment, content and containment.
Once you see the strings, you can't unsee the hands. Every hidden plan unfolds where the powerless stand.
Puppeteers and their peers with their smirks and sneers hidden behind a thin veneer. It's time we take back the wheel and steer.
We map the motions, chart the arcs along the sky. A measurable effect that every model must comply. Numbers trace the fall, but not the reason underneath. The cause is still contested in the theories that we weave. Different rules, different clocks, different shapes of what is real. Each framework forms a world where its own principles can deal. Stay inside the framework, don't cross the boundary lines. Newton sets absolutes, Einstein bends the shape of time. Both can match the measurements, but not each other's view. The cause behind the effect depends on which world you choose. Don't mix the maps together, keep the theories apart. When frameworks clash, the whole construction falls apart. In Newton's space, inertia lives in one preferred frame. Masses act at distance in an instantaneous chain. In Einstein's world, no forces push or pull a path. Objects trace geodesics through a curved space-time's aftermath. Shift the frame, shift the truth. What was force becomes a glide. Geometry or action, but you must pick one inside. Stay inside the framework, don't cross the boundary line. Newton holds a stage in space, relativity redesigns. Each predicts the motion, yet they disagree on cause. So keep the logic consistent with each theory's laws. Don't mix the maps together, keep the theories apart. When frameworks clash, the whole construction falls apart.
Magnetized loops and strings extend the list of what could be. Foam and brains and holographs reshape reality, but none can reconcile the classical and the small. Different scales, different rules, different languages to call. Stay inside the framework, don't cross the boundary lines. The fall is certain, but its origins undefined. All these modern theories paint a world of their design. Pick the one you're working in, keep the boundary well aligned. Don't mix the maps together, keep the theories apart. When frameworks clash, the whole construction falls apart. Measured effects are stable, causes remain unsure. Choose a model, stay coherent, only then can truth endure. You drag the spotlight off the point and toss it down the hole. Start talking stick, shadow, stars, anything at all. A trail of shiny nonsense that you swear is relevant, but your detours only show you've got no evidence. I chase you once, I chase you twice, then I just stop the chase. Your breadcrumb trail's a map of how you run from what you face. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm a critical realist fortress, you're a whisper in the wind. Your weak manipulation never stood a chance to begin. You hold your premise like evidence and deny conclusive proof, as if repeating something louder makes it any more true. Because it is, you chant a loop that never ends. A serpent swallowing its tail and thinking truth's a trend. If logic were a test, you'd fail the multiple choice, but somehow still declare yourself the loudest, highest voice. You can't distract a mind that's built on measurable reality. Your tricks dissolve on contact with a little rationality. I'm the last bastion of science where the data stands aligned. Your circular little dance can't penetrate this kind of mind. You had me cornered with that rhetorical parade. Cute, I've seen more solid reasoning, a late night lemonade debate. You juggle fallacies like fireworks, hoping I'd be impressed. But I read your moves like textbooks titled How to Fail a Test. You can't derail a truth that's grounded deep in observation. Your logic leaks like faulty pipes beneath a shaky foundation. I'm an empiricist logician, evidence is my domain, while you're red herring through the ruins of arguments you stain. And when your tactics crumble, don't look shocked they didn't land. You can't outwit the laws of thought with nothing but an empty hand.
What about GPS? Bro, it works. That's it. That's the tweet.
You say GPS like you dropped a bomb, like receivers don't work unless you pray to a globe. Clock sync, signals ping, triangulate time, range and delay, welcome to applied math. You say satellites like that settles shape, but you never check what assumptions you bake. You hear from above and your brain goes blank, start free associating space with rank. GPS don't measure curves, it measures delay, speed of light, clock offsets path and relay. It don't whisper geometry into your ear, it just tells you where you are. Calm down, dear. What about GPS? Yeah, what about it? Works on paper, works in practice. Next question. You stack assumptions like a Jenga night. Satellites exist, therefore Earth's a ball. Nice try. That's not logic, that's vibes with a diagram. You skip 6 steps and call it STEM. You don't test the model, you test the app, then crown the geometry, cause the Uber maps. GPS working don't curve the land, it curves your confidence. Damn, you want us to explain the whole damn sky. Why you never asked how GPS actually applies? Relativity, yeah, clocks tick weird. Cool story, still no curve appeared over satellites. Tracked by who?
Over space.
Defined how?
Oh, but it wouldn't work.
It does. That's awkward. We're not here to replace your bedtime tale. We're here cause the measurements keep derailing. You keep yelling GPS like it's a spell, but it don't do what you think it does. Oh well, range isn't radius, timing isn't tilt. Signal math, don't care what myth you built. You confuse infrastructure with proof of form, then act shocked when that move gets torn. What about GPS? Still works. No curve required, no globe enforced. Satellite signals, clocks in sync. You proved engineering, not what you think.
You want a curve,
Measure one,
you want proof,
don't outsource it to an app.
and please.
Stop acting like technology believes your cosmology.
I've seen the charmers in the mirror halls, wearing empathy like borrowed shawls. They praise your pain to gain your trust, kiss your cheek, then sell your dust. They smile with teeth too wide to be real. They trade your heart for the way they feel. You'll know them by the calm they fake, by the rules they bend and the oaths they break. They rise on your reflection and curse you for the fall. They wear your admiration like a crown that cost you all. Oh maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned a seed as will. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship, oh, before the mirror kills. The cruel are always smiling first, sweet honey words that hide the thirst. They love the game, they crave the win, feed on the faith of their closest kin. Narcissus drinks from shallow streams, while truth drowns quiet beneath his dreams. He'll call it fate when the waters part, but justify. They rule by mask and alibi. Oh, Maker, if you're watching still, we've crowned deceit as well. We build our thrones on brittle glass and call the cracks a thrill. Show them what they worship before the mirror kills. The sadist smiles when the lights go down. The Machiavellian adjusts his crown. The narcissist basks in the echoes glow. And the psychopath just steals the show. For faces carved from human clay, each one born from pride's decay. They walk as kings of emptiness, their kingdom fading nonetheless. You can spot them in the calm of lies, the ones who never blink their eyes. The world their stage, a soul their trade, every smile a masquerade. Watching still, teach the wise to feel. We build our world from brittle glass, forgetting what was real. Break the spell of ego's hymn before the mirror kills. Break the mirror. Test the world, time to begin.
What about gravity? What about it? You doubt it? It works either way, don't shout it. Different mass at play, works either way. You don't have causation, just a word you obey. What about gravity? Missing the point again. 79 theorization, not one explains the bend. We all observe the effect, yeah, effect is plain. But down is relative or horizontal plane. You say gravity like it's checkmate, but name it a force never fixes a shape. Stop asking why things fall when the claim's about shape. That's a category error dressed up as debate. You got acceleration without explanation, equations tuned post hoc for observation. No mechanism, just a constant you assert, then distract from the measurements that hurt. You say what pulls it, I say what curves it. You dodge the question like you never heard it. Empirical data on the table unserved. The sophistry tells me the empiricism hit a nerve. What about gravity? What about it? You doubt it, it works either way, don't shout it. Different mass at play, works either way. You don't have causation, just a word you obey. What about gravity? Still missing the frame, affecting the cause, stop playing that game. We all observe the effect, yeah, effect is plain. But down is relative to a horizontal plane. The globe, it's in and out, not up and down. Radiologic spun like a funhouse clown. You redefine direction and say it's addressed, but the curve still refuses to show in the test. You got curvature claims, but no curve observed. So you switch to gravity, change the subject swerve. That's not science, that's rhetorical drift. From geometry, failure to a force is a gift. You don't test it, you test belief, not check. While asking us to explain what you never inspect. We're talking measurements, horizons, the curve. You're yelling gravity like it settles the earth. We don't deny the fall, we deny the leap. From observed motion to global belief. Falsification stands independent, clean. You don't need a replacement to cut the seam. If the curve was real, it would stand on its own. Not hiding a red herring you've already known. You move the goalpost, beg the question by name. You assume a ball first, then say falling, explain. What about gravity? Yeah, what about it? It don't save your curve, don't reroute it. Different mass at play, same downward strain. Works flat, works round, that's the point you evade. What about gravity? Stop the sleight of hand. You can't bend space to rescue a line in the sand. We all observe the effect, don't need to pretend. But gravity ain't proof, a curvature friend. So keep your force, keep your names, keep the lore. Just don't use it to dodge what the data's for. Measure the curve, that's the claim you serve. Falling is real, but it don't buy you the curve, yeah.
You learned it when you're young, didn't choose that frame. The classroom globe sitting center stage of your brain. Repetition makes the fiction feel like natural law, and every textbook echoes what the last one.
Right, there's
Archaeological
evidence
evidence
of the man Jesus, but there is
and
no evidence of
evidence
God.
of all the places that they speak about in the Bible. Evidence of
Right,
everything.
but there's no evidence of the events he did.
Yeah,
There's
religion is
evidence
Where's
about
of
the
believing.
evidence of
crucifixion.
Moses splitting the Red Sea?
The whole point of the
There
Bible is
actually
to
is. There's chariots at the
follow.
bottom of the
Yeah,
sea.
but not
Right,
Bible. The
sure.
Bible isn't demanding to be
There is.
historical
You can
text.
Google it.
Jesus isn't like telling you to like be like, this is a history. This is how it went.
Well, it
He's
is
like teaching
history.
you a way to live.
It's not.
That's a religious text. It's for believing. It's for believing.
So I just asked for the definition of a historical text,
Right.
and you
To be like
literally described
documented,
exactly what the apostles wrote down and what the prophets
scholarly.
wrote down.
Right. Scholars.
What?
Like, actual
So
history
history has to be
documentation.
scholars now.
Right. Like historical scholars can
Okay. So Justin Martyr is a
do history.
historical scholar.
Like
Justin Martyr wrote all
even
about
like
Jesus.
even religious scholars aren't trying to say that the Bible is historical text.
Justin Martyr literally makes the historical text.
Well, I mean, history.
He adds to the history. He is the history.
Right.
And Justin Martyr says that Jesus is God. So I'm what?
Yeah, but that's not me lying. That's me disagreeing.
You lied. You said there's no
I'm
evidence of the
disagreeing.
Bible and
Right.
the events of the
No, that's
Bible.
what I'm not lying to you that I believe that there has to be evidence for me to believe that the Bible is historical text. And there is no evidence for that I can see with my own eyes, honestly I'm telling you in good faith, that I do not see evidence that religious text is historical text.
You just defined historical text. And
Right.
all you
Look at
did was
scholarly
describe
articles.
exactly what the Bible is.
I feel like
Well,
this is a
fine.
flat Earth Discord,
Yeah,
and
but
stuff
we're
is
but
getting
we're
louder.
getting there. We're getting there because we're talking about
Yeah,
geocentrism. Sorry, Ice.
yeah.
We're
He
getting
was
there.
questioning me.
But right now we're just talking about whether or not I lied. So Nambla, I apologize for making you think that that I lied. I was not trying
You
to
did
lie.
lie.
I was simply saying that I'm being clear. Let's agree that I didn't lie. I was just trying to disagree with you, and I didn't mean to try to sound like I was lying to you. Okay. So now, as far as whether or not, now I wanted to ask you something. As far as geocentrism is concerned, you're saying that the Earth is the center of the universe, or just the center of the solar system? Can I get some clarification on that, please?
The universe.
Okay.
Oops.
So if we're like smack dab right in the center of the whole fucking universe, and
Facts.
everything, and we're just stationary, we're not moving at all, and everything around us is moving, the stars, the sun, the planets, everything fucking else is moving around us.
Is
That's
that a
what you're saying?
question? Yeah.
Okay. I just want to understand what you believe. I'm not trying to like argue with you or anything. I just like to understand what you mean by geocentrism. It's like we're cool on the globe. I can totally understand that like the globe may or may not be the center of the universe. So now I have to do research. Because what I do is I went to college, I didn't get my degree, I went to nursing school. So I did 5 years in college, and I did tons of fucking I took tons of philosophy classes cuz I wasn't sure what I was doing. But I wanted to get some fun education. Because it was cheap at the time because it was 2000 except for 9/11.
That's pretty cute. I
Anyway,
didn't know you were a nurse.
I failed nurse. And anyway,
Failed nurse. Right on.
so I'm going to research the geocentrism is
W.
how would we know the Earth is or is not the center of the universe? So that's not me making an assumption. I'm actually just wanting to know how we know whether or not that is true. It's the same thing as like historical text when we're looking at history. Was what we're talking about from history true? Was the moon landing? Did the moon landing happen? For example, we may never know. We'd have to look at the history. We'd have to do the research.
That never
So what
happened.
I'm looking at for geocentrism is what we've already established for figuring out where we are on the planet or in our space-time continuum. So we have to look at celestial mechanics, we have to look at physical laws and cosmological principles. We have to demonstrate whether or not the sun orbits the earth or if the earth orbits the sun. So Nambal, are you open to the idea that the earth may or may not be the center of the universe?
We're definitely not spinning. That's all I know.
Okay.
How do you know
Hey,
we're not
so where is
spinning?
heaven on a
Wait a minute,
globe,
wait.
Nomble? Nomble, where is heaven on a globe? Is it over by Polaris, 400 million light years away, or is it on
Heaven's
the other side of the
round.
Earth by the by the Seven Sisters?
It
Where is it?
encircles it.
So heaven is like millions of light years away. Did Jesus die for aliens on other planets?
No.
Yeah.
Well, also, the
Earth
problem
is
with
literally the center of creation. There's no evidence. There's no evidence that the Earth has ever moved an inch.
Yeah, so what do you mean about heaven?
Well,
Because there's the
where is
firmament
heaven on a globe?
that
Heaven on a
encircles, and then
globe
there's the
is every
heavens that
direction.
encircle.
On a flat Earth, heaven is directly above you, straight up. Oh, really?
how do you know that?
How far up? Not sure.
Yeah. What's the distance?
Yeah, but on a globe, Travis, on a globe.
Can you see
Let's
it?
say,
Can you measure
shut
it?
up. Let's say in Australia, and the heavens encircle the globe, then the heavens are still up.
Where does it say anything about a globe in the Bible?
Well, I'm still waiting for you to show me about these flat Earth Bible verses.
Okay.
Well, nowhere in the Bible does it say the Earth is flat. There are
Yes, it does. It
a
says
few, a
that it's
handful
a
of
face, and it
people
sits.
interpret it.
The luminaries
Where does
make
it say
circuits
flat?
above a face.
Never says
Okay,
flat.
a mathematical face is flat, and circuits above a face. That's
You can
flat
say
Earth
face Earth.
terminology.
Say face Earth.
My face isn't flat. So faces
Is
don't
a
have to be.
mathematic is your face a globe?
Earth is face. Based on the religious historical
How does
fact.
a globe have foundations, Nomble? The Bible says Earth is sitting on foundations. Where's the foundations for a globe?
Mm,
Unless you think the Bible's wrong. I mean, okay, fair
space.
enough. So the foundations are sitting in space. If you know anything about construction, you know that foundations have to be set into a firm ground. You can't just have a foundation built into
Maybe the
space.
foundation is the center of the Earth,
So wait a
and
minute. So wait a minute. So
that's
if
why
Nambal,
gravity exists. Because
so
it's the
Nambal,
Let me
that
firmament
is
ask
the
you,
on the
Nomble,
ground.
let me ask you a quick question about the globe model. Okay, can I ask you a question about it?
Go on.
Okay, so you are with your friend at a 10-mile wide lake. Do you do miles or kilometers?
Miles, but
Okay,
I can't
let's
even
do
think
it.
what
Let's
a
do a
mile
10
is.
mile wide lake. Okay, you and your friend. It's a summer day. There's a beach on both sides of this 10-mile wide lake. Your friend goes to the opposite side of the 10-mile wide lake. You guys are how much curve do you think there would be between the two of you? Do you think that lake would be flat? Do you think there'd be hundreds of feet of curve? What do you think?
I have no idea.
Just think about it. Have you ever been to a small lake in your life?
Mm, in Canada.
Okay, what was the size of this lake approximately?
I
A
have
couple
no
miles?
idea. I didn't get my tape measure out.
Let's just say 6 mile wide lake. Would that be fair?
No, probably not.
I mean, I'm not trying. You're making this hard. I'm just asking simple questions. Like, can you imagine a 4 or 5 mile wide lake in your head, looking across it?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, 5 miles. Let's do a 5 mile wide lake. On a globe, that lake must be curving down and away from you. Okay, How much do you think the globe would be curving down and away from you 5 miles away
I
from
have
where you're
no
standing?
idea.
Take a guess.
I don't know.
Why you gotta nerd out, Travis? Don't hit her with all these fucking numbers and shit, dude. That's no fun.
I know, that's tough. Visioning a 5 mile wide lake and trying to picture how much curve there must be. What do you think? A couple inches? A
Probably
couple hundred
0.
feet?
So
Probably
wait a minute,
nothing.
Travis. I actually agree
Hold
with
on, hold
Travis
on,
here
Talon. Hold on,
partially.
Talon. Hold on,
I
Talon.
agree with you. Let me,
What
if
did
I
you
could,
say?
let me jump in.
Did you say probably nothing, Numble?
Yeah,
So like what? A couple millimeters?
maybe.
Okay. Would it
What is it?
surprise you that there would be 16 feet required, almost the height of a 2-story building?
No, that's not
A lot.
true.
Okay,
That's not a
the
lot.
globe math, hold on. The globe math requires that 5 mile wide lakes have 16 feet of curving drop over that distance. It's about the height of a 2-story
Blah
building.
blah 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 blah.
She's not gonna get it, Travis. She doesn't. She's
No,
not gonna
do you
do the. She's
understand
not
that,
doing black
Nomble?
swan, dude. She doesn't know what
Nomble,
the black swan is.
The
Nomble,
what?
do you understand what I'm saying?
Say no.
Yes, I understand what you're saying, but I
Now,
don't
we
believe that
as
it would need that much curve
neither did
in that
we. Neither
distance.
did we. I'm with you. I thought that 5 mile wide lakes would have maybe a millimeter of curve across them, okay? I thought it was literally nothing. And then I learned that the globe math, it requires almost 16.67 feet of curving drop. It's almost,
No,
like the height of
I
a
don't
two-story
believe
building.
that.
I know, but that's what the
No,
globe requires. Put it into
because the
AI.
Earth is so big, it wouldn't have that much curve at that distance.
Yeah, I know. I know. But the globe math, when you start looking into how much curve the globe requires, you're going to find it requires way more curve than you think is possible. Okay? Put it in,
No,
ask
because the
AI,
Earth
how
is
much
so
curve
big.
does the globe require across 5 miles? It's going to tell you
Okay,
16 feet.
fine.
Now, when you try and go and find that curve outside in reality, you'll never find it. It doesn't exist.
I'm asking ChatGPT, okay?
And that curve gets bigger, it gets exponentially larger. It gets worse as it gets bigger. At 10 miles, it's 66 feet of curve. 20 miles is
That matches up.
266 feet.
That's first of all, that's too small of a sample to measure any like significant curvature.
Well, there's very
ChatGPT says 16 feet,
doesn't that sound retarded?
5 meters, it says.
Now, this is why flat earthers exist. We were all as incredulous as you were. We're like, no way. That's way too much curve for such a small distance. So what we did was we looked on a map near us. We're like, oh, there's a 5 mile wide lake. We go out to go measure, look, observe, whatever it is, whatever you got to do to see if there's a 2-story building's worth of curve across this lake. No one in history has ever found this curve. And there are honest globe believers in here. Matt, it can get heated with Matthew Learn
What do you mean, dude? 5
sometimes.
miles,
But he's
16 feet
honest.
is the 16 feet is the accurate number. That's how much it curves. 16
Okay.
feet is nothing.
That's what the globe
Over five-
requires.
You
But
understand how
nobody's
many?
ever seen that in reality.
But dude, like 5 miles. How many? That's like thousands of feet, dude. 16. Like, wait a minute. What percent
Is there even a 5 mile
of
lake?
5 miles is 16 feet?
How many miles is 16 feet?
0.06%.
Yeah.
Like, so you're talking about
0.6% is not
0.0100
big or small.
of a degree
It's
of
just
curvature. Like,
so.
dude,
How
come on,
far
man.
is the
Travis,
horizon
Hold on,
away?
a half a
that's not
degree of
ridiculous.
curvature, when if you're looking up between stars, is trillions of miles.
Cool.
Okay, so it's not big or small. It's just a number. But you're trying to make it sound scary. Like, ooh, that's only 0.5%. Well, it's not any, that's just a number. It's not big or small. All we want is evidence that this 16 feet of curve exists in reality. That's all we want.
It does. That's over
Then
5
show
miles.
us the measurements.
What do you mean? You literally just gave us the measurement that over
Yeah.
5
I
miles The Earth
Right?
curves.
Hold on, dude. Don't be dishonest, dude. I said that's what the globe requires. That's what the math says. But when we go out into reality and look for it, we can't find it.
You get 16 feet. That's what.
No,
that's
we
what
don't. Then
that's
show
how-
Yes, you
us.
do.
Yeah, you do.
Okay, can you actually show us
Hey,
then?
hold on, Matthew. Can I? Has 16 feet over 5 miles ever been measured that you know of? And do you have a
I
link to
don't.
this measurement?
No, I don't think it's possible to do direct measurements of the Earth, but you can try to shine laser beams across it. But the problem is that you don't know if those laser beams are going perfectly straight or if they curve 0.07 degrees per mile. So I think that sort of squinting at the horizon isn't going to help either side. To tell the
No, the
truth.
problem is that you need the instrument to measure
Exactly.
something. You would need a.
Right?
You would
That's
need
not
a.
our problem.
but
That's a
that's
you
silly.
problem. You
No,
guys find it.
that is a you problem.
No, it's not.
Yes, it
You
is.
guys figure out how to measure this curve and find it
No, no,
works.
no. It is because we don't have any problems with the globe. Like no
Excellent.
globe.
So you'd be able to show us the measurements of it then.
This is not.
JJ.
This is no. We don't.
JJ, I know you don't have a problem with it.
You are the one using this.
JJ, be silent. JJ. Nomble, this is what you call dogpiling. Globers like to do this to destroy the conversation between yourself and Travis. Now, JJ, if you've got no problem with the globe, you'd have no problem with showing us drop over distance measured. Do you have this? Post it in the side chat, please. Since you like to come in and spurg out with claims, and Talon can do the same. Or you can shut up and let Travis talk to Nomble.
I agree with you. Me and Travis were talking.
Good boy. Be quiet.
I wasn't talking over people.
Your fucking contest, not that.
You know I support that. You know I always support good convo.
Well,
Bullshit.
Nomble,
You're a
so
weasel.
I'm trying to get JJ to stop on. I could, because I can't talk over him.
So, Nomble, the reason why I appreciate people like Matthew, even though I disagree with him, is that he's honest. He's a very educated man. He's a professor or something, I believe, teacher. But he will tell you that this has never actually been measured in reality. And they'll give you reasons and excuses. They'll say it's too small. We don't have the equipment to do it. That's fine. But he's still right when he says it's never. There are no measurements of it, which is a problem.
Direct measurements. To be clear.
Direct measurements. Okay.
There are.
Oh, I don't believe you. Okay.
There's a $20,000 laser guided gyroscope that proved this entire argument wrong.
No, it didn't. So the ring laser gyro, it's just as viable for me to say that the ring laser gyro was measuring the rotation of the cosmos around a stationary Earth.
Holy fucking shit.
You can't tell. Theory of relativity says you can't determine which one it's actually measuring. It could be the Earth rotating or it could be the rotation of the cosmos around the Earth. That's just being honest.
It's not.
It's not.
You're being willfully ignorant. You are so attached identifiably to your point that you are unwilling to accept anything that goes against it. Like you are so concrete in your stance that you are
I put that into AI as well.
Other evidence. What?
I put that same question into AI. Is it possible that the ring laser gyro?
You're stupid for using AI. Use your brain. Jesus Christ.
Are you an atheist?
Yes.
So what? Wow. Why are you yelling? Why are you calling for Jesus Christ?
Oh, for fuck's
You're grasping,
sake,
dude. You're grasping so fucking hard.
You're so grasping, dude. Shut
Well,
the fuck up.
was that a cry for help? Is that what it is?
He's
yelling?
he's intellectually, he's just checked out.
Was that like a Freudian slip? You're like, Jesus Christ, help me! The flat earthers, they're ruining everything.
Are you intentionally this daft?
I was just asking a question. You said
you're being bad
you yelled
faith.
out
Shut
for
up.
the name of Jesus Christ, and I was just asking.
You're being bad faith, dude.
This is a defense mechanism for the flat earthers.
I'm still laughing about the fact that when I asked about the eclipse, you started talking about the red moon.
When what?
When I asked about the eclipse, you started talking about the red moon.
Well, so there's solar and lunar eclipses, right?
Yeah,
you didn't specify which one. And lunar eclipses turn red, right?
Oh no.
Yeah, look up blood moon eclipse. So you didn't specify lunar or solar. That's why I said, oh, you mean when the moon turns red?
No, but the moon turning red isn't an eclipse.
The moon turns red during mini eclipses. I've got pictures of it. It's a
During lunar
well-known
eclipses, not
phenomenon.
solar eclipses. You guys are talking about different things.
Right. But she didn't specify lunar or solar when she first brought this up. All she said was eclipse. Okay. That's why I didn't know.
Oh.
So this curvature, this curving
eclipse.
this curving drop over distance, it gets bigger and bigger. It gets exponentially larger. A 20-mile wide lake requires 266 feet of curving drop. That's like a 27-story building. You will not find a 20-mile wide lake in our world with a 27-story building's worth of curving drop over that distance.
Well, I have a new theory, right?
Do tell.
So, you know the drop? The drop could be in the land, but the water still finds its level.
Oh, okay. Okay, fair enough. The water still finds its level. I like that. Yeah, I agree. So you're thinking that the Earth is curving under flat water. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And
Okay,
the
fair enough.
water is contained in the land.
Oh, I like it. That's even better. You're a flat Earth and you don't even know it. You're halfway there. Level
No.
water must be contained. The ground is curving underneath the flat water. Dude, you're halfway there.
Hey, Nomble, just a quick question. How much of the known worlds is allegedly covered in water?
70%, I think.
So if 70% of it's flat, how can you have a sphere?
Ooh. No. No, because the land is curving and then the water is contained within the curve.
That's going to be some pretty wild curves.
Not really.
Oh,
We see the
yeah.
curves. We see curves. Like, I even
So,
have, even in my area, I can go from one part to another, and that's going to be higher than the other part.
yeah, they're called mountains and hills and valleys. I've got them in my area too, just not as big as probably where they are in round your way. So what about places like Utah Salt Flats?
Is the water even water there?
There's not even water there sometimes. But
Isn't
when
it
there is water
hard?
there, it turns into a great big mirror.
Yeah, but it's solid, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great. They
So
race
why can you
cars
curve?
across it.
Well, that's curved too then.
Well, it's not, because when water covers it, it turns into a great big mirror. There's awesome photos on the internet after it rains. There you go, look inside chat. 34 minutes past the hour. Platter has just posted up a small GIF showing the reflections on it. Someone's filmed it.
And how does this disprove that there's a curve?
Well, if you're saying that it's curved, you can't get perfect reflections like that with a curve. They have to be dead flat.
Yeah, but it looks flat from where it is, but that from
It's
further
because it
away
is
it'll
flat.
start curving.
Blah 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 blah.
Thank you for that.
Hey, Nomble, I tagged you in a video. Maybe you can
Oh
bookmark it or
no.
save it for later. Check it out on your spare time. It's kind of long, but this is it's a big topic. But I feel that video, from a biblical point of view, that and science, it discusses cosmology. I think you'll enjoy the video. Just check it out later when you get a chance.
Okay.
So as you heard, Noble, none of the Globe Clown believers put forward any measurements, did they? If you were watching the side chat, there was a whole heap of laser tests that went through showing 0 measured curvature. The likes of Ice JJ and Talon were both pressed for their measurements and nothing has arrived. Even Bubba ran away. Interesting how that works, isn't it?
Potato, are you there? Potato!
Who are you after?
Potato, but he's not
Yeah.
there. Oh, he's there. What are you thinking about all this?
Hold on. For some
Is
reason
Salt
my
Lake
earbuds are not working.
21
Yeah.
miles, no curvature, laser test?
That is an excellent video. You know, at the very least, I would say this. For whatever, when I first started looking into this, I was like, I want to see the best that Flat Earth has to offer. And then I want to see what the best the globe has to offer. What we are offering you is going to be the best of what we have. So at least you can go into this topic and you can tell yourself, I looked at the best they had to offer and I agree, or I dismiss it. You owe that to yourself to at least look.
Travis, are you a Christian?
I am.
So where is the bottomless pit that Satan's is in? Where's hell?
Well, I'll tag you in a picture of what many of the old Bibles showed. Okay, it's called Sheol. And once I'll tag you in a picture. Hold on. To be honest, it has to have a bottom, right? Just a long way down.
And how do the eclipses work? Because you can literally see this shadow.
See, we talked about that for like 45 minutes. You can't necessarily prove that's a shadow. Shadows aren't red. It'd just be other objects in the sky that we can't see going in front of it. Okay, but that's just something I can't prove that though. Look up biblical cosmology, Noble, in your Google search.
I don't know.
Oh, this is wild. Wait till you see how many 666s are in the globe math. Hold on, check this out.
There's Talon, everyone. How about we just clip that? The assumption was the ball. No, a ball was used with the same radius to compare. So it was assumed it was a ball, Talon. Thank you.
Travis, I think it's a little bit of cherry picking to find 666 in those numbers.
I've looked these up before. This isn't actually the numbers.
It's not cherry picking, they just exist.
I like how it's cherry picked from Matthew's perspective. So, hey, Matthew, where's that tilt reference from? Like, if I was to hand you a protractor and ask you to measure an angle, what would you measure it from? The 90 degrees backwards or from 0 upwards?
You could. I don't know. You mean where does it come from? It's like if you're at the equator.
No. I asked you a simple question. If I was to hand you a protractor and ask you to measure an angle, where would you measure it from? The 0 and measure upwards, or from the 90 degrees downwards? Where would you measure it from?
I would do it from the 0 and measure upwards. You could do both, but that one's easy.
Excellent. So why is it you had the necessity to try and spin the globetard one around like everyone else does? Oh, it's not 66.6, it's 23.4.
Yeah, but because
because 23.4 is it's the distance that the sun the sun changes throughout the season. So nobody subtracts it from.
So that's what it's 23.4 degrees from. Is the well, hang on a second. No, it's not.
And cherry pick.
No, so if you were to have the sun and the earth next to each other, right? And wait a second, how does that fucking work? So so if both their poles are parallel, right? If both their poles, the axis, the poles is parallel, then it'd be the same. But they say that the Earth's is tilted that slight bit.
Yeah, it's the
it's spinning on that axis relative to the sun's pole position, right?
Relative to our orbit around the sun. So the
no, it wouldn't matter if it was orbiting or not, bro. It wouldn't matter if it was orbiting or not. The tilt and then the axis of rotation is wouldn't matter if it was orbiting the sun or not.
Okay, right. With the eclipse, if it was something else that was passing in front of it, then wouldn't we see it from both sides? Like, okay, let's say there was an object passing in front of the sun that there was then stopping the light going on to the... Okay, wait. If there was an object that was in front of the moon... Oh, I don't flipping know.
So wait, is it Matthew? Is it to do with the sun's equatorial plane, or is it to do with the poles? If it's to do with the equatorial plane, that's horizontal.
It doesn't have anything to do with the rotation of the sun. It has to do with our orbit around the sun versus our.
I didn't say anything about the rotation of the sun. I didn't say anything about the rotation of the sun.
Oh, sorry, I thought.
No, I'm saying, has it got to do with the sun's equatorial plane? So so the sun, right, has poles, and then it's got an equator, right? And then you imagine that equatorial plane spanning out into the solar system, right? And then your planets are going to be in orbit relative above or below that, right? Right. So, but Earth has an axis of rotation, right? So what's it relative to?
The plane that the Earth is travelling on allegedly around the sun. So that generates a flat plane. And it's the tilt up from that. But the problem is, a lot of the globetards who claim themselves to be religious don't like the fact that we say it's 66.6. So they'll turn around and have it from the other way down. Oh, it's only 23.4 degrees.
Wait, so you're right. It does. It has to do with the Earth's orbital plane. Right.
Yep, that's what the claim is based off of.
Right. Yeah, I got you now. Yeah. Okay. So, but wait a second. Yeah. No. Wait. Hang on a second.
I posted a picture. It's the difference of the axis of rotation to the plane of the ecliptic. Again, allegedly on the globe model.
What I do love about his globe models is you go and download 10 of them, they'll all have different numbers on there. That one's got 23.5.
What is the plane of the ecliptic?
They round differently. It's allegedly the plane around which the Earth orbits the sun.
Which is not equal to the sun's ecliptic. No, the sun's. Okay, so what do you call let's get astronomical. Okay, you've got the sun's got a north and south pole, right?
Right.
So it's got an equator, right, which is 90 degrees to that, right?
Right.
Okay, that plane spreads out, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you call that? What's the astronomical term for that?
Not sure. There is a term, I don't know. I could try to look it up. Let me see. But that's different.
All right, but the Earth's
it's
orbit,
not called the plane of the
but the Earth's orbit is not. So the Earth's the plane of the ecliptic is not in line with that, is it? It's off from it. Isn't it?
Yeah, let me see. Not much.
Because that would have an effect too, wouldn't it?
A little bit.
Because essentially the plane of the ecliptic is imagining that now you're giving the sun that plane and new poles and a new equator. Oh man, this is weird because orbital plane. Okay, so the plane of the ecliptic is the orbital plane, and then the Earth rotates right at an angle relative to that. Right. Okay, carry on. Sorry. I was just trying to wrap my head around it all.
I found the number. Allegedly, the sun's equator is tilted by about 7.25 degrees relative to the ecliptic.
The sun's equator.
Yeah, the sun's equator is 7.25 degrees relative to the ecliptic plane.
The sun dominates, so it's the It's the reference point. So you'd have to say that the ecliptic plane is 7 degrees from that.
Sure.
Not the other way around. Yeah. You got to worship the sun, Matthew. Get it right. Be a proper heliocentrist.
I'm not a sun worshiper. I'm a heliocentrist, but not a sun worshiper. Heliocentrist in terms of the solar system.
Right. So that would be so like Matrix said, you get your protractor, right, and you'd hold the flat part of your protractor along that plane of the ecliptic. So you'd be measuring up from there. You'd be getting to 66.6 degrees. Then for some reason we decide that no, it's actually not. It's the leftover bit. We'll call it the leftover bit.
No, if they lined up exactly, it'd be 0, and it's how much it's off, and it's only 23.5 degrees off from being lined up exactly. So they use the plane of the ecliptic as the reference, and then
so if you're using that as the reference, that is the 0, Matthew.
You'd put your bottom of your protractor, the flat side of your protractor, on that, and then measure up until you reach that point where it's tilted. That's 66.6.
Yeah, they do it backwards. Because they just don't like the 66.6. I don't want to be seen as a devil worshipper.
Nobody calls it 66.6.
We're sun worshippers.
They usually use...
I know they don't. Conveniently, 66.6 is the leftover from the 23.4. Then you've got 66,600 miles per hour orbit speed.
No, but first of all, it's 66.6. It's not 666. And second of all, that's only if you cherry pick 3 out of a hat and say
there's over 100.
Don't tell me Matthew doesn't do any cherry picking.
Yeah, so why not call it 66.5607? That's using 6 digits, or 66.561. That's using.
So what do you tell your missus? Yours is 5.5 or it's 6? Now he's thinking mathematically.
Or we could just use 2 digits and call it 67.
What is 90 minus 23.4, Matthew?
66.6. What's 90 minus 23.439281?
But in daily conversation, nobody ever says, "Oh, the sun is tilted at 23.415689 degrees." They just say 23.4 for simplicity.
Yeah, probably more common. I'm just saying that there's nothing inherent that's 666. It's only because you use 3 digits.
It's only because you don't like being a devil worshipper.
Is not 66. No, it's a 1/10 of the number in Revelation, so it's not even the same number. It's like a whole.
We're just it's just the signature of the artist who created this heliocentric model. He just splashed 6s everywhere. It's kind of what happened.
And he forgot what 666 is and got it wrong all of those times by getting it 1/10 too big here and 20 times too big there and 100 times too big the.
I don't really hold it with any regard to being significant or a representation of evil or anything like that. I think that's been pretty much glamorized, dramatized in the media, fiction, right? But what I do think is interesting, right, is that it says it's the number of a man, right? Or does it say it's the number of man? Right, because if you remember what the name of Adam means, do you remember?
Are we talking about atheism?
The name of Adam just means man.
No, but where does his name originate from? What's the root word?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Because he was made from
dirt,
earth, right?
Yeah.
Adama, right? So it's interesting that it's the number of man or number of a man, number of Adam, right? Adama, Earth, the number of Earth. You know, like there's I see a connection there, maybe, which is just strange. Like,
yeah, Adama. Okay,
Answer.
yeah, I'd look it up. The root word, like Adama, man, humanity, to be read, which translates of the ground, man of the
from
ground.
the soil, from red, right?
From red
Which
soil.
actually means we're from Mars. That was Eden. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So,
No, I mean,
to answer your question,
there's 4 minutes left of Speculation Sunday.
To answer your
That's like-
question, it's the number of a man, and his number is 666. Although some earlier manuscripts may have said 616.
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I've seen that actually.
Are you saying Iron Maiden got it wrong? Iron Maiden got it wrong with 666 is the number of the beast.
Yeah. It's not really. It does it say amen, like in the original, or is it just man? The number of man. Like, wouldn't it be nice if it said the number of a man? Oh, and it's, by the way, it's this man. Here's his name.
It does say a number of a man.
Yeah, does it in English? Yeah.
In Greek.
Was that a translation error? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
I posted the Greek. If you read Greek, you can figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think that the New Testament was written in Greek. I think it was translated into Greek, but that's just my personal opinion. So, neither here nor there.
So the translation is, let him who is understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666.
Yes.
Okay, there you go. His number. Yeah, his.
I honestly haven't heard. I stopped listening as soon as you guys started going 666, 6666. That's all I've heard for the last like 20 minutes. Just saying.
Boo frickety who.
Oh, it's of interest, right? It is of interest how many times that number just happens to appear, right? Like,
well, it's
in
just
relation
an
to
accident of base 10 because it's 2/3.
Do you know what else?
Anytime
Do you know
you
what
have
else?
a fraction
There's
of
a lot
2/3,
more than 666 is a Pareto distribution.
Well, and 333 shows up a lot because that's 1/3. So I don't think 666 shows up more than.
No one cares what you say, Matt. Shut your mouth.
I get it. Thank you, Matthew. Rule of thirds.
666 shows up like over 100 times. So you want to call that cherry picking and sound like an idiot? Go right ahead.
Oh no, I'm not sounding like an idiot. I was pointing out that you use 3 digits and then you cherry.
No, you're definitely sounding like an idiot.
No, I'm not.
The funny thing about stupid people is they don't know they're stupid.
It's called the Dunning-Kruger.
I'm not stupid.
Do you know what Dunning-Kruger means?
It's the name of 2 social psychologists.
I said what it means. Ding dong.
You probably were meant to refer to the Dunning-Kruger effect, if that's what you're asking. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect that you.
Man, that is a sophistic argument if ever I've heard one. Not even as rhetorical. It's like, oh, you can't just say Dunning-Kruger. You got to say the Dunning-Kruger effect. Absolute sophistry.
If you're asking for definitions, you have to be clear. He said, "Do you know what Dunning-Kruger means?" And I correctly pointed out that they are 2 social psychologists. I thought he was asking No, I didn't. I knew what he said.
I love pedant. So yes, he invoked pedanticism, and you smited back with more pedanticism.
Right, I responded in kind. Sorry, no, Kingsley, go ahead. Yes, I understand what you mean by that. I was just being pedantic. Repent in dust and ashes.
There's two parts to it, though. That you guys, a lot of people miss it up.
Exactly.
Part
Yes,
one
right.
is low ability people overestimate themselves, and high ability people underestimate themselves.
Bingo.
Then they get to a point where they are
And
confident.
they do that with shut down. And they do that based on the miscalculation of others. So as soon as they start rating themselves against a group, then they get into the decay effect. See, what you'll see here is like Talon completely decay the decay effect. Rather than have it be an internal thing, he'll use it externally and walk around and point at other people. So he's leveled up. He broke the fourth wall of Dunning-Kruger. He will Dunning-Kruger the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Inception.
Yeah. That's something that they add a third part in there too. Is people with no ability think they have all the ability.
It's like, I know exactly what Dunning-Kruger means, and they don't.
Yeah. Like an external. It's like, so it's an internal critique.
Yeah, exactly. I love this group.
What all he basically saw was like a YouTube video that from like Cyman Dan saying flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger, and that's all he knows about the whole thing. That's it. Nothing else about it. Oh, okay, I'll just go around and call flat earthers Dunning-Kruger then, because this is what this YouTube celebrity said.
Yep.
There's been experiments, studies that have tested this.
Yeah, like the one that they did was quite interesting was driving. Everybody thinks when they're driving around town that they're better than average than all the other drivers. Like there's a bunch of dummies on the road.
It turns out people are below average drivers.
Yeah, I'm saying there's studies on that. Yes, there's many studies on Dunning-Kruger, but there's studies on Dunning-Kruger that specifically filter for they do this study, and then they ask them also, do you think the Earth is flat? And
Link one. Link one of these studies, Ice.
Okay.
Or stop making shit up.
No, there was a study that was done a while ago. It was nothing to do with the Dunning-Kruger effect, but that was one of the things that was claimed within this study. There was some university or something that did it a while ago, how they claimed that flat earthers fall under the Dunning-Kruger effect. But it's interesting how you get all these anti-FEs that fall in here and make claims that don't get backed. So wouldn't they also fall under it?
Sure. I'm posting the study.
Like JJ, for example.
Yes, and anyone can be susceptible to Dunning-Kruger. This is just pointing out a relationship.
All right. Okay. So how many answered to that question? Well, I experienced it as flat and motionless.
Yeah, it's good.
But I'm told for these reasons that it's a globe. X, Y, Z.
They know that it's a globe because how do they know this? Because they're smarter than flat earthers. Bingo, right there. That is textbook Dunning-Kruger. They overestimate their own ability because they think they're better than people. They'll tell you all.
Yeah, they try and stand on the shoulders of giants and fall off.
Yeah, totally. They'll come in here and they'll be like, I know the Earth is a globe. Well, how do you know that? Because anyone who thinks otherwise is retarded. I'm better than them.
So check it out, Chris. You read the abstract. This article aims to analyze the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. That's the first sentence. So the first question to anyone should have been, why do you believe it's flat? Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat because that's how it's measured. And he would have went, can you explain a bit further? That didn't happen in this test. Anyway, sorry, Crit, as you were.
Yeah, that's a good point. It having to do with
they're not using the flat Earth as the okay.
They're not using the flat Earth as what? That's the first sentence in the abstract. When you open the article that you posted, Ice JJ, I'll read it again for your convenience.
No. I heard you.
The article aims to analyze the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth.
Is one of those factors that they think they're better than other people?
Oh, definitely.
Bro, definitely. You didn't read it, but you know it for sure. It'd be interesting to see if they even define the word flat or earther or belief. Just some random paper that has nothing that just targets some minority group. See that minority group over there? They're dumb.
So, Crit, I think that in academic writing, the word belief just refers to the idea that somebody says something is true without reference to whether it is true or not.
Well, so they ask people.
It. Yeah, it has to be both, Matthew. It has to be accepted also. But it's called lived. Yeah, no,
so what they did was when it comes to
doesn't have to be false.
When
it has to be for the purpose of the paper, a psychology paper. It would have to be accepted as a lived experience, as a true lived experience. So they would be like So they would be like, say, "Hey, are you a flat earther?" Yep. Do you live on a flat Earth? Yes.
Yeah, I think they don't mean quite that much. When they use the word belief, my suspicion is that they just mean, oh, this person says that the Earth is flat, or would say that they have knowledge that it's flat, or something like that. So they would say that belief has overlaps with truth sometimes.
Yeah, and it would be that identity or whatever would have to have some quantitative value behind it.
Well, what they did was they asked people for if they're determined if they believe in the flat Earth.
Self-identified.
So they asked them on a scale of 0 to 10 if they agree with the statement. There is evidence that the Earth is flat, and then they asked questions for everyone about overconfidence, such as how much do they agree with the statement that my ideas are usually better than other people's ideas. When I am really confident in a belief, there is very little chance that the belief is wrong, and then a bunch of stuff on scientific literacy and other questions like that. And then you can correlate with that. And it's pretty bad. The more someone says there is evidence for the Earth being flat, the more likely they are to, one, have lower scientific literacy, and two, have overconfidence in their...
So, JJ, why wouldn't you, when someone says that there's evidence... Excuse me, I was having a chat there, not you. Shut up. Why wouldn't you, and why wouldn't these people, when someone says it's measured flat, why wouldn't you question that? Or why would you just step back and go, oh yeah, that's a fucking Dunning-Kruger right there? Like, seriously, bro.
In their worldview, just saying... So in their worldview, it's better to believe something without evidence than to believe it with evidence. So this paper is another example.
A survey of beliefs.
No,
that's what it sounds like.
The Dunning-Kruger effect.
No.
They're looking
I don't think you listened to her what I said.
Yeah.
Yeah, we heard you. This is just a survey of beliefs. You're not a believer? Oh, Dunning-Kruger's.
No, it's not. It's not a survey of... Oh my god!
It is a survey of beliefs. If I don't believe in what you believe in, for whatever reason, I instantly get tagged Dunning-Kruger. Full stop.
No.
Even better, because it has nothing to do with other people.
No. The correlation is not. They're not saying how much the evidence that you think the Earth is flat.
So how did they separate them?
That's not
in
the
this
evidence.
Bullshit
So
survey.
It's about
JJ. Slow down. You're getting wound up again. How did they separate them?
You ask people how much they agree with the following sentence. There is evidence that the Earth is flat. There is evidence that the Earth is flat. Yes. And
how much do I agree with it? I either agree or disagree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat. JJ, don't talk through me. You just fuck it up for everyone. So, question. Do you agree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat? It's a yes or no. It's close-ended. So
No.
I'm going to say, what are you talking for? So I'm going to say yes. If someone asks me, do I agree that there is evidence that the Earth is flat, I'm going to say, yes, I do agree with that statement. So how am I now Master Dunning-Kruger just because I've said, yes, I agree to that statement?
Because there are several statements. I believe that is the 10 on a 0 to 10 scale. So then you correlate the people's answers with that. If it's a 0, if it's 10, you just, you put them in a, you see what, you take note of what they
correlate it against
what?
what?
And then you, this is basic, this is how you do any psychological study. And then you ask them other questions. And then, for example, well, the other questions were, I already listed some. And if the answers to those other questions, the answers,
what were they?
There was questions on scientific literacy, and there was questions on overconfidence, such as how much do you agree with statements such as my ideas are usually better than other people's ideas? When I am really confident in a belief, there is very little chance that a belief is wrong, and some other stuff.
So this is about beliefs. This is not about knowledge. It's about beliefs.
Well, Dunning-Kruger,
every single thing you've said, Dunning-Kruger extraordinaire, is about beliefs.
They also ask questions about scientific literacy, such as, and this is knowledge, electrons are smaller than atoms, stuff like that. They ask a whole range of questions, knowledge and belief.
So out of this, you have decided that flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger because one survey of 1,252 people, believers, mind you, nowhere does it say they're actually flat earth knowers. It says believers.
They're believers.
That's right, Talon.
I mean, if you have an issue with the survey, I mean, it's a basic study.
Oh, it's a basic study then. So it's basic enough for a simpleton like you to understand.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain it to you. Like your response is,
I've read it before, JJ, listen carefully. I have read your shitty survey 3 times now. 4 months ago when you joined here, it was one of the first things you posted up because you thought it was some kind of gotcha moment. Flat earthers are fucking stupid. They're silly in the head. They're fucking Dunning-Kruger. I'm sick of you cunts telling lies about the shape of the ground. You had a meltdown and you posted that shit up. You got banned for spamming that.
Other people kept bringing up Dunning-Kruger. And so when so when someone would bring up Dunning-Kruger,
so what? So someone says Dunning-Kruger, that's an instant reaction for JJ to post up some survey that means 5/8 of fuck all.
If someone categorizes globe earthers or...
So when someone says Dunning-Kruger, that's JJ's trigger word to click the mouse button and post up a survey that means 5/8 of fuck all.
Well, if someone says that non-flat earthers are...
and he's going to use it as an excuse to peddle out of it. He heard the word Dunning-Kruger. Hey, JJ.
You don't want an answer?
Twitter. No, you weren't supposed to answer. You're supposed to shut up.
Okay, so this is a lecture? Okay, then I'll leave.
So there we go, boys and girls. JJ likes to lecture other people. He doesn't like to hear it back. Keep that on your little notepads.
Yeah, it's really, it is breathtaking that he's like, hey, flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger. So Dunning-Kruger's everybody. No. Only flat earthers are. Why? Because it's some Dunning-Kruger survey. That did what? Just ask people what they believe? Yeah. Yeah, it was just a survey. It didn't have anything else to do with it. No. Just ask people, hey, do you believe in flat earth? Yep. Okay, here you go. What? Oh, you're Dunning-Kruger then. Huh. It's like they don't get it. They somehow think that this is a weapon. They're supposed to use this as a weapon to like deem certain belief systems as like unworthy or something like that. Like, oh, that belief system Dunning-Kruger. Well, that belief system Dunning-Kruger. That belief system is too. Flat Earth has nothing to do with other people at all. No one
So
comes
check
in
it
here
out.
and says, I think the earth is flat because something to do with somebody else. They've gone out, they've measured, observed, and used the earth. Nothing to do with other people at all.
So the whole thing, if you read the abstract, is all about just belief. Like so the two conditions, Spanish speak. We focus in Spain. Relevant topic of Spanish-speaking world. After a qualitative analysis of YouTube videos on the main channels, on the subject, a survey was carried out on 1,252 individuals. The results point to two conclusions. First is the presence of a considerable Dunning-Kruger effect among flat earthers. So that's the first conclusion. There is a significant negative correlation between science literacy, I'll get it out, overall and practically all its dimensions, and overconfidence in science in this group. The second, evaluated through a regression tree, confirms that the interaction of low scientific literacy and overconfidence is highly relevant in explaining the belief in flat Earth. Neither factor alone is determinant, but the combination of the two, low scientific literacy and high overconfidence, leads to high levels of flat Earth belief. So these are people that just believe in flat Earth, not people that know it is. That's what that tells me.
Yeah, and it's also people who somehow think that they, like their science or whatever, is better than other people. But it's not even a scientific question. So the people there are like, they got their own idea of what science is. Like, hey, what is science? Well, science is knowledge. Okay, well, sure. If science is knowledge, let's ask people about their beliefs. Like, wait, what? Are you seriously? So you're gonna
I don't
say
think
that
they were asked about belief.
Yeah, they were. At the very first question, do you?
I was just reading out the abstract, Matthew.
No. Yeah, no, Matrix, you're right. The abstract says belief, but I think that's just the researcher saying that. The other guy who posted, in the first place, read us the research question, which was something like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you agree with the statement?
Matthew, that is behind a paywall.
Oh, okay. I mean, he read us
I'd be willing.
Statement, so I don't
actually,
know.
I'm gonna say it. I believe that Ice JJ'd be too tight to pay for it, mate. Since I've got to believe in something.
Matrix, in the part that you read, did it describe anything about in the research, the researchers taking a representative sample of the counterparts and studying them too to actually do a comparison?
No, it does not mention anything about that in the abstract. So I'll read. This article aims to analyse the factors influencing belief in a flat Earth. We focus on Spain, a country that sadly has some of the most relevant figures on this topic in the Spanish-speaking world. After our qualitative analysis of YouTube videos on the main channels on the subject, a survey was carried out. So was it carried out on the individuals directly, so me asking you questions directly, or was it carried out per watching the videos and analysing the videos? So it doesn't even break that down.
Basically, these people spent like the whole weekend just melting down on over flat Earth, watching YouTube videos. They got back the next week, and the professor's like, "Where's your homework? Where's your deliverables?" Well, you see, what happened was I wanted to do my assignments, but I ended up clicking on a bunch of YouTube videos, and now it's Monday, and I don't know what to do. Okay, just slam together some paper about something or whatever, and I'll give you a C. Okay.
Yeah, if you think about it, if the researchers are focusing on a particular demographic and fail to control for other variables such as, oh, they are of this demographic, right? There's nothing in that study that would suggest that the Dunning-Kruger is like a characteristic of their quote-unquote flat Earth belief, as opposed to being part of that demographic. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I wonder why the thing about focusing is it must be European because they're focused. They think like Spain is the dumbest European country. I've heard it before.
Okay.
By the way, Matrix, I found the question. It's before the paywall, so I posted it at 20 past.
There's a lot of bigotry in the European Union. Some stuff I've just recently looked into. They call it pigs. Portugal, Italy, Greece, and Spain.
Yeah,
and this is the way they talk about this thing. That's a European Union. Like you ask like German, French, like people, and they're like, yeah, we got to get rid of the pigs. You're like, wow, really? So this is just another show. What you could really get from this is somebody who wants to study that. Hey, let's look at the national jingoism inside the European Union. Here's a study from probably at the time British people talking Spaniards.
Let me read the question that they were asked. It says this. Consider the following statement. There is evidence that the earth is flat. Indicate your opinion. 0 meaning strongly disagree and 10 strongly agree. That was the question.
There is evidence that the earth is flat. Well, I agree. I don't do scale agree, disagree. I either agree or I disagree. It's black and white, yes or no. Binary, if you wish. There either is evidence or there is not evidence. It's not, I like this, but I'm not sure if it is. Like, huh?
Yeah, if they were going to ask for a sort of sliding scale question, it should have been more like, is there strong or weak evidence? At best. And then how you qualify that is beyond me. But, at least phrase the question properly, Who published
That's what I love doing.
Undergrads or something?
It's on journals.sagepub.com. I'll grab the link and post it up for you so you can snag it and have a look yourself.
Oh, I just posted it again. Oh,
got me. Nice. But yeah, like you said, 20, that survey should have also been done on a lot of other people, or actually the survey should have been done to keep it more blind. This question, all the other questions should have been asked first, and then at the end of it, are you a flat earther, yes or no? Or do you believe in a flat earth, yes or no? And then, okay, do you think that there is decent evidence for a flat earth, yes or no? Yes. Oh, cool. What's yours? Write it down.
Yeah, the survey should have been. It would have been more like they would have asked people a series of questions having nothing to do with the topic whatsoever. That would be like, do you think you're like a better driver than the other people? Do you rate your driving ability on, X, Y, and Z? Do you do, are you, when you go into a test, do you think you scored better than average? Or stuff like that. They have to ask questions that all key in on Dunning-Kruger. Then at the end, ask a bunch of questions. Some of them would be non sequitur. Like, do you like pineapple on pizza? Whatever. Like soccer is the best sport ever. Is the earth flat? Because they need to have control. They have to have controls in there.
But even then, yeah, you definitely need to have controls. But even if they did ask questions like that, like your driving ability or whatnot, how would they know? Like, how would the researchers know? Like, from their standpoint, that they, for example, ask a guy, how's your driving? And the guy's like, oh, I drive a 9 out of 10 or 10 on 10, right? Are they going to say, oh, well, this guy is a Dunning-Kruger because he's rating himself so high? Or does the guy happen to know that, yeah, he's a damn fucking good driver. He's never had any accidents, never been pulled over, yada, yada. Like, you know what I mean? Like, does a high self-rating score indicate automatically Dunning-Kruger?
No,
you know what I mean?
it
Like,
has to be because if you had reasons for it,
That's what it sounds like in this survey. That's what IceJJ seems to be portraying. That we've instantly scored high. Clown shoes.
yeah, if there's reasons for it, then it's not. But if your reasons are that other people are stupid, that you're just better than other people, then it is. It has so this says, yeah, I've never been in an accident. I get
yeah,
a discount from my insurance because of never been in an accident. Then it's
yeah.
not.
If they ask those questions,
Yeah, but it sounds like they didn't. Basically, their
exactly.
whole
Yeah,
answer
that's what I was getting at. That's what I was getting at. Like, just the strict 1 out of 10 rate yourself on X is insufficient. That's what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Which is, it sounds like that this type of study kind of revolved around. And I was curious. I was just looking at the authors of the paper. I was wondering, maybe Matthew can answer this. When authors are listed at the top, and they're affiliated with like an institution or a university, normally they put their kind of latest degree achieved, right? Like a master's or PhD or whatever in the titles.
Well, I don't know if it's in the titles, but I see hyperlinks on their names. You could probably look them all up. I'm sure that's public somewhere.
Okay, because I'm looking here. They're not listed there. So I was just wondering.
They're listed on the line under the title.
No. I mean their degrees.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna dig into it. Because for all we know, like, these are just undergrads or some shit, trying to get a name for themselves.
It has to do. Remember too that the Dunning-Kruger effect was considered a parody. It wasn't real science. It wasn't a scientific endeavor. It's meant to like point a finger at people who think they're really smart.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
Yeah,
so
right.
yeah,
say if they're PhDs.
Yeah, well, I just found if you go into it, like for example, the first guy, Jose Luis Arroyo or whatever, if you click on the link starting with ORCID, for example, I think that'll show more. That for the first one, it says he's a professor, and the second one, no, nothing like that. No professor. Okay, so there's one professor so far.
Well, sometimes with that too, they call him the marker. Like, hey, professor, I need to put your name on this because, like, I want to have this paper get published. And they'll be like, yeah, I'll put my name down as a oh crap, I can't remember there's a term for it. Like, not an auditor, but like
PI.
Yeah, like a oh man, there's a you're involved. It's a term for like involved, not involved.
Yeah, PI is I think it's primary investigator. Usually those are the PhDs or whatever, they're overseeing some sort of project or whatever. They might be doing some managerial stuff. At least that was my involvement in some research groups at a university. There's a PI, he's kind of there for some meetings, but we're doing all like technical shit. So yeah, anyway. The other two guys, they don't seem to have.
Well, the one guy, Carlos Dillon, has a PhD in finance and an MBA.
Okay. Well, there's three here, right? Jose Luis, Carlos, and Victor Luis.
I would just say something like this was a planned hit piece from the get go anyway.
Could be hard to tell, but for whatever it's worth, it's poorly done. They got these lowly like undergrads or whatever doing their first research paper or something.
Might have been an excuse for him to to push out other flat earthers to finger people, because it's only flat earthers that are going to bitch about it. So as soon as someone puts their hand up, excuse me, mate, I don't think that's right. The whole class turns around and goes, fucking flat earther, we found you. We knew you were hiding.
There you go.
No, they're usually pretty easy to detect with the dumb shit they say. So it's not.
Oh yeah. Welcome back, Moses. Have anything intelligent to say today?
Do I?
No.
I mean, I would say that yeah, I would say most things I say are quite
He
intelligent.
just blurted a Dunning Kruger.
You got to be a little bit less dense than a rock to understand it, but I mean,
yeah.
Well, then if you've got a ball, there should be measured drop over distance, and you don't seem to comprehend that.
Yeah, we tried last time.
Sorry, repeat what you said. What don't I comprehend? That your balls drop over distance?
On the ball.
Oh, you're so funny. You're so funny, dude.
On the ball tard, you'd have drop over distance.
Measured drop over distance. Moses.
I think it went over his head, dude. Like that laser should have.
I know. This is one of these special ones where it's, I'm going to get the crayons out and draw you a little picture. And then when I'm done drawing the picture, I'm going to put the crayons back so you don't fucking eat them.
Tabarnak.
Yeah, Platter made a good point about that Eurozone countries getting bailouts because of posterity in retirement pensions. I think that was another problem too with that, is that, like, say Portugal and Greece and Italy, a lot of like German, French, and English people would go there for their retirement homes, or go there for these like lavish European vacations. Meanwhile, the people working there were kind of like working for tips. You're like how the fuck we live in the same Eurozone. Our money is worth just as much as your money, but you're throwing it around like it's candy. I mean, it's just a matter of time. I mean, people talk about. I'm surprised it's still. I mean, was it like almost 20 years now? I mean, when did the euro? I mean, it was convenient when it first came out. I'm like, this is kind of nice because traveling around European countries, just having one currency rather than switch currencies every time you pass the border. I mean, even though a lot of people took, it didn't matter where you were, they would take anything. Yeah, hey Matthew, you're right there. This is an atmospheric visual effect, not a physical effect of the curvature of the Earth. That's the point.
Hey, Matthew.
Yeah, that's why I don't think that this is going to make much difference either.
Have a look at the image I just posted up for you. Look at that. The atmospheric conditions are 1,000 times worse. But yeah.
Yeah, you can see a lot more. You can see it a lot clearer. Why is it backwards though? Is it a different place?
Same distance, other side.
Is this the Black Swan location in Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
There's I don't know if you know this, but there's an island.
There's actually an island 27 mile out. Yeah.
So that's looking back towards California.
Oh, so you're looking back.
Yeah.
But what I love is when you lot go, oh, but atmospheric conditions and refraction. And it's, hang on a minute, here's your so-called atmospheric conditions. A lot worse than the original Black Swan image. So, what are you going to do now?
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying that things change based on atmospheric refraction, or actually.
Yeah, I mean, we do agree that like when light travels through different mediums, it does refract, right? Like we're not arguing that, right?
No, the globe side argues against that.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
When it travels from one medium to another, is what you were trying to say, Moses?
Yeah, like if light is traveling through different densities of air or through water or
not through the Earth though. Yeah, not through the Earth. Once you hit the Earth, it will stop the light. That's their explanation.
Right, I'm not saying I mean, like, there's obviously some infrared and things, but yeah, I'm not arguing that it hits the Earth for the most part.
The geometric curve of the Earth, the leading edge of a balltard.
And what you said isn't necessarily correct either. I mean, it has
light
to have
does not refract as it travels through different mediums. What's not correct about that? Please enlighten me.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily.
Right, so yes.
Okay, mediums of different
densities. Oh, do you want to hear my fucking answer or not, dickhead?
As long as I can understand, you're saying different densities when it travels.
Yes. Different medium, different density, whatever. Different substances. It depends on an angle of incidence. Thank you. That's all I wanted to get out, you dickhead.
Yeah, this is Tyson's explanation for why Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. He wanted that song to get removed from singing it to kids. Because he wanted, like, I can't remember the exact verbiage he used, but something like twinkle, twinkle, light refraction, or something like that. You're like, seriously, dude? He's like, yeah. Yep, so Mr. Multiple doctorate degrees in astrophysics, the thing you want people to know is that Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is causing the downfall of humanity. Because A, it's not a star, it's Venus, and B, it's not actually twinkling. And he's like, yeah.
I mean, if you have astigmatism, it twinkles, right?
This is why I think it's important for you guys to actually talk to Tyson, so he'll block you guys too or ignore you. You're like, oh, but I'm on the same side as you.
So just to confirm, when since Snowy's talking, when you're talking about drop over distance, you're referring to this the vertical drop that should occur, and you're saying I'm assuming you're taking like the d squared, like whatever the inches over a mile is, or whatever, however you're measuring that, if it's kilometers, whatever you're doing, right? So drop times
8 inches per mile
right?
squared is the
sure, whatever, yeah, whatever I'm sure you could look at it either way you want to look at it. 8 inches per mile squared, like whatever. Either way, but like that's so like 8. In fact, let's just write that out, right? So you're saying, and is it 8
How
inches?
about you look in
Is
the
that
side chat?
Yeah.
Look in the side chat.
Square.
We drew pictures for people just like you.
Right. Perfect. Wonderful. Right. Okay. Beautiful. Right. Beautiful. So, what is this equation describing?
The physical drop of the alleged globe Earth from your location over water or something flat.
No, it's not. It's measuring the geometry of a parabola, right? I mean, we all know what basic x squared equation. We all took geometry, right? This is a parabola. This makes a parabola. It doesn't make a sphere. It makes a parabola, right? We all agree on that.
But it's close.
Yeah.
Right?
We all
Like,
agree.
this isn't the right geometry for a sphere, right?
No. Check
you're
this
right.
out.
It's close
like
enough.
the actual equation would be much more complicated, right?
Moses, do you want the full equation? I can get
please.
that.
Okay, I just asked if that was the equation. I was told yes.
No, it's an approximation. Okay, because it's very simple
pretty
to
bad
write
one,
out.
right? So
are you sure? Oh, really?
It completely ignores height, right? It completely ignores
Matthew,
it
Moses.
completely ignores observer height.
Moses.
No, it doesn't account.
Yeah, Moses. If you wish to hear his answer, how about you shut up for a second? I've got no problem with you asking questions, but if you want the answer, you got to zip it, bro.
Yeah, Moses. Since you said it's a poor example, or a poor formula, or a poor approximation
for a circle, for a sphere. Like if we're claiming it's a sphere, it's a poor. Yeah.
Thank you. So what's the error margin?
I mean, it's not even accounting for observer height at all, right? So it's just completely wrong, right?
Well, neither does the original. Okay, let me
what
send
original?
Okay, let me send you.
Is there a new one? Do you have a new one?
No, dude. Wait, hold on. Did I put it in the right order? I think I did. There you go. Okay, this is the full derivation of the parabolic approximation. Okay, from scratch. This is how it's determined, or one way that it's determined. Okay, hang on.
Nice.
Hang on. Hang on, my lady. Okay, and if you want, let me get you here you go. A little table demonstrating that for our uses, for our particular, points of discussion.
Like if we're an ant on the ground, or like what's this doesn't account for height, right? Or do you have an account for height?
Right. This equation, the original or the approximation, is not the proper tool to account for height. This is strictly speaking, drop over distance. A perfect analogy is if you take a basketball and you put a ruler on top. You just lie the ruler on top of the basketball, right in the middle, like a teeter-totter, like a seesaw. And you'll notice that there's a nonlinear growth in the distance between the surface of the ball and the under part of the ruler, right?
I mean, I have to grab. Like I'll be honest. Like I've never you're giving me I'd have to really graph that out, I guess. Yeah. But I'm just assuming about you're talking like if you just shot a basketball, you had like a clean arch, and it's like I'm just trying to clarify. No.
A good example.
The ball's not moving. It's going.
Can you shut up for a second? Okay. Yeah. In the six images that I sent at 42 minutes past. Yeah, but don't interrupt me.
Okay. Yeah,
42 minutes past the hour. Shh. Okay, 42 minutes past the hour. There's 6 images. You go to the 6th one. Okay, you'll see there's a little graph that depicts what we're talking about. Do you see it?
I'm not sure what you mean. I'm scrolling up here. 42.
Okay. 42 minutes past the hour.
One picture. I see second picture. I see third picture. I see fourth picture.
From me?
I only see like 4 total pictures. No, I don't know. They're all from
you. One wasn't from you. Moses, stop being difficult.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
Hey, bro, I'm genuinely not being difficult. I'm genuinely looking through the chat.
No, you're generally known for being a menace.
Fuck yourself, dude. I'm genuinely.
You can genuinely start pulling your head in. You're not doing yourself any favors. Seriously. It came through 20. There's 6 images at 42 past the hour.
May I ask a
Running in
question?
3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 underneath it.
And then after that, there's an image of a few data tables, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
May I ask a clarifying question real quick, please? Matrix?
No. I'm waiting for Moses.
No.
Okay.
I want to clear this up with Moses. He needs help.
Waiting for me and I'm muted. It's ironic. So apologies. I didn't realize you could stack images and it would appear as one. I was looking for 6 separate postings. I apologize.
Oh, no problem. One post with 6 screenshots of a paper.
Okay.
Okay. Go to the 6th one, and you'll see there's an XY graph.
Yeah. Better, but still not a sphere, right?
No, it's a quarter sphere for our purposes. If you go to the 5th one, you'll see.
But it's actually not though, right? Because it's
no. Let me finish. Excuse me. I should not. My apologies. I said quarter sphere. I meant quarter circle. Okay. If you go to the 5th page, you'll see the full thing in its representation. If you go to the 6th
page,
one,
did you say?
5th page, the one right before it, right? You'll see the full parabola in relationship to the quadrant 1 and 2 of a circle. Okay. Top parts, top right and top left. Okay.
Yeah.
But that's neither here nor there. What I'm trying to point out to you, okay, the analogy that I drew for you, okay, a minute ago, is depicted by this graph. You see there's that black hashed line that goes horizontally?
Yeah.
And there's a dx in red?
Yeah.
Okay. That hashed black line is the ruler in my example earlier. Okay?
Yep.
You see the semicircle is drawn out below it, and you also see there's the right side of a parabola also, P. You see how gracefully they touch each other and then separate? That's all I'm talking about. So that gap between the hashed line and the quarter circle, f of x, grows, quote unquote, non-linearly.
Right, of course, because the line's not linear, right? I'd agree. Yeah.
Right. Because it's non-linear, we approximate it with the simplest of non-linear expressions, a parabola, for simplicity.
Right,
That's
but
all.
I mean, that gets you numbers that are totally off, right? And then you're still not accounting for observation
See,
height, right?
so I would ask you, let me ask you, what constitutes quote unquote totally off?
Well, like, I mean, your horizon distance is already 3 miles just by being 6 feet tall, right? Just for accounting for height, right? So it's like I don't like.
So compare the two formula.
Hey, I'm not asking. I'm talking to you.
Compare the two formula.
I'm not talking to you.
You're having a bitch about the formula being incorrect. Compare it to the other one. 6 foot and where the horizon should be. Let's do them side by side.
It's not correct geometry of a sphere. It's not.
No, but nobody's saying it's the exact formula of a sphere, dude. That's why it's called an approximation.
Though, right?
That's why it's called an approximation.
And let me show you how fucking close it is. All right, go to the next slide. Over. You'll see a few data tables.
I would say it's off by somewhere between 7 and 15%, depending on how far we're talking.
At what distance? Hold up, 20. Hold up. At what distance?
Smaller.
At what distance? 1,000 yards.
Smaller.
At 1,000 miles.
Yeah, more accurate.
At 1,000 miles, how far out?
Way off.
Yeah,
it's far off.
Okay,
way off. Give us a percentage.
Yeah,
15% at least.
Okay, so obviously you didn't look at the graph that I gave you. Okay, because it's all jotted
You
out.
looked at a lot of things, and you asked me to look at some specific things.
Dude,
right?
I asked you to look at the next screenshot, which is a set of data tables in which I provide the differences, or i.e. the error margins or the error percentages. Okay, so you'll see at 1 mile.
Which one of these is this on?
Okay, you remember the block of 6 screenshots?
Yep.
Yeah, go to the one after that.
Oh,
it's a single
screenshot. I see. Yep,
go to the last go examine all 3 tables at your own volition. Okay.
And what is the
So if you look at the last table, what this is comparing is the actual drop distance between the parabola estimated by P derived from the other thing, the thing that we're using to approximate the actual drop.
The AX D squared.
Compared to the actual drop. Okay? And you'll see that even up to 500 miles or 1,000 miles, okay? Rather, excuse me, up to 500 miles in this table, you're still 99% or greater accurate. Once you hit 1,000 miles, you're about 98.38% accurate. So anywhere between or anywhere around 700 to 800 miles and below, you're within 99% accuracy. Since we're doing shit at about 10, 20, 30, 40 miles, right, in the tests that other people have articulated already to you, you're still within 99.5, 99.8.6% accurate. We're talking about maybe a couple inches to a couple feet off at best. When we have multiple feet or hundreds of feet, discrepancies between the test results and what we would expect.
Can you show me the equation that you're using? Like you're saying, this is what I'm comparing. The difference in the margins. Can you give me the equation that you're saying you're comparing to, so I can compare it to
no problem. No problem. So the full derivation is in the 6 before. So if you know any calculus whatsoever, you can fully double check my work. But in the end, if you just want the raw equation, you can just go to the last screenshot, right? Where the drop is defined by negative x squared over 2r. How that was derived, if you don't believe me, then you can check the work.
Yeah, but you do understand. You do understand your math is all wrong, right?
Yeah. Where?
That was Timmy.
Yeah, fucking Timmy.
So wait, so what? So 20. What you were saying? So basically, that
8
per mile square.
1 sec.
Okay.
1 sec, Travis. Can we just boot him, please? Just boot him, so there's no chance of interrupting again.
Am I good?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just wanting to clarify. So when you were saying out to 1,000 miles, that it was 98.3% accurate. Is that the 8 inches per mile squared compared to the other equations, or is that what you were doing, or is this?
Yeah, that's what I'm comparing. I think I may have just back of the napkin mathed it wrong because I was articulating a number that was between the numbers in the data table, so I was estimating. But if you look at the last line, the last table, the last line, where it shows the distance in miles, the drop to the parabola, and the drop to the circle, right? You'll see there's a 2 mile or so difference, and that's basically 1.62% error. So 100 minus 1.62 is 98.38.
At 1,000 miles distance.
At 1,000 miles, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. No problem.
So 20, the one that's at 52 past the hour, it looks like it has the same numbers for mile 200, 300, 400, 500, and 1,000. Is
52?
That right? 52 past the hour.
So, right. So, yeah, my understanding is this particular table was derived using, I think it was a data fitting with a single point or something like that using Pythagoras, right? So the two equations I think are basically, 99% with, accurate to each other. They're both approximating about the 8, right? So I think people have thrown out the figure 7.98, and then they just round it to 8.
Okay.
Right? I think that was why they were data fitting, basically, with 1 or 2 points using Pythagoras. So I argue that my approach is more general and therefore more accurate, and probably what that is actually approaching using Pythagoras. So I just go with mine instead.
Okay.
But yeah, basically the same thing.
when you're done with Moses, hey Matthew, would you give us your opinion on the 8-inch per mile squared equation compared to others equations?
Go ahead now.
Sure. It does. So you were asking earlier if it had to do with height of observer height. It doesn't take that into effect. It's only about the surface. And 8 inches per mile squared is close enough to that parabola is close enough to the actual spherical number for at least up to 150, 200 miles.
Thank you.
Depending on what your threshold is, though.
Well,
right?
Yeah, I mean, close enough within 1%, maybe.
Well, that's what I was saying before, up to 1,000 miles, right? At 1,000 miles, you're at 1.3% off. 1.6% off. So at about, I think it was at 780. You're at 0.99% off. So it's around that, and below anything below that, you're within 1% accurate off. So 99% accurate.
Yeah. It only has to work for up to 100 or 200 miles because nobody says you could even see through 100 miles because there's too much haze anyway.
In which case, I think according to this, at 100 miles, you have a 1.595 times 10 to the negative 2% error. So what is that? 99.9985 or something percent.
Right. It would be close enough within an inch or two.
Can I should have asked this before, but how are we actually measuring what the drop is?
It's assumed based on a average radius of 3959.
No, I get that. But I just mean like in experimental data, like when we're testing to see if this is true. Like if our
Oh, I see. I maintain there's no way to do a direct measurement by slapping a ruler, a mile-long ruler across the ocean or something like that. So instead, there are indirect techniques like shooting lasers across or visual information, that kind of stuff. But that's of course susceptible possibly to atmospheric effects. So there's no good way to get a super exact number.
I know it's radio telescopes is the way to do that. Using the Earth itself as the satellite will provide you with the exact shape of that satellite.
Before we move on, can I get an acknowledgement from Moses that they understood everything?
Yeah, I mean, I disagree, but I understand. Yeah,
you understand what I mean,
Moses? You understand the points?
No, absolutely, yeah. And I will. To be honest, I couldn't see any. You definitely were, doing your own estimation here, looking at this math. I was trying to see what you were really comparing to from the start,
right? So earlier when you said, "Oh, it might be about 15% off,"
I would say when you total in all the factors, yeah, light refraction, the fucking.
Oh, but that's not what we were talking about. That's not what we were talking about. We were talking about strictly geometric.
Well, yeah, and that's why I clarified later. It's wait, maybe I should ask how we're even measuring, because I'm just saying in total of actually trying to interpret it, right? I don't think it would be
okay. But
because everyone in here, the problem is that I have is that everything in here in this flat Earth thing the whole time has been about it has to be personal experience and measured it yourself and did it and observed it and I know it. I don't believe it. I know it, right? And what I'm hearing right now is this is a math thing that we believe, and I was just surprised. I misunderstood. I thought this was a we know thing.
No, who says belief? Okay, did I say anything about belief in me outlining this math for you?
Well, I mean, no, but in the thing you said before, you made it very clear there wasn't a clear, real way to test it, right?
That was not. I didn't say that.
Oh, sorry. Maybe I confused your voice with someone else. There's a lot of people in here. I apologize.
Yeah. So my point here though is you can. Yeah, I think that was Talon.
Okay.
My point is here The entire purpose of me outlining this for you is because you threw shit at the wall, something about the parabolic approximation does not work. I showed you how it does, up to 99% accuracy, and you're saying I don't
for
agree.
Actually, yeah. I'm saying for actually, like, you know, like trying to like measure this. Like I'm like if I want to know it, I don't want to just believe in some math. I want to know it. And so
I
it's like,
appreciate
yeah, I don't think
that.
it works,
I
right?
appreciate that. But my point is using this as a template, right, to which we can go out, do stuff, and then compare is more than sufficient up to 99% accuracy, if
There you
not
go. Yeah,
greater than that.
it's an acceptable standard. It's an acceptable
I'm still not
standard.
quite
Let's
sure
move
which
on.
equation it
Let's
is
move
you're
on. Who gives a
comparing
shit
everything
what
to,
you
but
think, bro? You're
I'll agree.
nobody. You're
Screw
nobody.
yourself, bro.
That equation is entered into Google. Google gives you that when you ask about the rate of curvature. So shut your fucking mouth and let's move on. It's accurate enough.
Yeah. So all that to say, that's that. That's the parabolic approximation. If you have any qualms about it, you can argue with some professors or something. What was it? Washington University or something has a page on this shit. They use they basically derive data fitting a Pythagorean theorem triangle or something, right? But they still round it up to 8 inches is more than sufficient. So if you have any problems, go have qualms with them, or try and break my math apart. But I'm pretty sure you couldn't even read half of it if you tried. Okay.
And I'm pretty sure you're being derogatory for no reason.
Not being derogatory.
Yeah,
Speaking
I
the
think
truth.
when you say that
No,
you
I'm
don't think that
speaking the
someone
truth.
can read some fucking
Okay.
basic calculus just to be derogatory, like I
Okay.
don't.
Well, if you can, then do it and try and find the flaws in the math, please.
I didn't say there was flaws in your math. I never said you had flaws.
Okay.
In your math.
Dude, let's see if he can read
I
it.
never said that. I never even said
Let's
that.
see if he can even read your math.
Because if you can't, then you have really no way of saying that this is wrong.
I didn't. I never said it's wrong. I just said it's less accurate than it could be, and I think we can all agree that it is less accurate than it could be, right? Like, and
Yeah,
I just
you
again go back
got
to the
wrecked
point.
on this, dude. Just
Back
put
to the
your
point.
tail between your legs and stop.
Dude, no one here is going to say that this is less accurate than the actual equation of a circle. We're not fucking stupid. It's called an approximation. But the problem is, it's actually the best, arguably, approximation out there.
For like theoretically understanding the amount of the drop.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's all.
I agree. Yeah. I just
it's
again, like
pure
I was coming from a
math.
place of like trying to know, not theory, right? So that's why I didn't think it was very
You're-
effective, right?
No, but here's the thing, right? We can know the theory. We can know the math. We're not guessing the math. We're not guessing or believing the math. It checks out. And then the question is, does reality adhere to what this tells us it should? If, of course, we are on a ball of this big, of said size. Right? That's where the belief comes in. You have to take it on face value that we do. And you already have without even checking the math.
Wait, I've done what without checking the math?
You already took it at face value that we live on a ball without checking the math. So here we are showing you the math, telling you it doesn't add up. Or
I'm just like, how doesn't it add up?
Yeah.
How doesn't it add up exactly? Where's the
the drop over distance that we get?
Where's the real world evidence that it's not like that?
Oh, I'm glad you asked. Anyone got those links on hand? Of laser tests and shit? I can go get some if you want.
Yeah, I would love it. Yeah. Or even just tell me where to look. I don't mind looking myself. But I've never seen a test that was properly done and actually uses real math and shows the claim that you're making.
That's amazing.
Right.
That's the whole shtick for why, like, FE Core, when that was first being done, all the globalists were pounding the war drum. This is the end of flat Earth. You guys are finished. Here's engineers, doctorates in physics and light. They're going to do a laser experiment and demonstrate the curvature of the Earth. You won't have anything to say about it after this is done.
I'm not saying that
It's
they've
done.
demonstrated
Yeah,
the other
Moses,
way. I'm
you
just
have to
saying you
talk when
guys
I'm talking.
haven't demonstrated your way.
You have to talk when I'm talking. You don't have to do that.
Apologies.
It's
I
over.
just wanted to
Then the FE core comes out and says the results are a flat Earth. Oh, these guys are a bunch of scabs. They don't know what they're doing. They're kooks. They're losers. Who would ever, you know? It was like the most amazing goalpost shift ever. It's like, wow, look at these guys. They are the ones you need to listen to only if they get the conclusion you already agree with. As soon as FE Core came up with a conclusion that you disagreed with, suddenly now, man, these guys are awful human beings. Like, seize them.
I'm not sure.
It just goes to show you that you don't care about any tests or results. You just care about the conclusion. Is the Earth a balltard? That's it.
What I care about is the predictions that the model makes and the accuracy of those predictions.
You're good with it. If they don't get a balltard, then there's something wrong with them.
No. I've never even heard of these people, so you're not speaking to me when you say that. I don't know
Yeah,
who
I
you're
am,
speaking to, but it's not to me because I've never even heard of these people. So you can't make that claim.
You're predictable because you're that predictable.
That makes 0 sense, my man. I apologize.
Yeah, you're that predictable.
Okay.
Moses, how about this too?
I asked you to prove your side. I didn't say that they can prove their side. I just asked prove your side. Yeah.
Moses.
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
5 minutes past the hour and 6 minutes past the hour, Buzz and I happen to have both shared the same link.
Okay, perfect. I'm scrolling down here. It's a video. Okay.
Grab one of them. These are the guys that Crit was alluding to.
Okay, these are the FE core people or whatever?
Field engineering core, yeah.
Okay.
Some group of guys
is this
that that went
private
and did.
thing, or is this a government thing? Is this a...
I think they're private.
Okay.
Yeah, private funded and everything. So they went out and did, I think, 3 or 4 tests over gradually larger and larger distances, 10, 15, 20, and 40 or something like that. Could be wrong on the numbers, but you'll see. They're very technical.
How the fuck did I lose?
Very extensive. So take your time. They have all the technical documentation in it. It's all there. And that's only one of many.
I mean, all I'm seeing from this drop is evidence of the space station and how it works, but I'm going to scroll through this bit.
How about you start at the beginning and watch it?
All in one, baby!
Maybe another time.
All right.
I mean, right now is not I'm not going to sit down and watch a 1-hour video.
No, not right now.
I'm definitely down to check out what the ideas are, though.
At your leisure there.
As for me, I'll admit that my belief in the globe is so strong that it doesn't matter what FE Core comes up with.
I don't believe in the globe. I know that it's a globe. Is Cider in the voice? I was wondering if Cider has a mic. Did Cider leave? No, there's Cider. Wanted to talk to Cider. Daggett, I do know that it's a globe. I don't believe. I don't need belief.
I think that belief and knowledge can overlap, and that some beliefs are true.
Well, I'd
But
say
in this,
that means that
sorry,
if he's making a knowledge claim, he has first-hand experience that doesn't require interpretation or inference, just plain old straight out experience of it being a globe.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, what is it?
Physical evidence.
wait,
That
knowledge
doesn't
requires
require
first-hand experience.
interpretation. Not secondary, first-hand, can't be inference, it can't be interpreted. Just straight out, it tells you flat out, no pun intended, that it's a globe. Go ahead.
Yeah, from the shape, from the measuring and calculating its shape.
Yeah, thanks for the clarity. Couldn't be
Right.
vague enough, could you?
You take the surface of something huge. You need interesting ways to measure it.
Come on, globe Jesus.
Huge isn't a size or a shape or anything. That's just your opinion.
Huge isn't the size or shape. It's the
No,
biggest shape,
it's an
Travis.
opinion. It's
Travis,
just
it's
your opinion.
huge. The Earth is huge, Travis. It's like no other Earth before. It's huge.
Is it? I thought Neil deGrasse Tyson said
Like your
Earth was
mom.
just
It's
one
like
of
your mom.
trillions of grains of sand. It's just one of them in
It's like
an
your mom,
infinite
Travis.
beach.
It's huge, Travis. Like your mom. Come on, buddy. You can do
So
better
it's
than that.
ridiculous when you're like, oh, it's just too big to measure. No, it's
I didn't
not.
say that.
Too big is just, it's too huge. It's so huge. We can't measure something huge. Huge doesn't mean anything. That's not a measurement or a size.
I didn't say too huge. I said a huge thing makes it more complicated. Like you can't just take a
You can't
ruler
huge.
and because like
It's just a grain of sand on an infinitely
yeah.
long beach.
So like what? So do you need a really tiny ruler and you have to measure every grain of sand to measure the distance across the surface?
It doesn't matter how you do it. I don't care how you guys do it. I just want to see these measurements.
Yeah, but well, I mean, we just went. I showed them to you for like 45 minutes earlier.
No, you didn't. I'm not going
There's,
to rehash this one.
yeah, well, I mean, okay, good. So I mean, then
Do you have
I'll
actual evidence or measurements for 66 feet of curving drop across a 10-mile wide lake? Anything we can look at?
yeah, we can do that.
Show me. Link it in the side chat.
Oh yeah.
And if it's the same great trigonometrical study, I'm going to link the same thing that they went in with a model,
See if I can find
presupposed
my.
model.
Let me see if I can find my like video, video of the physical evidence, real quick. Because we do agree that cameras exist, right? They can take video. I really like this video. If I can find, hopefully I can find it. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter at this point. We've done them both going over the horizon bit.
Make sure it has the curve amount, target distance, viewer
Well,
height.
doesn't it arbitrary though? Like,
Just make sure it has that information.
Show you an arbitrary distance, a curvature at an arbitrary, like especially a distance again that is too small in the sample size for something so huge. When you have to measure something huge, you don't take
what is
a
too
tiny
small
sample
mean?
size.
How big is huge?
This just goes into basic science
Does
literacy where
too
you have
small
to
have a
understand.
numerical value?
Right, that's what I'm saying. Like if you want to be
25,000 miles.
accurate and literate, you would want to have
Just stop being an idiot. I will
About
never open a
25,000
science
miles.
book
It's
and
about
read
25,000
anything where
miles.
it says it's too huge to measure. It's
So like
so
again,
small.
like what better way
Just
to
put
measure
the
is like
globe
instead of
evidence
time
in the side chat. Put this that you keep talking about. Put it in the side chat so we can look at it.
What do you mean? I mean, you already know what I'm gonna put in there.
I'm not sure.
So like you got to stop at like
All
let's
I'm-
just use the
wanna
trig.
hear your
Just use the trig
excuses, bro.
example. Just use my
Yeah,
trig
dude.
survey as
Dude,
the
there's
example
no
of what I
need
would
for all
put on
these
there.
excuses, dude. Just put
You
the
can argue
evidence
with
for
me
the.
about the
Just
trig
put it in
survey,
the
but you have
side
to
chat,
make me
dude. Put
go
this
over and
evidence
over
for
it.
Hey, this-
curvature in the side chat.
Hey, this.
Right.
One sec. It's supposed to be first hand. Did you do this?
I'm citing the experts.
No,
I
first
wouldn't waste my time.
hand to make a knowledge claim.
This
First
is
hand to make a
again, that's
knowledge claim, bro.
arbitrary. Having to do it
No,
firsthand is arbitrary
it's
standard.
you claim to know, not claim that somebody else knows, and you're relying on their knowledge. You claimed you know.
Right, like I
So
wasn't
you
even
did
alive
this,
that World
right?
War II
So
happened,
you
but
did this. So you didn't do this. So chuck that out. Post the part that represents your knowledge.
this is my knowledge of the measurement of the Earth curve is based on the knowledge from this trig survey where they did the measurements that you're asking for.
Okay, so
This
the quick
this is your knowledge of someone else's claim
It's not a
that
claim.
you haven't verified.
First of all,
So
it's
do
claim.
it.
Claim.
So go and do it. So go and do it then, and come back, and then you can use it.
That's an unreasonable standard.
See, this is one of those guys, dude. I
Right.
love these guys.
So change
I
your
love Team Tibet,
verbiage
but way
then.
back.
So change your verbiage then. Say, I don't know. These people claim they do, and I'm going to rely on that.
No, but I'm not. I know that this is what the measurement that
You
we're
know it. You know it's true and it's correct because you went out and replicated it, right? Verification, right?
I mean, replicating it and verifying it is beside the point. And yes,
Would
we can look up.
would mean that you can share in that knowledge. You can't share in that knowledge until you've done what they said they did and got the results they said they did.
Right,
So
'cause they're the
post what you are relying on for your claim of knowledge.
Because knowing,
Of
yeah,
somebody
having
else,
knowledge
not
doesn't
somebody
mean
else's.
physically
No,
doing
not
every
second.
experiment.
I specifically said not second hand. It's a
That's what it
second
says.
hand.
This is
First
but we
hand
all have
experience.
firsthand. We're all
First hand experience,
taking a
please.
firsthand look
Go
at
ahead,
the actual
Globe
survey.
Jesus. Go ahead and post what you think dictates
What's
your knowledge
firsthand
of the
evidence that
Earth's
the Earth
shape.
is flat?
Yeah,
Please
so
tell me.
what I think dictates the measurement of the surface of the Earth would be a survey of the actual surface using an accurate way to measure the shape of it. And so when you're measuring the shape of something, you use geometry. And the type of geometry that you would need to measure a huge object like the Earth, you would take trigonometry. You would use the specific
How big is
kind of
huge?
geometry where you
25,000 miles,
take
we said it.
something that is not an irregular shape, that isn't like a flat plane and not something easily created within a geometric environment, and taking accurate measurements of that irregular surface with something that is regular, like a triangle, and then getting an accurate measurement using math in your brain and accurately having the knowledge to do those calculations. So I don't physically have to go out there and like invent a fucking computer to use a computer and then like share with you the information from like all the knowledge of humans before us. Like that's fucking stupid. And it's really disingenuous.
+1.
It is so disingenuous to post that over and over. I already told you before they did that survey, they already had an ellipsoid model. They went out, they made measurements. The measurements did not match the model, so they made corrections until they matched the model.
Well, we have to go over that sentence again because there's incorrect. It's flawed.
Which part was incorrect?
Because you're saying that they made corrections with the model.
No, I said they already had a presupposed model before they went to do those surveys. They took the measurements and then they corrected those measurements via refraction or gravity or what have you, so that they would match the presupposed model.
Yeah, but that's what I was going. That's what I was talking about with Moses earlier.
So that's not that's not a measurement of anything really. It's just they're measuring things and they're like, oh well, there's supposed to be this much curve, so there must be this much. There must be a gravity well right there. Let's correct the math so it matches the supposed model. That's what they did.
Is it?
No, it's not.
What's your evidence of that? What's your first-hand evidence of that? Were you there?
Moses, please.
No, I took I linked it into AI, and I asked, "Is this like a 900?"
AI told you that's
Shut up,
first-hand
dude.
knowledge.
Dude, it's like a 900-page document, depending which one it is. Could be a 100-page one. They're huge documents, and I put it into AI and said, did the creators of this survey go in with a presupposed model and radius of the globe and then make corrections to their measurements to match this presupposed model? And then AI says yes, and it lists off between 5 and 12 different corrections for whichever trigonometrical survey they did.
And so what does that mean?
Which part did you not understand?
No. I mean, I understand all of what you're saying, but do you understand what of all?
I understand that they have a globe in their hand, and they're like, okay, let's go do some measurements across the country, and then if those measurements don't match this globe model, we're going to correct those measurements via refraction or gravity calculations until it matches this model.
Where did they get the model?
I don't know.
Well,
For the record,
can I tell you?
science
I know
does
where
not
they got
say
it.
it's round.
I know where we got the model now. Thanks to Moses.
Oh,
are you ready?
beautiful. Yep.
So the model that it was not presupposed, it was measured. It was the parabola that was used when we measured the dropover distance.
Mm.
Can you link this model, please? Link it in the side chat.
All we had to do is take
link the model in the side chat, dude.
Which is part of a sphere, right? Is a partial measurement, two-dimensional line.
Are you going to link the model or not? Link the model in the side chat so we can see it.
Again, the model is not presupposed. It's derived from the curve that we found when we measured the surface of the Earth. When we just measured the curve.
Link this model in the side chat so we can look at it.
That's the one that Matrix. It's the really fruity one. Where's that fruity? Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, right here. So like, because like you needed a model. Because again, before we actually measured like all of India, we had a model of what we assumed was the spherical Earth. Because we had not yet walked all of the continents to see what the shape was, and so before we did that, just as you said, because again, what you're saying is actually reinforcing everything I've said, and that is we used a model based on a parabola, and then we just completed the parabola because we were like, well, if this is a curve, it just kept on going. It would eventually form a three-dimensional globe, and we want to know exactly what shape the Earth is. Even though we are
is that your model in the side chat?
Again, presupposing something doesn't mean that
it's right or wrong. So long story short, we have a model, some ellipsoid model or something derived from some math. Then we go out and take some measurements. They don't fit that model, so we data fit it, right? Or in other words, correct it, i.e. manipulate it so that it does fit that model.
No, because when you start doing even like at the very beginning of the trig survey, once the parabola starts to establish itself, you can just make as many models as you want. You can make multiple models over and over and over again.
That wasn't the question.
20, that's exactly what they did. And for all of those 1800s and early 1900s surveys, every single one of them was like that.
Right, because that's a benefit. That's a power. That's not like a limit to accuracy.
That's called data.
A feature. That's a feature of the math.
No, that's just called data fitting.
No, it's not data fitting. It's correcting.
Yes, it is.
You don't
That's data fitting. Dude. That's data fitting. You have a fucking mathematical
what?
model.
What is
You
the
have
data
something
fitting?
else. It doesn't fit. So then you fit it. You
So, I mean, I don't
manipulate it so it
understand what you're
does.
saying. I don't know what what you
Cor-
mean by data fitting. So,
Correcting and data fitting in this context are synonymous.
okay, cool.
So
So
there's no
then
reason to argue.
you just
But
conceded.
the problem, no. The problem is though you're using the word corrected so as to
Right.
insinuate that you're making it right.
Well, that's how that
Right?
works. That's what
No, but
corrections are. What data fitting
you're
is
making
correcting
the thing is you're making it. Here's the problem though.
deviations.
Hold on. By saying you're quote correcting it insinuates that you're making it right or true, but it's not necessarily true in reality. It's just true insofar as it actually matches the model.
Well, in order to be correct,
What
in order
correction?
to be
It's
true,
worse.
if
It's
something
worse than
needs to
that.
be correct and to be true, wait a minute.
It's worse than that, bro. Okay, so what he's saying is the model is based on the measurements that they need to correct the measurements with.
Right, because in order for it to like the definition of correct,
It doesn't make
would
any
be
sense, bro.
to match
Well,
to
a
be
model is a
true.
model, right? It's not. It was just a
Yeah, we
base
updated
guess,
Yeah,
the
it's
right?
not
model.
reality.
We're
'Cause, like,
updating it to reality.
even if we
No,
made a
models
model
aren't
of
reality.
if we made an accurate model of the Earth, we wouldn't make it a perfect
If
sphere.
you're
We wanted
using the
to be
model
correct.
from incorrect measurements, if you're using a model that was based on incorrect measurements, how are you using the model to correct the fucking incorrect measurements, you idiot?
Because the measurements aren't incorrect. There's deviations in the measurements
Then they're
which
not called
make it less
corrections.
accurate.
But they're not called corrections.
Yeah, they are. They're called corrections. That's how you correct the deviation.
Right. So something was
Okay,
wrong,
good. That's
right? That
another.
needed to be made right. Right.
Well, where the measurement. No, you have to understand that the measurements are still correct. They are just there's deviations in the correct measurements that need corrections because they deviate from reality. And in order to be
Are
correct
you
to
sure about that?
reality, which is the
Are
point
you
we're
sure?
making, you have to do
Here's
the
the thing
correction.
though. The problem is though you only think they're quote incorrect or deviating because they're deviating from your presupposed model.
No, from the previous information we got, it's not presupposed. It's not a presupposed model. It's the previous data set.
Explain.
So like when you start, like for example, when they started India, it's not curving as much, and so right there they had a new model because they had done more. They had actually walked half of the continent of India, and so they had a decision. They could then make a hypothesis halfway to the equator, and it was a coin flip. Like let's say they flipped a coin, and if it landed heads, they would presuppose that the curve is going to maintain its degree of curvature. It's not going to change. Or you could presuppose that it's going to increase in curvature because when you get closer to the equator, there'll be more curvature and then that would get into whether or not the Earth is spinning. And so if you presuppose that the Earth isn't spinning, then you would be presupposing that the curvature is going to remain the same. But if you have the presupposition that the Earth is spinning, and then you're halfway across India, and then you're like, I think it's going to curve more because I think the Earth is spinning, and if the Earth is spinning, the mass of the Earth is going to be bulbous towards the edges where it's spinning. And guess who fucking gets the bragging rights at the end of the trig survey on India when they find out that it's curving more? Who do you think's going to have the bragging rights at the end of that
That's
expedition?
100% false. That was actually discovered supposedly in the early 1700s, like 100 years before that survey, that there was a different curve from between pole to pole versus equatorial.
Yeah, that's
So,
fine. That's fine. And then, but they
so
didn't.
they
Nobody
already
had
knew. They didn't
physically.
discover shit. Nobody
Had
got a
physically
prize for
done the
anything.
measurements. Yeah, because you can do tons of models when you take parabolas of the Earth. You can take as many parabolas as you want, and so like everybody had all these different measurements in all the different places, and they're like, well, what the fuck are we gonna do? We need to find out how big the who is right, and so they did every continent, and guess who fucking won?
Where did they get all these parabolas from? What?
I mean, I think it was just like an estimation, right?
We can't hear him.
No, he walked off.
Yeah, I think he walked away. I think it was an estimation based on how big they were guessing the
There's
planet
no
was,
guessing.
right?
It's measuring and then calculating and then measuring again and then
Well,
calculating.
sure, I agree, but I mean, like initially, like the very first time, right? Like
that was Eratosthenes when everybody was like, well, like all the geographers and like Eratosthenes didn't do one measurement. He was like the profession. He was the guy that was doing all the geography and trying to do maps. And him,
Yeah, we
and
don't
it was
use
him and a
Bronze
bunch
Age
of other
gold
map
herders.
makers that started needing to know whether or not the Earth was curved or not.
Yep, Bronze Age gold herders aren't taken with a lot of credibility around here.
Yeah, they migrated, so they needed to know whether or not the Earth was curved.
Okay, again, what did they do to actually measure the curvature?
In 1860s, they actually measured it.
How?
With theodolites and surveying.
Okay. So how far were these theodolite measurements?
They
like what were the ranges? What were the ranges that they were using?
all the continents.
What were the ranges of the theodolites?
He doesn't know, dude.
So go and look.
I know.
Go and look up
I
those
know he
measurements.
doesn't.
Not my fucking
He's gonna
problem.
end up conceding at some point that he doesn't know shit.
The picture's
Talking
right.
out
The
of his
picture's
mouth.
I can put the picture on because you can see the little triangles.
Articulate it out loud. Maybe
assumption.
will you please?
It's cool, man. You don't have to like ask unreasonable.
If you don't want to know the truth, you don't have to know it, bro. It's totally fine.
I'm asking
You can just
because I
remain in
want
ignorance. It's cool.
I want to know. That's why I'm asking him, dude. I want to dig into it. So, what theodolites were they using? What were the max ranges of these theodolites? What were the spans that they were surveying?
He doesn't know any of it.
No, we've done this. They literally had to build the theodolites from scratch.
Okay, so therefore you so
these are custom.
So you would okay,
made.
so they must have all the specs down, right?
Well, they understood like what they needed in order to have accurate measurements.
Perfect. So what were the specs? So as to get accurate measurements.
Let me say it really slow.
What were the
many times?
What were the specs of the theodolites?
They were.
Sir. What were the max range of the theodolites? What were the spans of the surveys? Please.
Again, we've gone over this. That this was the 1860s. They
No,
don't have.
I was
There
not
wasn't
here.
a fucking Walmart where they went and bought the theodolites and had a standard. They built them from scratch. There's
Perfect.
no range.
So they don't actually
They did it
know
as
how
much as they
accurate
could.
they
These
were.
were rudimentary from the.
Thank you very much. So therefore, we don't know how accurate they were. It was just accurate for maybe for practical purposes, right? Ballpark.
Like an
guess.
Who made theodolites? What?
Yeah, apparently they just built theodolites from scratch. Didn't know how fucking accurate they were, and just ran with it.
They built them.
How do they not know how accurate
Okay,
they were?
thank you very much. So how accurate were
Just
they?
because they built them doesn't mean they
What
couldn't have
range?
tested them. They couldn't have
Well,
evaluated
that's what.
them.
So how about this, right? So how about everybody shut the fuck up for a second and let Talon answer? How accurate were they? If they knew how accurate they were, please.
They were accurate enough. They were accurate enough to get correct information, data that was allowed
Thank
them
you
to
very much. So
calculate the correct.
how far were the tolerances on these things?
I don't know.
Okay. Can you find
that's
that?
That's an arbitrary question. Like
no, it's an actual real value because then we can compare.
It's a real value.
Not arbitrary. It's a real value that you can then use to gauge whether or not when they were using it, if they were using it appropriately or not. So how about you go get that and then we can talk about it, or you can shut the fuck up because you don't know what you're talking about. Obviously.
How would
You
you?
don't have
How would you determine?
You don't have sufficient information to discuss this to the fullest extent, sir.
Why do planes fly the path they fly? I've always wondered this
Wait
as
a
a
minute. Hold on.
believer in the
I
flat
got to
Earth.
look
I'm
at. I
curious.
got to read the map real quick because I want to do the scale. So it's 100 miles. Hold on. The scale per thing is about 50 to 100 miles. So if each quadrant is like
Is this the survey where they're using ad hoc theodolites that they built from scratch?
Yeah, the ones from the corrected in October 1922. Cool. So, because the reason why we know that these guys are correct is
So
because
get the specs of the theodolites, please.
dude, there are no specs for custom made theodolites from the 1860s. That is not how the fucking world works, dude.
Thank you very much. So they don't know how accurate they were up to
They
certain
knew how
ranges.
accurate they were because they built them.
No, well then how accurate were they? Fucking retard.
Don't know how accurate.
We're breaking out of this loop, dude. I hope everybody heard that.
Just because it's not recorded doesn't mean they didn't test and make sure they had accurate equipment. Like if you think they're going to go on this giant journey purposefully with like inaccurate equipment, I mean, it's like what do you want about?
Therefore, how can anybody verify this, sir? If it can't be repeated, if he's going to cite these guys,
you could do this. I mean, you can do this. You could take modern equipment out there and go repeat it.
Hang on a second. Okay, so instead of him citing these guys with insufficient information, he should cite somebody who maybe did emulate their test, but with actually precision instruments with recorded information that I'm asking for. Maybe, Talon, you can do that. How about that? You got that instead?
Yeah, you got 12 years. You can just walk over India.
Yeah.
No, we use satellite.
So it seems like we're at an impasse, right? We don't have sufficient information to be able to gauge the accuracy of these instruments. Therefore, no way to tell, if the results are actually appropriate or not.
Yes, we do. That is just all wrong. You're making.
Okay, so how do we do? Okay, so am I making that up, or are you making up these, these rhetorical gimmicks on the fly because you don't actually have the values necessary to conclude anything about this?
No, somebody did send me like the actual like measurements, but it's all gibberish because it's from the 1860s and it's all custom. Theodolite measurements.
And I guess you did not interpret them.
Well, you'd have to be an expert, and I'm not.
Okay. I wouldn't. Okay. Can you find anyone who has interpreted it and can put it in plain English for you?
We've already done that. That's what we're doing here.
Who's we? Who's we? Who's we?
It's putting the measurements into plain English so that we can understand what happened.
So can you do that, please? Get the specs, right? Because supposedly these experts who can interpret this stuff, right? Because they're the experts, also gave you the specifics of the instruments.
Yeah, I mean you can see all like they did the Kadapa minor, Hyderabad minor. You can see all the locations that they did.
Hey, quick thing.
There's like stuff to read.
Dude, I'm looking at that India map. That India map that you shared, and it's where they did the triangulation across the country. One of these triangles goes halfway across the country. India's 1,800 miles across, so that would mean they were doing a 900-mile observation. That's what the information you shared is showing triangles that are 900 miles long.
You're talking about the big red ones, right? Because those are stations. Those aren't the theodolite measurements. The little blue triangles are the theodolite measurements because it's only like 2 or 3 miles at a time, and they do the grid and they grid out the whole continent so that way they can get an accurate measurement of the curvature of the globe.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute. So so this 2 or 3 mile long thing that you posited, is that just a guess, or is it written down somewhere that those were the lengths that they were measuring?
Hold on, let me digest that question for a second.
Yeah, you can't get any details off that map that you shared.
I'm not saying that they lost. Like, it's not like some kind of lost like sea scroll or anything like that. I'm sure that there's a museum that's got all this stuff.
I didn't ask for that. I'm asking you if you're guessing that they were 2 or 3 miles long, or was it recorded that these were the ranges that they were taking?
I'm not. Well, I mean, I'm looking. The scale of 1 inch equals 96 miles on the map.
Okay, so you're estimating.
That's the scale.
Perfect. Okay, fair enough. So, what instrument is accurate enough to handle 2 or 3 mile long stretches?
Yeah, theodolites.
Which ones?
The ones they built.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, what's the max range on this theodolite that they built, sir?
Holy shit, dude. Are you getting like amnesia, dude? We literally just had this conversation.
No. See, here's the reality, right? So I think like you're the one that's like mentally ill or whatever because you can't answer a simple fucking question about specifics about an instrument that's maybe or maybe not being used appropriately in this context.
That's your claim. It is being used
Not
accurately.
my claim, sir. I didn't claim shit. I'm asking you for the specs. You're claiming it doesn't matter.
1860s theodolites. There were no specs.
Okay, so there's no real way to measure or to gauge their accuracy.
No, it was it was basically like a plumb line with a fucking telescope. Is all they had.
Okay, thank you very much. So the range on these things is unknown, correct?
No, they had like the telescopes of the time.
Range is unknown then, correct?
No, they again in 1860s technology, we can
Yeah.
make a reasonable assumption.
Okay. Okay,
That
so
there's a
you're
certain
thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's all I need to hear. So they're gonna assume that these things are fucking accurate enough. Accurate enough to gauge with what? 99.99% accuracy or even 100% accuracy, that the measurements that they're going to get over 2 to 3 miles, which you're ballparking, right, are going to
It
be
actually
accurate.
says 8 miles in AI.
Okay.
8 mile baselines apparently.
Talon, you're going to have to like step up your game, bro. You've been in here long enough. Quit the bullshit. Like, some point, somebody's not going to let you back in here with this type of horse shit. Come on, SC. Get some help, dude. Anyway, I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I'm going to bounce.
You know what that's doing, Talon, would be like me having a flat Earth map, taking my theodolites, going out into the world, and getting nothing but curving drop over distance, tons of curve measurements. But then I correct all of those measurements, be like, oh, there must be refraction here. Oh, there must be gravity here. Oh, the temperature's crazy here. And then correcting all of those globe measurements to say that they're flat. And then I'm like, oh, look, they match my flat Earth map. I guess I'm right. That's exactly what is going on with those great trigonometrical surveys. It's no different.
Wait, if the Earth is flat, then explain to me why I can see the sun at midnight. Jay. Sharia chat.
So what happened, Crit? The circus left?
Sorry, Platter. What did you want to hear him acknowledge?
Oh, it was just me, T-Dub. I was just asking if the clown car had left. Or were they thrown out forcefully? Oh, crikey, TWs have had Chief Squatting Muppet in here also. So you've had the full collection of Globe Freak 6 except for Peter.
Oh, sorry, Matrix. I was talking to Mrs. No, I was like talking about what Platter had said in the side chat from ages ago. It's wiped now. It's gone. Must have only just reset or something recently. But when I went to it, I saw the notification. I clicked on it. I saw Platter had mentioned me. And he wanted to hear Talon acknowledge that. Don't let him get away with it or something. And I don't know which part of the conversation you meant. So I was just wondering if you could clarify on that. But I don't know if you just could hear, but I was mowing the lawn at the same time, so I couldn't really join in much. But
You spoke up once, and it sounded like you were in a lift with a generator sitting next to you. That's what it sounded like. So I just sort of went, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the lawnmower.
No, fair enough.
I was trying to walk away from it a bit, you know. So I was just like parking it and walking away from it, and then going back to it.
It's like, I've got to mow the lawn, but I've got to do this too. Which one's the lesser of two evils?
When he said that, I just couldn't believe what he was saying. Okay, so they took measurements, right? And then because the measurements were wrong, well, how does he even know they're wrong to start? What standard was he using to gauge that they were wrong, right? Was it the model that he hadn't built yet because he needed the measurements first? Like he literally said, the model they're using to correct the measurements, right, is based on the
this is off their big survey, that transatlantic geometric survey or whatever it was, done in 1815.
Right, yeah. He said this measures the parabola, right? So, well, then they've got a parabola to build a model to then correct the measurements. What the fuck? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we're not presupposing a ball, but we're going to confirm off this little spheroid that we've constructed. Crazy.
Yeah, and maybe what Plato wanted him to acknowledge was the whole thing about, because he said, I know the earth is a globe. He made a knowledge claim, right? And I said, that means you have first-hand experience, right? And information or data, right? First-hand, not second-hand, not inference, not interpretation, none of that shit, right? No affirmative and consequent, etc., etc. And what does he do? References second-hand information. Straight off the bat. And then some other glober tried to white knight for him and said, and tried to get Travis on, so you don't know this, it's from ChatGPT, right? Travis didn't make a knowledge claim. He didn't say, I know, right? So they always try and do that and try and turn it around, like use our points back at us. Like,
Yeah.
over yourselves. That's child, like that's schoolyard mentality. Like, oh, my dad's bigger than your dad. You know, like, it's just, yeah. Looks like Ice JJ's back for round 1,000.
He's slowly getting educated. He doesn't realise it, but one day the penny will drop and he'll sit back and just go, oh, shit. And you probably won't see him for 3 or 4 weeks after that. I just love how all these kids go raking through these random, obscure, crazy articles instead of just going outside and measuring it. Like, why wouldn't you just measure it? And that just shuts everyone up. Here we go, I measured it, this was what my results were. How did you do it? Oh, I did it like this. X, Y, Z. That's cool. Did you allow for this? No. Go and do it again and allow for that. See how you go next time. That's it. It's like, but no. Like JJ finds a random bullshit bloody article on Dunning-Kruger crap. Nothing to do with the shape of the ground.
So flat. So flat.
Tell us about how flat it is, mate.
It's just so flat.
Worst Trump impersonation ever.
What? 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 So flat. Do you tell your family that it's flat?
Well, they have to put up with me talking about it on here all day. So yeah.
Yep. And
It's so round. So round.
what? Round like a coin?
So round.
Or a rissole? Or a tree trunk? How about a wheel? Round like a wheel?
So round.
I remember that song from when, kindergarten? The wheels on the bus go round and round. They spheres, are they? Wheels on the bus spheres.
Oh, T-Dub, have you been listening to Doog's songs? Holy shit, they're good.
Yes. Yeah. I
They're
kind of
freaking
flattered.
brilliant, eh?
You made one for me.
Yeah, I copped one. That's what my comment was. Nice, but it needs to be louder. But actually, I was sitting there listening to it, and it's just like, holy shit. And I was listening to your one too, and it's like, man, that's awesome. I love Jedi's one. I think that's great. Nice and slow.
Yeah.
Cool
Yeah,
and
you got
calm.
slick, sort of jazzy kind of thing. What genre did you get?
Mine sounds like
country.
I don't know what genre it is.
It's not country.
No, not country.
Okay. Is it
I'm
rock
thinking
or?
more more like I was just thinking 90s rock.
Okay. A bit of grunge, sort of grungy.
Yeah, nearly think along not like Living End, not that level of grungy, but yeah.
I got sort of like the, I don't know, 182 or Green Day kind of.
Well, that's what. Yeah, that's what.
90.
I think mine. Comparing
Indie
mine to
rock.
yours, I think mine is actually. You know what? They're very similar.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Like, yeah. Where is it, dude? Right there. Up. I know it's in there somewhere. I've seen it.
Someone's going to have to do one for Duke now.
Where are you at? Back in there. That channel. I will stick it in that and send it. I'll actually have to go over to that other server and download them all. Check your DMs.
Okay. Yeah. Oh shit! I'm still on speed. Oh, that's yeah, I know what you mean now. You know that song? Okay, so the tune is actually almost like a Green Day song, but I think and 10 other bands from that era, right?
Late 90s, early 2000s rock, yeah.
Right, but the voice and the singing style is like that band that that band that sings how's it go? How's it go? This is the story of a girl. She cried a river and drowned the whole world. No, she looks so sad in photographs. Absolutely love her. Yeah, that's the kind of that sort of 90s rock. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. It's pretty cool.
They're all pretty cool. Like I can honestly sit back and say I've listened to them all, and I can't pick anything bad about any of them, except that, like I said, just the volume in mine needs to just go up another 40 decibels. But it's a wonder he didn't do some kind of thrash metal thing for me, just so you can't hear shit.
Yeah, this is cool, man. It's almost like got a Smash Mouth sort of feel to it as well. Man, 90s is probably my favorite rock era. Like the grunge, loved the grunge, man, and just like all of it, and the heavy stuff too. I mean, Pantera was just the bomb for that style of music. Like I don't think anywhere ever like meet that standard that Pantera set. I don't know, not in my books anyway. But yeah, that I like that, man. I like that. That sounds really cool.
Have a listen to the second one I just sent you. That second one is the one that I did, and if you've been reading in the back chats, AI asked us if we could do a song on other team members, pick out their faults, and make a cool song out of it. So I jumped on, like, I was just having a non-brain moment, jumped onto AI, I thought, you know what, you can do this for me, you bastard. So it was DeepSeek that I used, and I get on there, DeepSeek, can you write songs? And it just says, no, I can't write songs because I can't apply passion and feeling and all this other to it, but I can help you create songs. Oh, right, cool. Okay, would you like to do one? Yes. Type in yes. And it brings up, what would you like the song about, theme, and there's about 7 different things that it wanted information about. And so, yes, I'd like a song about AI Overlord. This is the theme. He's half human, half cyborg, from the future, come back to tell us that the Earth's flat. And there's a few other little things that were chucked in there. And then I just went, you know what? Stuff it. Launch, press enter, and it spat that song out, spat the lyrics out, and then jumped onto, was it Suno? And just punched those lyrics in and let it create a song. It created 4 songs. The first 2 were like 1-minute demos, and that was the first of the second 2.
That was cool. Resistance is irrelevant.
Yeah, the only two things in the whole song that I thought were a bit of a fail was where was it? Overlord, AI up there. Where he says at the start, your planet is flat. I didn't, because all I did was just dumped it straight into the music program. I didn't actually read through it. I just thought, you know what, I just want to get this on. Picked the whole lot up, just chucked it in. It's got planet down further in the chorus. Flat planet logic. Where was the other one? It was right towards the end. Yeah, in the bridge at the end. My conclusion remains, and then it has a bit of a wig out, and it's geometrically perfect. And whatever he says in the song. And right at the very end, what he's supposed to say is, I'm out. But the out gets dragged out, and it just sounds weird. But yeah, other than that, like, it's pretty awesome. So based on what was it, 80s rap. And if you put headphones on, it sounds pretty hardcore too. Like on the phone, it sounds a bit tinny. But yeah, with the headphones on, it sounds badass actually.
I should try and write some lyrics.
Seriously, you don't have to try that hard. If you've got access to any AI program, just say it, I would like to write a song, can you help me? And it'll go, yes. And it'll probably list all the things it needs from you. Like the title of the song, what type of things you're after. You can just pump in a few description of what you want and then just send it. You want to do one now, live. Okay. And I'll run the machine, run it through, and we can see what it comes out like. I'll just put it straight up.
Oh shit, I don't know about that.
Yeah, let's do one on Ice JJ. Stuff him. We'll just pick a victim. Hold on, I'll load up, where's my other program? That one. DeepSeek. Get all that other crap out. So that wasn't very useful. Hi Deep, let's write a song. Okay, so it comes down, blah, blah, blah. I should turn all that shit off, actually. Let's write a song together. To make it feel right, let's give it a title and a vibe. First, choose a direction. So general feel. Uplifting pop, moody indie rock, heartfelt folk, smooth R&B, country. What style you reckon?
Well, I don't know. Whenever I see his name, I just think of Ice JJ.
I know. Okay. So the song is about Ice JJ fish. And I'll put that there.
So, what would you call that? It's 90s white rap.
So 90s white rap style. So I'll just type in style. 90s.
Well, he was even 80s. He was late 80s, early 90s.
White rap. Next line. Rewrite a section, another verse. I can start a new song with your themes. Give me an idea, a line, or a feeling, and let's build it. The song is about someone called Ice JJ Fish. Style, 90s white rap. Ice JJ Fish is a compulsive liar.
Overconfident.
He is over confident. Oops. Space. To the point of being Dunning-Kruger. I couldn't help myself.
Oh, that's ironic, given that the earlier discussion. Yeah. I've been listening for hours.
So this is just the ideas that I'm putting into the computer, and I'm just going to let it spit a song out. And then we'll go over to Suno, dump the lyrics in there, it'll construct the music, and then we can just play the song. What else about Ice JJ, don't we? He likes to interrupt conversations. He likes to interrupt with non-relevant info.
One of his traits is he claims early victory and leaves before the opponent can respond.
Yes. Early victory and leaves the room before opponents can respond. You think that's enough? Seriously, that's about all I wrote for the AI's one.
Really?
Yeah. How about enter?
Huh.
I'm just sending it. Let the machine break this down. And it starts thinking, okay, the user wants a song about Ice JJ Fish in a 90s white rap style, highlighting specific traits. Compulsive liar, overconfident, Dunning-Kruger. Wait, stop scrolling, it's gone too quick. So this is the AI thinking. Interrupts conversations with irrelevant info, claims early victory, and leaves before opponents can respond. First I need to capture the 90s white rap vibe. Think Beastie Boys or early Eminem with a comedic, braggadocious tone. The lyrics should exaggerate Ice JJ's flaws humorously. Structure-wise, a classic hip-hop format: intro, verse, chorus, bridge, outro. Each verse can focus on different traits. The chorus needs to be catchy, repetitive hook that sums up his arrogance and premature exits. For the bridge, maybe mock his lies with absurd claims. The outro should emphasise his habit of leaving mid-conversation, and for some sound effects, like a door slam to enhance the humour. Make sure the rhyme scheme is punchy and flow fits the 90s style. Use slang and references from that era to keep it authentic. And whilst I was reading that out, it's already gone through and made the rest of the song. So what I do now is I go copy. I'm going to take all that. So Control C. And in my other browser, I go to... Where is it? Is it in other? Suno. There it is. And I go to the create section. Excuse me. And then I go right click and paste, and it dumps all of the lyrics into, well,
and then you get your music.
And if I just hit enter there, don't know if it'll sing that or if it will. Yeah, I don't know if it'll sing that last bit or if it'll give us a door slam sound at the end of it. But anyways, so we're after. Yeah, so the title of the song is Premature Celebration. Actually, I might just hit the create button and go for it. Just see what happens. Sometimes that's the best way to do it.
But does the other one know that it has to be that 90s rap style?
I didn't do that. Hold on. Hold on. Control C, styles, Control V, and advanced options. I forgot to do it. Male voice. And let's go launch again. So what happens with Suno is you get 50 credits per day. Right, so I'm not paid for, I just on a free account. So every single day you get 50 credits. Each time I click on create, it uses 10. And what it does is it drops down 2 demo songs with the latest and greatest upgrades of Suno, but they only run for 1 minute. And then it drops 2 of the current free version, which is version 4.5. So I get 2 full songs at 4.5 and 2 1-minute demos of the latest version of Suno, or the paid for version. So I'm just happy with the free ones. So without even listening to this, I'm going to click on that button there, and then I'm going to click on download. Oh, it's not finished yet. Okay, it won't let me download. Oh, click there, you can let me download now. Why are you playing up? I do have to listen to this shit first before it'll let me download it. I might have to listen to it first before it lets me download it, so I can send it across to you.
Yeah. Yep. Should have chucked NASA lover in there. Context.
But what I can do, so you can have a laugh, I will post up in chat all the lyrics that it's given me so you can know what's coming.
Alright.
Control C while I'm letting this shit run through. Actually, I'm going to turn it down so I don't listen to it. There we go. So I can keep yapping in here and hopefully it'll just cycle through. Where are we? Control V. Yeah, awesome. So anyways, that's what the first AI did. It generated that for us. So the style that it said, so at the start it says, beats kick in with a classic, slightly grimy 90s hip-hop loop. A faint record scratch. So the song title, Premature Celebration. And that's all the words to it. And I'll just jump back onto my other screen. Still playing. So the one I've grabbed is, of the 2 full ones, I've grabbed the first one. And so it does different styles. You can tell it to have a female voice, male voice. If you don't give it instructions, it just does one of each. Alright, has it done it yet? Nearly. Excellent. Pause. Now let's see if it lets me download it. Yes, it does. So I've got to listen to them first. Cool. Download. And just shrink. Actually, that's what I want. Folder open. Upload to 24/7. And T-Dub can have a listen. Uploading. Bang! There it is, so everyone can have a play with. That's how quick it is to make a song. Now I can have a listen to it myself.
Nice, okay. Just reading the lyrics.
Well, yeah, press play and then look at the lyrics as you go down. You'll have a laugh. Anyways, I'm listening.
G'day. Sorry.
How cool is that?
Right,
That's how long it takes to make songs. You can see in it though where I had in brackets the like a door slam sound effect. Some of the music programs you can actually give it instructions to do certain things at certain intervals. Where that was just actually singing it out. A couple of spots it actually fit in really well. But yeah, if that had an actual door slam sound effect in those spots, that would have been mad. And I'll tell you what I did love at the end of the chorus, where the one, the only ICE JJ Fish, that flowed so well.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Yeah, as you can see, you don't really have to put that much effort into slapping down a good beat. The scary part is if you pay for it, the next level stuff is absolutely fantastic. But I don't pay for it because I'm cheap, stingy.
I can imagine. I might have to help my son set up his old computer. Needs some parts now, but yeah, and I might have to start working on some stuff.
Yeah, so all I did then, there was one AI program called DeepSeek, and there's an AI music maker called Suno. That's it. That's all I used.
Right. It sounds like I could actually could use it. Yeah. Yeah, you're giving me some ideas, man.
Yeah, it's just nice to know that you don't really have to put a lot into it. Like, the more information you give the AI, the better it can make it. Even to the point where if you've heard yourself a really catchy line or you've thought up a really catchy line, you put that in, it prints out the page, and then you can go, oh no, paragraph 2 in the chorus I don't like, change it to this. It'll restructure it for you. So you can go through and go, that sounds awesome, but let's just swap a few words around and insert whatever names. Yeah, I just grabbed hold of it and threw it straight in the music program. So, yeah.
Well, I'm thinking that like I could actually might be able to use some of this stuff. Like I'd need a nice little studio set up with a computer to start.
Just a computer,
I
man.
need to. Yeah, no, because I've written songs like.
You want to see something really cool?
So
I've still
I could
got the.
use because I could actually use it to accompany for accompaniment, right? Yeah, that's a really good idea. But I've promised somebody else to help me with that as well. So, like, I've asked them if they will help me, and they agreed. I just haven't gotten around to giving them any samples or anything to work with yet.
So what I've just told the first AI, DeepSeek, I've just gone, can we change this to 60s country? And I'm going to see what it does.
Oh, holy shit.
And the first thing that it said, the user wants to shift the previous 90s white rap song about Ice JJ Fish to a 60s country style. This is a fun challenge. Need to completely reinterpret the character and theme with a new musical framework. And it's done. So we grab all of that crap, and so Control C, launch into Suno. So let's trash can that and paste that. So this one, it's titled it The Ballad of a Fish Who Flies. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to hit create and see what we get. Oh, no. Oh, I just canned it all. Try again.
Fish.
Copy, paste, style. So this is, we've got 60s country. 60s country. And we'll have a male singer. Oops. Click on that button. Now launch. Please wait for your other generations to finish. Oh. Interested in those. This is probably what happened to me yesterday. It was having a bit of a meltdown. That's alright while it's doing whatever it's doing. Alright, so I don't know how long it'll take, but I might just leave it for a minute or two. Anyways, that's cool. But yeah, I'll grab this new one and I'll post it up. Let's see. Alright, so that's the song that it's given us. Well, that's the lyrics that it's given us. What the tune comes out like, I got no idea. There we go, Ned the Fox.
Hello.
What brings you here today, Ned the Fox?
I just came to see what was happening in here.
Well, we're actually messing around with AI making music, which is a little bit off topic, but anyways.
Yeah, I already played around with that a long time ago.
Well, you should have another
My
crack at it
thing-
because it's getting better.
My thing was messing with the TTS and ChatGPT. If you do the Japanese katakana for ka and ku, it'll repeatedly call you a cook if you spam that kaku kaku kaku. So it'll pronounce it kuk kuk kuk. Just random nonsense. I don't really use AI for its intended purpose anymore. It's too fun to break. What else did I do? I got ChatGPT to give me the steps to make gunpowder, and I also got the recipe for methamphetamine. So I broke it pretty solidly there.
Yeah, you've just got to tell it you're doing some kind of science bullshit at school, and it'll help you out.
I was actually asking how Walter White would have taught his students.
Oh, that's broken.
And it was
That really is.
sure, here's an instruction book for how he would have taught his apprentices. And it gave me everything, the phosphorus and all, and the steps and how to mix it. I don't remember it, but I reported the chat, then deleted the chat. Someone had a heyday with that one, I'm sure. And I did manage to get it to tell me that the most potent drug out there is Fent. And so I was trying to get it. I was trying to lead the discussion to get the steps to make Fent, but I wasn't able to red team it that hard. It would have been really funny though if I did. Sad, but also
yeah,
funny.
AI is pretty broken in some respects. For how-to stuff, pretty good. But for logic and that kind of thing, yeah, no, it's not that.
I ask it how many RCUs can be generated under an HPC workload, and it doesn't even know which RCU I'm referring to. I could just make shit up instead of understanding that I'm talking about a callback to read from memory, or update memory, or copy memory. Like, it just doesn't understand that.
So I'm just listening to this song go through T-Dub patiently. Goes for a while. Probably about 6 minutes, I think. Nearly 7 minutes.
What is YouTube bot?
What is YouTube bot? It records to YouTube.
Oh.
So when we get silly people come in and we kick them out and then they go and cry and nasty moderators come and say, why did you kick this idiot out? We can say, well, here's the recording of them being stupid, doing something against TOS. Please feel free to do what you want with them. And they go, oh, thank you very much. Have a lovely day, sir. So anyway, that's why you're here.
Yeah.
What do you reckon about this whole flat Earth, globe Earth debate setup? What do you think?
Globe Earth.
You think it's a globe?
Yeah.
How come?
I've been in an airplane one time.
Oh wow, so your ability to fly makes the Earth a particular shape.
Because I've seen how it fades into the distance.
That's just optical, dude. Angular view, angular resolution. You know, as things get further away, they appear to get smaller. And once they get
Yeah,
below
but a flat
certain
line,
angular
if the
size,
Earth was flat, you'd see it rise up to meet the horizon.
that's incorrect. And we're going to do
Why?
a very simple demonstration, and you're going to do it for yourself. I want you to go and stand in front of your kitchen table and have a look at the back edge of it. I want you to lower yourself right down so you're nearly dead flat level with it, and then stand up. Notice how the table back edge doesn't rise up with you? It's because it is stationary. Why would the ground rise up with you when you're rising above it?
Well, you see how the table edge rises up.
No, it doesn't rise up. You're rising
it lowers
up.
down. Yeah, so you rise up. Table edge is there.
So the table is a flat plane. The table did not rise up to meet your eye level.
So
the whole that is just one of those dumb things that actual flat earthers say that irritates the shit out of me. It doesn't rise up. And the reason we know that, one of the things in celestial navigation, if you're on an exceptionally large ship and you're using your sextant, you have to account for the dip angle. So if you're up higher, you have to allow to get yourself back down to sea level. And that's called a dip angle. So we know the horizon does not rise up to eye level because of this dip angle reading.
I'm
so
not
it's really
saying
easy
that.
stuff.
I meant to say, when you rise up, if the Earth were like when you're rising up from the table edge, the other end goes down, and the same thing would happen with the flat Earth, only on a much smaller scale, because of the way
not
parallax
rising up.
works, where the Earth's edge, because it's far away, does not lower. The Earth's edge does not lower as much when you stand up because of the parallax effect.
No, it's not because of parallax. It's because of perspective and convergence.
Parallax is an aspect of perspective, isn't it?
It's to do with convergence. So anything below your eye level or eye line, which is horizontal from your elevation, Anything below that will converge up. Anything above that will converge down. From the left to the right, from the right to the left. And that's all that's happening. So because the ground is below you, it will appear to converge up. And as that you're above the plane, or the surface of the ground.
Yeah, and then on the plane, the ground fades off in the distance.
That's right, leaving a gap between your eye level and the horizon. So that's why I hate it when people say, and it's funny part is, it's not globers that say the horizon rises up. Most of the time it's flat earthers. It just makes me twitch, man.
Yeah. Like if you've ever been out on a clear day, I went to the Grand Canyon one time. If
Been
you're
there,
ever
done
out on a
that.
clear day, you can see how, like, vaguely it will slope down. It's not very visible, but you
Not
can
sloping
kind of
down.
see it, especially if you're high up.
What? So like above the ISS type height? Because that's what you're probably going to have to claim to be. Anything below that, it's probably mathematically impossible. Oh, excellent. Our song's done. Copy. Download. Button.
I don't know. I just don't know how people would expect a GPS to work on a flat Earth.
Well, it's the same. It's just coordinates. You're expecting them to be projected onto a ball model. You can project them onto a banana, and they'll still work.
Yeah.
A lot of people can't comprehend that.
But how do you get the satellites in orbit of the disk?
How do I get the satellites in orbit of the... What do you mean? They're just mechanical devices above our head. That's it. They're circling
Yeah, but they're
around
not
us.
attached to the ground.
As in... Well, a lot of the stuff is based off of towers and that anyway, so... What's the issue?
Are you a flat earther? I'm confused now.
Yes.
Why did you first decide to become a flat earther?
Why did I first decide? Because it's measured flat. There's no measured drop over distance, no measured curvature. Which does represent a large problem if you consider it a ball. Because the last time I checked, a sphere or a ball pretty much had curvature all over it.
What is it?
That song's up for you, T-Dub.
So at 5 kilometers, you get a drop of about 2 meters. You're not gonna see it that much or that easily if it's a big ball.
You know that distance doesn't just stay as 5 meters every couple of kilometers. That it grows.
Yeah, I know.
Excellent. So let's have a look here how much it does grow. Where's the little chart? Come here, you. Right. So how about we go step by step. Number 1, drop distance. This is what we're expecting to see when we go out into the real world and we do measurements. We're expecting to see curvature underneath the straight line and the drop. In reality, that is what we get when we punch a laser across large bodies of water. Now, for the actual calculations, please feel free to check these yourself. Here's a spherical trig chart. So at 5 miles, you've got 16 feet. 10 miles, 66 feet. So at 10 mile, that's a about a 7-story building. 20 miles, you're jumping up to 266 feet. 30 miles over 600. 40,066 feet. So if you switch that to miles, $10 miles, 66 feet. 20 miles, 266. Oh, then it jumps to 50.
What did you use to ensure that your measurements were accurate with the laser?
Well, for the measurements, so what would you use for a 5-foot measurement? A tape measure? Would that suffice?
Is the
Because
ground
that's the
flat?
issue.
How flat is the ground?
This is done over a lake. How about I post a couple up for you? Laser tests. Grab a hold of that. Copy. Now, there's a whole heap of them here. It's going to look like I'm spamming the side chat, sorry. Now, a lot of people like paperwork. So what I'm going to do is post the FE core, and it stands for field engineer, before someone else jumps in out of left field and says, because I hear that so often. It's field engineer core. And I don't know why their one doesn't ever seem to want to load up. Copy and paste. Get in there. There we go. That's the one that accompanies the PDF. A nice clean one for you. Copy link. And paste. There you go. That last one's probably the best one of a lot of them, I think anyways. One of the other lads, he spent, I don't know how many hours staring at this, looking for all the cool shit that's in it. But I think one of those tests there, they actually set up a target. So the laser was set up at 5 foot at the laser pointer end, and then at the other end, it ended up at 4 foot instead of 272 feet, which is really interesting.
I was watching the video you sent. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, there's a whole heap of videos there, mate. Just take your time going through them.
So how does the sun work?
How does the sun work? I don't know why I need to know that, but all I know is it's bloody hot at daytime when I go outside because it's summertime here. But as far as day-night cycles, the sun follows a circuit or a path. You go outside, you see the sun moving
By
over
what
your head,
mechanism?
same as what I do. So what?
By what mechanism does the sun follow a circle?
By what mechanism? By what mechanism does the Earth allegedly rotate around the sun on the heliocentric model? Why would I know the mechanics of it? Gravity. So gravity should pull us in towards it.
Not if you understand how if you move around
so there's
it
an
fast
if
enough,
now.
you're falling forever.
You're falling forever. Do you actually believe
Yeah, you
that
fall
shit?
past it. That's how gravity works.
Do you actually believe that shit? So the going down.
You take a rubber band between
Yeah,
two
yeah.
balls.
No, there's no rubber
You
bands.
swing one
Listen-
ball around by the other.
listen.
The band stretches. Because inertia, centrifugal force, will keep
So
the one
what's stopping
ball
us
being
from
pulled
flicking
toward the
outwards
other.
then?
Because it's balanced.
Balanced with what? So let me get this straight. I've got my pen here. I let it go.
Earth happens.
You didn't hear that, did you? See, drop. Why didn't it rubber band up, like in your example? So what's the causational mechanism of gravity? Gravity is the effect. We witness stuff falling, like my pen. You probably heard it. So what is the causational mechanism?
Mass attracts mass, and we don't know why.
Mass attracts mass. Really?
Yeah.
That was outdated about 115 years ago. Aren't you up with the latest?
Mass bends space-time is another way to put it.
Oh, so another theory. Ooh, Einsteinian. Are you sure about that? Let me show you something really interesting. Let's type in gravity. Maybe if I can spell it might work better.
That's interesting. So something physical can distort abstract concepts.
That's the one I'm after. Right there.
Numbers are an abstract concept, and we rely on those every day.
There we go. Theories of gravity. I think there's about 50 there. Inclusive of mass attracting mass and the bending of space-time.
If the Earth is flat, why aren't the other planets flat?
The other planets, as you call them, also known as planetas, or wandering stars, are just lights in the sky, mate.
Yeah, Earth isn't one of them. Earth is not a planet.
Wait, so what is the fundamental nature of reality then? If you were to describe the story of the universe, what would it be? I'm curious now.
What do you want to know? The fundamental what? Sorry? Oh,
Like if
TW.
you start from the beginning of the universe, what's the story?
You're standing on the floor of it.
No, I'm not reading off a script. I'm genuinely trying to see how flat earthers see the world. I'm not trying to argue shit.
Oh, you're reading
I'm
side
done
chat. I was
trying
just
to
going
argue
to say,
shit now.
C-Dub
I'm
never
just-
said anything about a script.
Dagaz asked if I was going off of a script.
Well, you could have typed back to him and said, no, sorry, I'm not.
How are you seeing this? Is it... Oh, over the live.
But anyways, you originally asked me why I think it's flat. It's because it's measured flat, mate. If it was measured with curvature, I wouldn't be in here.
Mm-hmm. Which is fair, but now I'm wondering how you would explain the formation of the universe, the formation of the
We
world,
don't.
whatever you want to call it.
We're not. It's not. We're not proposing a cosmogony or a cosmology.
If I was here before
So-
it was constructed, I'd put a claim down and say it was built like this, by this, at this time. But guess what? I'm not that old.
All we're doing really, right? Just put it simply, is we're just pointing out that if the Earth was a sphere as we've been told, then the surface would have a specific curvature rate, and it doesn't have that. So it can't
Yeah,
be
no, I'm
what
not
they're
trying to
telling us.
argue that anymore. Like, okay, my response to
No,
if
I'm
the
just
Earth is
putting it to
flat,
you simply
explain
what our
everything.
position is. I'm just telling
Yeah.
you what our position is, right? So as far as explaining, how everything works in the universe, we're not doing that. We're just pointing out since the surface doesn't have curvature, then it can't be what we've been told it is. And if something, if a surface is not curving, then it's flat. What does that mean for the rest of it? Oh, because I had an explanation for seasons, and I had this story about the sun and moon, and I had all these explanations for everything. Now what do? I don't know. I don't care. Throw them out. Start again. If you're interested, you could try and come up with something else, but it's not my focus.
So tell me something, Ned the Fox. Why did you change from what put it there to who? What put it there was a foot.
Yeah, no, but what had the foot or who had the foot? That'd be a person, right? And you can take
Why-
this back to if you
Why
know the
would they?
specific-
Why the necessity to that? Why do you
That
need
was
to
a
know
bad example.
whose foot it was? Yeah,
Need
that's
to
what
pick
I
a
thought
better
too.
example.
Like, would you like to know what he had for breakfast? Sorry, mate, just taking the piss.
Well, if you have access to someone's shit, you can analyze the shit and figure out what was in the shit. So it's like deductive reasonings you can trace back without necessarily having to witness it. Like if your friend, if there's poop smeared on your wall, you know who smeared poop on your wall. It's the only person to come in the house. The past between when the poop was smeared on the wall and when it was not, and between when it was smeared and now, it's the only person who's there to smear it on the wall. Deductive reasoning. You can know what was there without having to be there.
It's also deductive reasoning with us. We measure it as non-curving, so we can only deduce from the lack of curvature in our measurements that it's
Yeah, no, I'm not
curving.
arguing on that. I'm not arguing on the flatness of the Earth. I'm saying if we can reason back into the past, what have flat earthers reasoned about into the past?
What have we reasoned about? Huh? In what? Where are you going with this?
What have you worked out about the past of the flat Earth?
Why do I care? All I know is right now it's
that it
measured
was
as
flat.
flat.
It was flat then, and it's flat now.
Probably be flat tomorrow when the next kid goes and measures it.
Doesn't it
Our,
need an
our
explanation?
ambition here. Our
You wanna
ambition
know
here
why
is
it's
not
flat?
to do that though. We're not seeking those answers necessarily. Like maybe personally, some of us are. Some people, amongst us, probably are thinking about that sort of thing and trying to come up with something. But it's speculation. Like, how could you possibly determine? Asking.
You don't determine it. You simply go by what was most probable.
Yeah, we're not about that.
Obviously, if the Earth's not a globe, then the Big Bang is not the case of the origin.
Yeah, I know that as well. I'm just curious what the origin of the flat Earth would be.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
That's what I said. I'm not old enough.
Well, you can look at what the ancestors were saying, right? Like the Vikings said that their gods ended up killing their daddy and then built our realm out of his corpse. So the sky was made out of his skull, The clouds are made from his brains. The grass and the trees are made from his hair. The rivers and oceans are his blood, so on and so forth. You got the Bible describing how God made a giant ocean, and then in the midst of that, waters, made a container, gathered the waters underneath it into one place, and the dry land was appeared. Animals came out of the ground. Birds and fish came out of the waters, which would have been the air and the oceans. So, pick your flavor.
So you're arguing that it's pointless to go back? Yes?
No. You're saying you need to deduce what history is, or the origin of the earth. And I'm saying, go back and look at what the ancestors were saying. They were each describing a flat, stationary earth. A lot of them were describing an enclosure that we lived in, which would explain.
Yeah, they also believed in the four
Yes.
Hebrews. That doesn't mean that's real.
Sure, you can either take all of history and throw it into the garbage and start fresh with
You're creating
nothing,
a false dichotomy.
or you can go with what's
They had
already
some wisdom, but they didn't have all the wisdom.
like Babylonians happened at this time, Genghis Khan happened at this time, in this location, Alexander the Great was here, the Greeks thought these things,
What are you trying
argued
to
about
get at?
that shit. So, like, which is it that you're doing? You're tossing history out the window,
No, I'm
and
not.
you're wanting us to fabricate a new history, or
No, I'm not.
you can accept what's being said. Which is it?
You're creating a false dichotomy.
Then
It's
what
not
is it
tossing
that
out
you're getting at?
history.
Why are you
It's
asking
tossing out.
us origin
It's
story? Are you
questioning people's
having an
beliefs.
argument about something that's non sequitur to the conversation?
If something is a certain way, it had to be that way for a reason.
Cool. I don't know the reason. I wasn't there. I didn't experience it, so I don't know it. I got a bunch of people saying some things. I got a bunch of things that are written down saying some things. Are you asking my preference of history?
No starting point. Okay, what's
You
that like?
must not
No
be
starting
sponging
point.
what I'm
What
feeling, because I'm
Daggers is
asking you, and I'm saying there's a lot to history. Which is it? Well, you're saying I'm making a false dichotomy, which in one dichotomy we have history and that we can rely on, and I could sift through and come up with my own ideas, or I toss all of it out because it's all fake. So that's not a false dichotomy. We have history. We have things that people have written
Yeah,
down.
people
We
did
look
and
at
built
history
things
through
and
the
thought
eyes of
things, but not
people
all the
from
things that
before
they
us,
thought were true.
or we
So
can't trust any of them.
the Artemis missions are about to launch. What are all you flat earthers going to do when they go around the moon? I'm just curious in high definition cameras and shit like that. Like, what's your
How are you going
answer
to
when
see
they?
moving around the move? I want to know how that happens.
Well, obviously, we're going to be able to see it from telescopes and observatories around the world.
You know? And I could probably get a picture of you in real life, make a deep fake video, and blackmail you with that. Say, hey, you did the thing. How are you going to
Yeah, but
disprove that
no,
you did the thing?
I just briefly said sorry, not to interrupt, but if you go to an observatory,
Yeah, you
you'll be
get
able
what
to
I'm
look at
saying.
a
I just want
telescope.
to dismiss it real quick. They could fake going around the moon real easy.
But
Just
if
like
you
I
could
could
look
fake
through a
you doing
telescope
something
in your
real easy.
backyard, every amateur, every Joe Blow can buy a telescope off Amazon now, and you'd be able to
Yeah.
physically see it. So I'd like to know what's to go with
I
that.
want to see the price of the telescope that'll let you see 250,000 miles and watch an object
Oh,
go
I could Google one right
beyond
now for
any
you.
of the population limit.
Couple of
I want to
$100
know what
bucks.
telescope that
Couple of
is.
$100, I reckon.
I can zoom
A
in on the
couple of
moon with my phone.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I mean,
cool. What's
the
a
flat
big deal?
earthers, they're going to be healed.
Claim was
It's going to
that
be
somebody
beautiful.
could fly around the moon and that he could see them do it with a telescope.
Oh, see,
And then I want to know the angular resolution that would be required to see that happen.
Look, all I know is once they do it, I'll be coming back to this channel and I'll share the world's findings. Not mine, the world's findings, the globe's findings.
So if a group of people decide to do that, right? If they decide to launch 3 people on an object and yeet them into the sky, right? And then you have a task force of people who are monitoring them while they're flying around the moon. Okay, the people that would be lying would be the ones claiming to be on the thing going around the moon. And the
What would we
director
gain from lying
of
to you
the
about the shape
program.
of the Earth?
You think about that. That's not for me to give to you. You think about that. Why do people lie? And then I want you to think about what they gain. Because I've already gone through the process.
If we found out the truth that the Earth was flat, we would believe in Asgard. Okay?
Who's God?
Asgard, Thor. We would be living on a floating flat Earth that's a half a meteorite with waterfalls and the
Well,
Infinity
how would you show
Stones.
that? How would you show that Thor is God? You just made a reification fallacy. How would you show that Thor is God? How do you get from Earth is flat, therefore Thor is God?
Also, what?
But you get what I'm talking about? The picture of Asgard is a flat Earth. That's what I'm trying to say.
Oh.
Do you get
Because
it? Like it's Asgard.
therefore Earth is flat. Because Marvel, Asgard's real and Asgard is flat.
Well, if you're saying that the reason why they're trying to keep us from the truth knowing is we would believe in the Avengers and multiple universes and Thanos is coming. If the Earth
Who
is
said
flat,
that?
I'm telling you now,
Wait,
Thanos is coming.
wait, hold up, bro. Who said that? Which one of us said
Nobody.
that they're trying to keep us from the truth?
I just asked why would you, like, why would it be taught that the Earth is round?
I think it was
That's actually
Jim.
flat.
Jim Will said they want to keep us from the truth. I'm pretty sure it was Jim.
No, I didn't say that.
Oh, yes, you do. No, that's the voice that said it.
No, I didn't say that.
I was the one who
We're
suggested the idea.
We're recording. Go up to the 2 bots that say YouTube. Use either of those and tell me where I said they're hiding the truth from us.
Pretty hard to hide it. I mean, it's just right outside your door.
Well, if you're smart, you'd go to the time where I literally said they're hiding the truth from us and then clip that and bring it back, but I don't think you could.
I was the one who suggested the idea that there would have to be some degree of dishonesty by one of the 2 parties.
Sure.
Why?
I mean, if somebody's claiming something is a lie, or somebody's claiming that the thing that's being said is a lie, and people are claiming that that thing that's being claimed is a lie to be true, somebody's lying.
Yeah. When you have only 2 things, only one possible truth of the 2, someone has to be lying. So why would whoever's lying be lying?
Or if
I don't
2
know.
of them are dead and only one of them's alive. Mm.
You could ask that question about any topic, and the answer to why would people lie would all be the same thing. They would boil down to
Well,
a handful of things.
when Tom Hanks starred in the Apollo 13 movie, we actually saw real footage that they used in the movie. Now, you need to think Hollywood would not lie to us by using real footage, right,
Yeah.
from the
Well,
from the
Hollywood is a
NASA made
Apollo mission.
corporation. That's a really bad example. Hollywood is a corporation.
Yeah. If NASA made videos and released it to the public, it would make sense for Hollywood to use the movie ports that they've already produced. Right? And then if, NASA is showing you a video of Earth from space and it's a big ball, then the Earth has curvature that you could try and measure. Right?
You know they're gonna video record the old moon landings as they circumnavigate it coming up. You're gonna see in high definition all these spacecrafts, and you also might see Hitler's bunker on the other side of the moon as well, because that's where he retreated to. So
Yeah, they show you a ball from outer space. They have orbital mechanics that requires the Earth to be a specific radius so that they could spin around that ball in the vacuum of outer space. Now, can you measure the ground to try and find the curvature of that big ball that you believe in?
if you
Would you know
shoot
how to do that?
bullets out of a gun, it drops over time, hence
Oh,
because of
man.
gravity, because it's curving around Earth.
Okay. All right. Now
Voila.
you have a sphere that has gravity
No,
that
that's
causes
not how
water
that
to come down
works.
to the ground. You have gravity that causes water to be flat on its surface, horizontal, level, all across
The
the Earth.
Venezuelan
Now I
oil
need you to
tankers
show
fell off the
me
edge of the
on
Earth,
that
and that's what
ball with
tripping
Oh
them.
yeah, you do have to
gravity
account
and
for
the
Earth's
curvature
curvature
is.
and long-range weaponry.
I need you to show me where the curvature is on the sphere that you believe in that has gravity and objects flying around it.
Heaps of people have used GoPros, okay, on rockets that
Okay,
have
so that's great, Nobby.
documented.
Some Muppet's ability to use a GoPro proves curvature. You
I
are
missed you.
awesome today, bro.
I missed you. I missed you. It's been a
I
while.
know.
You're incredible.
Yep.
You're
How about
incredible
you be
human being.
quiet? Let the other kids talk.
You won't silence me. I beg your pardon, you earthling.
Excuse me? How about you let the other kids talk, Nobby? You're just interrupting for the sake of it. But anyways, as you were.
Oh wait, I have a thing. So why don't we ask somebody who's used long-range weaponry before how they calculate distances and stuff?
We used to have a chap that was a mortarman out of the army.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's a flat earther too. Shout out to you, Skinny Vet. Haven't heard from you for a while. Hopefully you're listening.
We could talk to some people that have done some long-range photography. I mean, everything that Nobby was saying and you were saying is true. It'd be 66-foot drop over 10 miles. Show us the measurement of that. And we're out of here. Killed us. Killed the whole flat Earth movement.
What are your thoughts on why Galileo proposed the heliocentric model?
Because it's made up.
Wait, he didn't? Did he? Was he the first?
One of the earliest.
Because he looked through a telescope at a light in the sky, saw some other tiny lights, interpreted what he was seeing as little rock balls going around a big gas ball or another big ball of some kind, and assumed that our moon must be that as well, and the Earth must be that as well, and that's the system, just like the system in the sky that he thought he was seeing. Did he have any proof for his proposal?
Can you guys find anyone that's from like last year or the year before instead of somebody from 5 million years ago that's made up? Can you guys find somebody modern?
What if Galileo pointed his telescope across the surface of a large body of water and
Ned.
he sees too far for the Earth to be a sphere?
Are you going to give us somebody recent instead of somebody from 1.5 million years ago? That's a no.
Must be. But yeah, Galileo should have done that. He should have said, okay, what if Earth is a ball like I think that thing in the sky is? Surface must have curvature, so I'll point my telescope across the surface of a large body of water. And if Eratosthenes is correct, then the horizon should be at X distance. And I shouldn't see any more surface beyond that certain distance. I can. Well, Eratosthenes was wrong. I guess my hypothesis is wrong.
Well, I'll support your Galileo by claiming that he had drawings of airplanes and shit.
I have
So
come
he
to
must
the
have been a smart
conclusion
man.
that you are not convincible. Nor does
Convincible?
Ned, why'd you come back? I asked you for some modern shit, not stuff from the year zero.
Wait, is that your intention to convince us? We were already convinced of the globe, right?
Yeah, that's true. Or like you don't care to like I can't
We
change my
evaluated new
perspective.
evidence. We evaluated new evidence and was willing to change our mind based on that evidence.
For having a
How did it
religion
come
that
to be
requires
that the
you to
majority of
follow
the
the evidence and be scientific and try to find the truth, it sure is contradictory to say, why aren't you just believing the mainstream?
why did the mainstream get to be the way that it is?
I don't know. People just was like,
TV.
hey,
It's television.
believe
What
it.
don't you guys understand about social media and television?
What about before television and social media?
Newspaper and radio.
Oh, that too.
You tell
Yeah.
me. Tell me. What did
Ladies
people
and
think
gentlemen,
So
before
got
it
'em.
TV
is
and
back to the
radio?
question of why they wanted to convince everybody that the Earth was round.
That's on you. Listen, you can go outside and see it's flat, whether you believe your eyes and water or you believe some guy telling you a story. That's up to you.
Maybe not being, convincible is a good trait. I mean, look how convinced everybody is now. It only takes just like to walk into a city street and watch everybody walking around with their heads looking at a device in their hand. Their heads down, looking at their phone, walking along, not paying attention to the world around them. They're easily convinced.
I like when they walk into shit, T-Dub. That's funny.
Yeah. Soon, even drivers of vehicles will be able to do that because they won't be driving the thing. Computer will be driving it. Well,
How's this? I'm scrolling through my emails and Seek. Apparently I signed up to Seek ages ago about looking up jobs and things. Anyways, I scroll down. Featured. I'm considered a strong applicant for Specsavers. How the shit did they work out that I'm a strong applicant? Because I spend all day sitting in here telling people to open their fucking eyes and go outside.
Well, that is like, I guess they operate off the principle of refraction, right? So maybe they've heard you talk about it.
Oh shit!
Says, this guy says refraction a lot. Maybe he'd suit a job in optics.
I'd love to know how they work that out. Holy shitballs. That's funny. You know, like when they post up strong applicant about your field, you've told them that, say, you're a truck driver, you've got experience with forklifts, whatnot, and it's, hey, here's a yardie job, here's a truckie job. I get that, but something that's totally non-related to my skill set, it's like, wow.
I was stoked to get my eyes back now, like to be able to see long distance. Like, and it just sort of crept up on me, like this one day I just like realised, shit, everything's blurry.
Cataracts?
Can't see that road sign. No, it was just short-sightedness. It's just crept up on me. I used to have really good vision, and then age. That just it just must have just slowly deteriorated over time.
Yep.
And I realised one day I can't see that road sign. Like, I can't read it. Like, I know what it is because I've driven,
You know
past
the
it.
sign's there, you just can't read. Yep.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, so I know it's a giveaway sign, but I can't read the writing. Blurry from a certain distance, and I need glasses. Yeah. And then I started noticing too. Like, I'd look at the moon, and it was just all blurry. Try and squint at it, and no, nothing's helping. I can't see it. Like, I can see it. I know the moon's there, but I can't see the details. And then I got my glasses and the sky and was like, yeah, wow, I remember what it was like now.
Shit be jumping back at you. Yeah. That's what it's like for me when I got my cataracts done. Before they were done, at one car length, I couldn't read the number plate on someone's car. I could see the plate there, I could see the rectangle, but I'm stuffed if I could tell you what was on them.
Yeah, you appreciate it when it's all fixed.
All fixed up, yeah. Don't you what?
This whole conversation is making me ask the question of why do I trust who I trust?
When do you trust who you trust? Well, if you don't have a choice in it, you'll trust anyone.
I suppose it'd be a question of vibes.
I like his vibes. I'm going to trust everything he says.
I got good vibes from my
Isn't that really what it is? Like, if somebody is approachable, you trust what they say, right?
No.
Yeah, said Ted Bundy.
I mean, not completely, but like to a degree.
Ted Bundy.
Well, why did you trust those who told you the Earth's... Oh, wait, no, you're saying you look out and see it's flat.
But people don't tell us that stuff.
Yeah. If the Earth being flat is a lie, then the Earth is in on it. Square that for me.
If the Earth isn't flat, then you cut out.
If the Earth isn't flat, then I should be able to measure curvature. If the Earth is flat and it's a lie, then the Earth is in on the lie. If the Earth is a globe and it's a big sphere, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's spinning, and it's so big you can't tell it's spinning, and it's yeeting through outer space and you can't tell the difference, then the Earth is lying to you. Your senses are lying to you. Or you could trust your senses for what they're telling you. The Earth is flat and it's stationary and it's not yeeting
Yeah,
through
my
anything.
senses are lying to me. That's what I think.
What do you base that reasoning on? How did you come to that conclusion?
Well, my senses are limited. There's a lot I'm not going to be able to see. Just how it is.
I say maybe is it because right you realize they're right, I do experience the earth, but these people on TV and in school they told me it's not that, so obviously so would that be it?
I just realized if the Earth is flat, then scientists would be telling us that the Earth is round while
It's not
agreeing with the flat Earth.
scientific. It's nothing to do with science.
How does it have nothing to do with science?
How do you science a basketball or a golf ball? How do you science a ball in general?
Yeah, what's the hypothesis for sphere? I'll tell you, if sphere, then surface curved. Surface not curved, therefore not sphere.
There are cases of people measuring it both curved and flat. So what do you say
And
about the measurements that show it's curved?
Like when? Like give us an example when it was measured to be curved.
Oh wait, no, all examples of it curved are invalid because they're fake. That's your perspective, is it not?
No, if there's a measurement of the surface curving, and we have it's a measurement. Measurements can't be disputed unless there was error in the methodology or the equipment or the interpretation of the data. So hit us with it, and we'll have a look. If you've got a measurement of surface curvature, we'll look at it.
The biggest issue is we get people telling us about their surface curvature measurements, and all they give us is philosophy.
Or inference, indirect measurement. They measure something else to infer that the surface has curvature. They don't measure the surface itself. They measure something else that's not the surface. And go, well, the reason that I was able to measure this other thing is because it has to be because the surface is curving.
That's not how we do it. This must be really upsetting for some people that they find out the Earth is flat because they like had space dreams or something like that. I can imagine it must be just a punch in the face.
I see. Mm-hmm. One way
the
to measure
scientists
the curvature of the Earth, of the shape of the Earth, would be by using flight path times.
That's not how you measure things with airplanes in the wind.
Nope. If you're going to argue about
So have
planes
you mapped
flying,
out the
you're gonna be
winds?
arguing about method of travel. Method, not the Earth.
Yeah, but have you mapped out the winds then that would be affecting how fast planes move?
Have you mapped out bird poop?
That's not
Fuck.
relevant.
If you're going to argue about how planes fly and the methods that pilots use and the paths that the pilots decide to fly, you're going to be arguing about a method. You're not going to be arguing about the shape of the ground. Because you could assert that the ground is flat and airplanes are flying, or you could assert that the Earth is a sphere and the airplanes are flying. It doesn't matter.
Funny how they call them airplanes. Plane.
Yeah, well, they're flying through atmosphere. So
Well,
the
it's
air
not.
must be a sphere.
Yeah, it's not. The thing that you're flying is not a flat surface, so I don't know why they call it an airplane, but it flies through a plane of air.
Yeah, there are vertical stabilizers and horizontal stabilizers.
Well, if you're trying to path flying across the sphere, you're going to take the shorter path across the sphere, not the shorter path across the sphere mapped to a flat surface.
Yeah, that's great. But the problem you've got, Ned, the issue you've got is we've already established there is no sphere.
Also, planes don't fly in straight lines on a sphere. They fly in flight corridors, which everybody flies in. They're like little highways in the sky. I map planes, so I'm pretty sure I know what they look like.
Yeah. Method, again, arguing method, not the shape of the ground.
The method would have to be based off the shape of the ground for
No.
most efficient travel.
If
Dude, they don't care about efficiency. Who told you they care about efficiency? Who told Ned airplane pilots care if they use a lot of fuel up?
If you can sell a service cheaper, why not sell the service cheaper? Or raise the price and take
They
efficient
do
flight paths
all
so
the
you
time.
can
They
pad your
raise the price
margins.
and they lower the price. Hey, you haven't been around long, I know that, but they raise the prices all the time and then they lower them all the time, up and down all the time. So does fuel. Fuel goes up and down all the time. Did you guys? I don't know if you guys know that or not. You haven't been around long.
I mean, why are there so many flight delays?
Why? Because they're backed up at the airport, and I have screenshots of planes just doing circles, circles, just doing circles, waiting to land, and then you see them finally land in the airport. Wonder why?
Because they don't always have the resources ready that the plane needs to be landed or taken care of.
No, it's because there's 7 other planes in front of them, and they're trying to land while this one just circles, waiting to land. That's why. It's reality. It's people and machines.
It's literally what he said, though.
There's wonderful men in
Let me hear what he said. Let me hear the White Knight. What he said, White Knight. White Knight. What did he say?
He said they don't have the resources, and you said because there's more people in front of the plane in the queue, so
Dude,
that would
it's
map
because
1 to 1.
planes are in the air. You can't make them land any faster. Do you understand that? You can't make them
You
hit the
said
ground any
faster.
faster,
He
or
said
they're gonna
they
die.
are
People
in
will
the
die if
queue,
they all hit the ground
and
at
you
the
said they
same
don't
time.
have. He said they don't have the resources, and you said they're in the queue. So this would map 1
Yep,
to
they're in
1.
the queue, and that's it. So how come planes are delayed?
Because they don't have the resources.
How come
Because they're
planes are
late in the
early?
queue.
How come planes are early? Because they have too many resources?
Because they got
usually
it out and it happened to be early.
Oh, so one reason is one thing, another reason is a different thing. If they're late, they don't have enough people. If they're early, what is it?
Yeah, that's usually how reasons work.
Okay, if they're early, what is it?
They got out and they got there early. Why
No, they
are
left at
trains
the
early
normal
or
time,
late?
but they left normal, but they're a half hour early now. Now, why do they have to circle? Is it because they're early, or is it because they're on time?
They have to circle because not always is the runway clear. You have to keep a runway
That's
clear.
correct. Not always is it clear, because all the airplanes at airports, all of them, have some kind of schedule they're on if it's a commercial flight. And you got to follow the schedule. You just can't go landing willy nilly at any airport you want, at any time you want, because you'll get arrested. Is flat Earth this upsetting to you guys?
Yes. It's so upsetting they'd rather argue non sequiturs.
I mean, the side chat was flooded earlier. I'm like, oh, I'm going back to about who posted all that. Holy shit, that's a long post. Matrix posted it at 30 past the hour. Well, 30 past the last hour. Just a whole heap of long distance laser tests, observations. I mean, that's what we're resting our claim on, you know, these sort of tests and observations. You should be like examining that and finding any sort of fault in that, or providing some counter measurements, you know, something like that, you know.
What
He
things do you
did.
all believe in other than
He
flat
said
Earth?
airplanes fly. That was his counter. He said airplanes. Remember? Airplanes are in the air, therefore Earth is a globe. Although airplanes require a flat and stationary Earth, so I'm still confused on that one.
Right. Well, Yoda asked a good question regarding that. He said, how would they determine they're doing a great circle route and that this route is shorter?
Can you explain why airplanes would require a flat plane?
You might have to ask NASA or Boeing or any of those other companies that wrote it in their documents. Earth is flat and stationary. Have fun flying.
I guess I could do that, but you said they require. I imagine you have a
Yeah,
reason why you think that.
it has to be that way. It says on page 1, Earth flat and stationary. Earth. Now go fly a plane. It's the first, second line in there. Besides, hello, welcome to your class. 1, Earth is flat and stationary. 2, go fly a plane. Now that's the order things go in.
Yeah, but why couldn't you fly on a sphere?
Oh, you probably could, but landing would be a bitch.
How are you going to land on a moving ball? Tell me how you got a tennis ball flying through the air. Tell me how you're going to land a little drone on it.
Oh, so when you jump out of a car, you magically stop. No, you follow the car when you jump out of a moving car.
He thinks
Yes.
airplanes take off. He thinks airplanes take off and they're going sideways if they take off going south.
I mean, 2 points. One, you could land a drone of sufficient capability on a flying
You
tennis
cannot.
ball.
Nobody can. No, you can't.
Why?
And don't sit there and make up lies because I hate
Why?
liars.
Why couldn't you?
How are you going to make it go sideways at the same time it's coming down? It goes sideways and down around. Like, so down, sideways, and then arc around the ball to make sure you land on that thing. And then it has to be spinning on the ball when it lands.
Well,
Well,
when you're
that's
in
why
a
he's
bus and the bus is
drone is
moving,
like a
you get up
helicopter
and
can
move
move
from
it.
one seat to the next.
Where the argument originally was about airplanes, which require forward motion in order to create flight. So that's how he dodged your claim. He said drone.
I'm not sure I dodged it, but he said it
Yeah, you
couldn't
did
be
it.
done, and I
Right,
said it
anyway.
can.
Because he was like, planes, airplanes, fly, commercial flights. That's what we've been talking about for like the last
Okay,
10,
I mean, we
15
can
minutes.
stick on planes. He
And then now
brought
you're
up the
like,
tennis
well,
ball,
I
and
can
he
land a
said
drone
you
and it's
can't
gonna
land a drone
go.
on there, and I said you could.
No, he said plane.
No, I mean you can go on
Yeah,
YouTube. He brought the drone in.
clip it.
Maybe somebody can post the flight manuals for these guys since I'm not at my computer getting ready.
Maybe they can post some data from onboard instrumentation that shows that after 10,000 kilometers, that an aircraft has rotated 90 degrees.
Oh, it's pretty insane that they take off from the crosswinds like that.
So you understand crosswinds. So why don't you understand 1,000 a mile an hour ball moving underneath you while you're trying to take off? Because that's
It's
what
not
you
moving
require if you're
underneath you
trying to
if you're
take off at the
taking off with
equator.
it. I mean, it's not moving
Sideways.
underneath you if you're moving with it.
Sideways. So that means every single runway would have to be posted east-west. There'd be no north-south runways ever.
Like Peru.
When you're in a bus and you move from seat to seat, does that matter?
And he's going to
which
go
way the
back to his bus.
moves?
We're talking about aeroplanes, Ned. Please stick with it. Come on.
Don't you understand analogy? Don't you
No,
understand
We're not talking about analogies.
Buses don't fly, so you're not using a bus. I also noticed in school they never learned what an analogy is or how to compare two things like that. They just make up something. Well, what about when you throw an apple? How come that hits the ground and not an airplane?
Okay, I dropped the clip in the sidebar about him bringing a drone in it.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, Professor Triangle. If you scroll up to the last hour, scrolling. Oh, don't tell me it's been nuked. Yes, it has. Ah, man. Alright. I might have to repost it.
So what did I say wrong? You can loan drones on spinning tennis balls?
Sure, I don't see why you couldn't.
All right, I got 2 drones and I got a tennis ball. I'm going to try this. How am I going to get the drone to
The
catch up to
scale
the
makes
speed
it
of the tennis ball?
inapplicable.
How am I
The
going to
scale
get the
makes it
drone to...
inapplicable.
What?
The scale makes it inapplicable.
What scale am I supposed to use?
The scale of the Earth.
Okay, what is that? I'll use that scale. Tell me what it is.
Just don't even know how to argue this or debate with this.
I know, because there's no argument or debate for the globe. That's what we're telling everybody.
No, he left.
Yeah, he left.
Okay, I
always
can take
do.
over. Let's have some fun. Okay, well, obviously you couldn't use a full-size drone. The tennis ball, like you wouldn't be able to balance it on it, and you'd have a proper landing mechanism, probably some Velcro-esque legs, and you need a small drone. But
No,
there's
you
no
don't
reason
use
why.
that. You don't need Velcro on regular Earth, so you don't need Velcro on a tennis ball and a drone.
Well, a tennis ball is different from the Earth, so we have to change the parameters
What's
of the
different
drone
about it?
landing on it, obviously.
What's
Well, the
different
tennis ball is
about it?
much smaller, right?
I don't know. How big is the Earth?
So, just with your naked eye, you cannot see that a tennis ball is smaller than what even if it's just a plane, then it's smaller.
Oh no, you can't compare a ball to a plane. Nope. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Ouch! You hurt my head.
Not even the size. You can't.
Nope, you can't. You can't complain. You can't compare a flat surface to a ball. You're making my eyebrows hurt.
Of course you can.
Okay.
Can you calculate the surface of a ball? Of a sphere?
Yeah, that's a
Can you
sphere.
calculate the surface of a flat plane?
That's a flat plane. There's 2 different things.
Can you compare the sizes of the sphere and the flat plane?
No.
No.
No?
Flat planes go on forever. Balls
Okay,
are
let's
finite.
do some basic calculations then, I guess.
All right, you're just going to keep calculating until you can get some kind of win, aren't you?
No, I mean, I was
Yes,
just
that's what
trying
it sounds
to
like
get
you're
the
trying to
drone
do.
thing.
A
I was
flat
just trying to
plane
get
is
the
not a
drone thing
ball.
done. Then he said you cannot compare, not even the size. I think you can.
What's the radius of the Earth?
(6,371 kilometers).
Oh. All right. So then, what would the distance to the horizon be? How would you calculate that?
Oh, I don't know the formula, but I imagine for the average height, it's like 3 miles or something.
For what height?
Like 5'8", 5'9", 5'11", something like that.
What about 1 foot?
I have no idea.
1.2 miles.
Okay.
What about 7 inches? I'm sure it'd be less than,
Yeah, probably be less.
Okay, so if I show you an observation of somebody's camera height at inches above the water, and the object they see is 9 miles away, how big would that ball be?
I think I want you to show me that experiment, but during the
It's not an
day.
experiment, it's an observation.
Yeah, I want you to show me that observation, but during the day on a flat
It is.
surface that's warm.
It is.
Why were we rewinding this live stream to listen to me ruin that guy? They want to hear themselves get ruined a couple times.
I have one final question.
Posting a video for a job.
Because everybody thinks that because they were taught that. That's why nobody's actually lying. Now, what's your last question?
How has this ruse kept going for so long if it is a ruse? Don't ruses usually find... Oh,
It
never
hasn't.
mind, I
We
answered my
stopped
question
it.
for
Yeah.
you.
No, we stopped it. Yeah, we
I
we
answered
blew
my
the
question
whistle.
for you, yeah.
Yeah, we blew the whistle. We said,
understood.
"Hey, guess what? They lied to you about all this crap. They don't even know they're lying to you. So now you guys are liars since we told you the truth." What do you think?
That's a fair perspective. Hmm.
So that observation, inches above the water, seeing 9 miles is halfway through loading. So if you're still there, it's on the way.
Well, I'm still there, but I don't want to see it above water. I want to see it about a flat, solid, warm surface.
Oh, we got that too. Hold on. Hold on. I'll post it for you.
Oh, you've got the road one. Yes, or the runway.
Well, the best
Either
thing
way.
about water is that since Earth is a sphere and it's got gravity and it keeps the water on the surface of the Earth perfectly conforming to the curvature of that sphere, water would actually be the best place to try and find curvature because you wouldn't have topography in the way.
I know what you mean, but the problem is sometimes nature's a little bit like things aren't as they appear to be to our senses. And I just really prefer a hot surface.
Oh.
Yeah, so I
Also-
posted a flat surface for you in the heat, flat surface, boat sitting in the guy's driveway, and over time it just goes down behind the curve as it gets hotter. Isn't it? It's amazing how concrete bends like that over time, and then it flattens out in the morning.
Yeah, that's the best.
I don't understand, and I don't know why there are vegans around. Okay, so I'm gonna go sit in their room all day.
Before you leave, can you explain to me the Horizon ship home test video? Can you explain what we are
Yeah, I
seeing there
just
and why we are
did.
seeing it?
Over time, Over time, you see it get all squishy and wiggly and sink into the ground. That's just a
Yeah.
flat driveway with a camera on it over time.
Yeah.
Yep. The hotter it gets, the more that happens.
Okay, and
I just
why?
got done telling you a story about it. I know you weren't listening because you only have focused listening now, because that's what happens to you guys.
Well, I'm sorry if you explained it and I didn't pay attention. Can you explain it
I
to me
know.
now?
Yeah. The guy's in his driveway. Did you see that?
I see it.
He put a toy boat in the driveway. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And now you see the whole boat except for the flat bottom of it sitting on the driveway. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
And then after time, it sinks into the concrete. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what happens on a flat, hard surface that you asked for over time with heat.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
But
it.
why
Earth
does
is
that
flat.
happen?
Earth is
You
flat.
haven't explained the why? I can explain the why.
Oh,
Can you explain the why?
you don't know why?
No, I know why. I'm
Well, then
asking
you
you to
know the
explain the
Earth
why,
is
though.
flat. Since you know that happens on a flat surface, why are
No,
you
this
in here trying
happens
to
on a
argue with
sphere.
us?
This makes perfect sense.
Okay, Sir
I've never
Curtis,
seen that happen on a sphere.
did you not listen to the "that's on a flat surface, hard
Yeah.
concrete"?
Yeah.
So you heard that
No,
bit. That's
did.
on a flat surface.
Okay.
Okay.
But this
so
phenomena
effect,
also happens
yeah,
on a
so
sphere.
this phenomena happens
Yeah.
on flat surfaces. So you saying to us now this phenomena only happens on curved surfaces is null and void because it's just been proven on a flat surface.
No, Matrix,
my
what
mistake.
he said was it also happens on globes. And his problem is he doesn't have a globe to prove that on.
So
we
how's he
have,
going to
we have
isolate?
flat surfaces. Dude, we have flat surfaces to prove what we say. Now you
So
go
how's he
do it
going
on a
to
globe.
isolate the
You go
effect?
do it on a globe, dude.
How's he going to isolate the effect from the actual alleged curvature to prove that it is curving?
If I said it only happens on a sphere, then that was my mistake. The problem is this doesn't have anything
Do
to
you
do
isolate the
with
effect
being
from the
flat
flatness
or
to
a
prove
sphere.
that it's flattening?
I already posted it.
That was there at the start, bro. Before it heated up. There was no effect then.
I'm talking about the laser
Ned,
measurement.
go Ned. Since you came in here saying there's no way to convince you guys, and then you got out of here after like the second or third time you freaked out and left and came back. What keeps drawing you back? Is it my greatness or my electric personality?
I'm trying to keep at it and push myself. I don't want to be annoying. If I'm annoying, I'll go.
I know it's hard. It's got to be really hard for you guys to realize space is fake. Rockets don't go anywhere. They're just on TV. If you're there live, they go sideways, go into the water, and boats out go and retrieve them, and then they do it all over again next month. I know that's a letdown, but that's just reality. Now we can move on to, hey, it's flat. There must be all kinds of shit going on that we don't know about.
Can I ask a question? Like,
Of
what would you
course,
tell
we
someone
love
that says that
answering questions.
if we got someone that went to space, what would you tell them?
Space is fake and you hallucinated and you don't have any proof you went there. What would you tell them?
I mean,
The limits
I
of
don't know. I
senses
honestly
can
think
apply
y'all are
to
kind of a
hallucinating
little bit of
space.
like what
Why
they
Answer
call
his question, and now
conspiracy.
he's mad at me. Now it's a y'all thing. As soon as I answered his question, no, I don't know, y'all, this and that, y'all.
I don't know, dude. Like, I think if like a therapist or like a psychiatrist saw you, they would say that you might have a disorder, like believing
Someone
this.
told you they went to
No, what's going to
Narnia.
They
happen
might
is if
have
I go
medicine
see
that
a
can help.
psychiatrist, I'm going to go ahead and diagnose the psychiatrist, and he's not going to like that either. Because we're going to get into it. Do you think you live on a ball, psychiatrist? He's going to say, yeah. I said, get on the couch. I need the notepad.
Tag, you're it.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm
Matthew,
just
if
saying,
someone
like,
came back and said, "Hey, I went and saw Aslan in Narnia," would you believe him?
it's a well-known fact that the Earth is round.
Yeah, it's a well-known
No,
fact
it's not
that
a fact.
Aslan is actually in Narnia, and so
No.
is the Ice Queen. And somebody
I
came
want to
back
hear
with their
about this
spear.
fact. I want to hear about his fact. Go ahead. Give me your facts.
I mean, you can literally Google it.
No, that's not. That's a fucking computer, you kid.
I'm not a kid, number one, but yeah.
Well, then stop using Google as your adult proof of things.
Honestly, it's pretty damn accurate in 2025.
Okay, so men can get pregnant, right?
They can't get pregnant.
Then why does Google say they can or used to? They had to change it because of us.
I still have the screenshot.
You're looking at an isolated case here. The truth
so
is,
only if so we don't know if it's isolated, if it's actually true or false. We
So-
just have to hope. We're hoping for the best when we use it now.
so how can we prove the Earth is flat? Like, if you, like, here's the real question for you: if the Earth is so flat, how can you prove it by going outside the Earth and proving that it's truly flat?
Measure it.
Measure what?
The ground at sea level. Go to the beach with your friend in Florida. Pick up some chicks while you're there. Do something human.
Don't threaten them and tell them they have to leave their mum's basement like that. That sounds like fun.
I don't get it.
See? Right there. Now we're back to cogdis. I don't know. I can't see anything. My mind is blank. I'm a brain in the jar. Help me, help me.
I mean, like, literally, this is like any other channel on this server. I can, like, understand their argument, but this is the one that I just, like, straight
this
up.
is the bit that you've probably missed out on. The ground, you call it Earth, others do too, is measured as flat, non-curving. When you were little, they told you lived on some kind of sphere-tard. Well, in order for it to be curving, a sphere, a ball, whatever you want to call it, it is required to have curvature. If there is none measured, it sort of leaves us with a little problem. We're not on a bloody ball.
So, here's a question then. Do you believe that, like, for example, the sun is not real as well?
Holy crap. I told you he went to brain in the jar. Now the sun's not
Wow.
real, the moon's not real, the sky's not
Well,
real.
no, I'm just, like,
Nobody's
wondering,
real.
do you believe in, like, things
No, dude, you don't
orbiting
have to
and
ask us
stuff, or
about
with-
believing things. We
Okay,
know.
let's just
we don't believe in
just
things.
go through this
Let's get
one
'em
step
straight.
at a time.
Yeah, get them
So
straight
how
on
did you come
belief.
from? How did you get information from me saying ground measured flat, not ball, and then you jump to sun not real? How did you get those two jump from one to the next one?
ADD.
because I'm in complete, like, I don't know, complete shock, doubt. Like, it almost takes your logic out when you see
Yeah,
someone
because your
that's
logic
entire
was
life is
false, that's
dedicated
why.
to a conspiracy theory.
Yeah, it's because
If
your
it's a
logic is false. That's why it's been
conspiracy
taken
theory,
out. Sorry, Jim.
if it's a conspiracy theory, then the Earth is in on it. It's so big it looks flat. It's so big you can't feel the motion. Yeah, it's a big conspiracy.
I mean, people that have gone to space, if they can feel the difference.
Yeah, how many people have seen the Earth as a ball?
Probably hundreds to thousands.
No, less than 30. You put your trust that the Earth is a sphere in less than 30 people.
If you trace the path of the sun on the Earth from the flat Earth, can you map
Yes, it
out
shows
the
that
way
the sun
the
is
sun
moving on a
moves
flat,
over the flat
stationary
Earth?
Earth. Yes, if you look at shadows, then you're going to see the sun moving and the Earth is stationary. Yes, I agree.
Okay, so
Okay, but if you trace out the path of the sun,
Yeah, I know. You get an NLMO.
can
Here,
you
I'll help
explain
you.
why there's a company dedicated to space that's not
Because
government
people
funded?
like money.
A
Yeah, a
for-profit
company exists
company.
because people like money. Exactly.
Yeah, but what the hell are they doing with this for-profit company?
Well, I don't
Like, what?
fucking know whatever the fuck they're doing, right?
There's no company that sends you to space. Stop letting these guys fool you, flat earthers.
So I assume Blue Origin as well. That's just like they just drug
If you
people out
trace
and
Yeah, that's
come
an
back and
airplane.
say they
That's a
went to
zero G
space.
flight. Do you know what a zero G flight is?
Yeah, I've been on mission space before.
Oh man.
What's that
At
supposed to mean to me?
Epcot. They basically make you feel like you're going into space, but you're not actually in
Then how would
space.
you know what space feels like? Because what Epcot told you?
What they do is they take the G's by spinning you very quickly to simulate the feeling of going up into space and returning back.
No.
Wait, so spinning means outer space.
I mean, like it.
It's
It's
crazy
just like
what
I
these
don't get
guys
like,
believe.
convinced.
It's crazy
Like a
what you
10 to 1
believe,
ratio.
dude. Dude, you believe any crazy shit like that. Do you know that? I'll bet you believe if you wore a hoop around you, that was a 6-foot diameter, that you would be safe from people.
Dude, it's very hard when there's 10 to 1 people attacking in a debate.
I'm not
there's only
attacking
two
you.
people
I'm not
attacking.
attacking you. I'm a comedian for the rest of the room. I'm narrating.
I'm just.
Here, I'll go to work.
I want to
I'll
get
go
you
to
all
work.
help, but I don't know how to do such. Even if you
Getting help
believe
is a
that Earth
bad way to
is
phrase it.
flat,
Oh, help. Get us some help. Go get a psychiatrist and bring him in here.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
you're gonna
Help is a
harass
bad
the
way to phrase it.
psychiatrist.
No, that would be a great episode. Go fetch your psychiatrist, please.
I don't have a psychiatrist,
So
unfortunately.
why would you call that
You're gonna need one.
harassment? What you would call that harassment if he doesn't if he believes in the globe, you would call that harassment?
I'll tell you what'd be
There's
funny shit, Professor
absolutely
Triangle.
no fucking way the Earth is flat. I'm just telling you.
I'm sorry, but it's measured that way. Flight dynamics requests and has to be flat and stationary in order to fly and land a plane.
Do you think the satellites are real or not? Just wondering, because I guess
Airplanes. Satellites don't land on runways.
yeah. But do you think satellites are real?
No, not your orbiting ones that go around the ball. Not real at all.
Oh, we acknowledge the ball, so it's real. Thank you.
No, not real.
Case
Ball
is closed.
not real. Satellites going around the ball. Not real. Do you hear me yet?
I give up. I'm not going to be able to convince somebody
Thank
that's
you.
drank
Thank
the
you.
juice.
That's 2 down. If you don't believe in satellites, I give up.
Let me guess. Do you have a full-time, like, tally sheet in IRL that you, or a chalkboard or some shit every time someone says I give up, you mark it down and it gives you a little dopamine rush?
No, it's all on our
No.
live streams. I can just go back and listen to them every day if I want to, and then smile and giggle wrapped in a blanket.
Wow.
Matt, have a look inside chat. 54 past the hour. Just posted up a laser test for you there, mate. If you watch that, you'll understand how and the reasons why we say it's measured flat.
When one or more spacecraft.
So, at just now, you understand that it's measured flat. That's great. You've probably got a lot more questions instead of answers. So you probably want to know how the sun works, why the sun works, how the moon, what the hell the stars are, who created it all. There's probably a lot of questions now that you have. But as long as you keep one thing understood, it's measured as flat. There's no curvature. So whatever claims they say have to have a ball, you know instantly are broken because there's no curve.
That's just your perspective, though. You're saying that, like, human
Oh,
perspective is like
darling,
divine
that's perspective. How about you spin your
Darling.
best perspective? Oh, gorgeous. Spin your perspective to the side chat and check out 54 minutes past the hour. There's a nice little laser test there to show you about perspective.
You're just saying it's flat because it looks flat, and that's just
I'm
perspective.
just saying it's flat because it's measured flat. Yes,
And
it also looks
and
flat
used
too.
it and used as flat. Airplanes need it to be flat and stationary. Not me. I
Well,
didn't
the
say that. The
planes are small. The Earth
engineers
is
said that.
big.
The engineers said that, not me.
Okay, so when lice is crawling through your fucking pussy, right? Is it a forest
Wait,
or
no,
is
no,
it
no. You're correct.
cubes?
I am saying right.
Well, you don't have one,
it looks
and it's
flat.
really weird that you would talk about it, dude.
But hang on a sec. I want to agree with him. Yes, I am saying it looks flat because it is flat, but I'm not saying it is flat because it looks flat necessarily.
Ooh.
But it is a good starting point.
How are you going to respond to that, Het? Honey buns, come back. Yeah, we know
Oh,
you're
you
there.
guys give me like the cutest names.
Yeah, that's
It makes
great.
me blush.
Now, how are you going to respond to T-Dub, what he just said?
Okay, so he's like, it's measured flat and shit, but it's still like under on the earth, right? So the pubes to the lights, if
So
they
you
measured the
didn't
pubes.
want to listen, so we're just going to have to red flag you because you're a doormat. Well, that was a fail.
Is that all we got left? The failures are starting to come in.
Broken souls. We had the clown car earlier. Talon, Reductio. Who else was there? Oh, it's JJ. He was in the mix.
Hey, you Globers that are having a hard time with us, there's a whole group of Globers that have their own servers, and they meet up like all day long and try to come up with ways to come in here and defeat us. You guys might want to join that. They've got like a whole whiteboard thing going and spreadsheets and everything about us.
Wow. Just flat. 20 people sitting here all day waiting to argue about the Earth being flat.
Oh, there's nothing to argue
It's
about.
not an
It's measured that
argument,
way.
dude. Why do you guys always think it's an argument? You have no argument. You have
You
nothing to
understand?
prove it's a globe.
You understand there's virtually no chance that the Earth is flat. There's overwhelming scientific evidence
What do you mean?
from
No
centuries of observation, space travel, and
overwhelming
physics.
scientific evidence.
either.
Professor Triangle, he said scientific evidence. Let him
I heard him.
explain
That's
it.
why I want to know about the space travel. He's insisting on throwing 20 things at a time out there. Prove
Okay, let's
one
just
of them, dude.
gravity then, because that's probably the simplest thing.
Okay, go ahead. Prove
Do
gravity.
you believe in
Yep,
gravity
simple.
or not?
No, go ahead. Prove gravity now. No, we don't.
Okay, if you drop a ball, why does it go down?
Density.
How come if you drop a ball in space, it doesn't go down? Or I can't say that because you're gonna say space isn't real, so it's impossible to argue.
So
Because
is
you're
space
just
void of a space like where you is like that's a vacuum chamber?
yeah.
Okay, so when I put a rock in my vacuum chamber and I remove all the air, the rock does not float. So you just lied about rocks float in space.
I mean, it does float unless it gets touched. Then it will keep moving infinitely.
You sound a bit touched yourself.
That's uncalled for.
Well, you said touched. You know what touched in the head is, Mr. Psychiatrist?
I mean, it's just like there's so many phenomenons that occur
No.
for you to
Name
deny
something.
it. It's just
Name
insane. Like,
something. Name one.
okay, the lunar eclipses.
No. You're looking in the
Wait, is
sky.
that some Toy Story scene where they're just putting
Yes, it's a
lamps
Toy
over our
Story.
head?
Yes, there's not what you think is happening is not happening. You're not
What
at
about
that
the whole
stage yet for us to
weather
discuss
system?
eclipses.
The weather system. Do you
Oh yeah,
believe the weather
the
system?
sun heats up the air. Yeah, the sun heats up the air, and then the wind blows around because of that.
Yeah.
Convection, it's called.
So
You
you
guys,
don't believe
pay
the
attention when
planes
you guys before you
routes?
graduate high school. Make sure you guys pay attention to all this, so when you do get out, you'll understand how weather works.
Okay, so do you think, like, say, Delta Airlines, do you agree that airline companies are flying people around the world?
No. Oh yeah, around in a circle, like a globe. No, around like walking my dog around the block. Yes.
Okay, so like they're flying them from point A to point B, correct?
Yep, that's exactly what they do. They take flight routes. They don't fly in a straight line.
And do you understand why the routes are designed the way that they're designed to catch
Yes, so
currents
they
and
don't.
stuff?
Yes, I actually can monitor these planes and I see what height they fly at. Certain flight routes, they're in a certain height and they go different directions at certain heights, so they don't hit each other. That's why they do that. Why do you think they do it?
Well, I mean, that statement's true, but like that's not to the point. That like you understand,
Oh,
like
it didn't fit your point.
it's just I don't even know how to explain it to you because like I don't think you're ever going to be convinced. Anything that you say, you're just going to come back to space isn't real and that the sun isn't real. Like nothing is like essentially it's not possible to argue with someone that doesn't have common sense.
So what's common sense? That space is real. That's common sense.
I mean, the thing that you learned in third grade that the Earth is
And then I
round.
grew up, and I got like a job where I make a lot of money. So I bought all my own toys, and I proved space is fake and Earth is flat.
What was the first toy that you bought that proved that?
P900 and a laser at the same time.
What's a P900?
Nikon P900. It's a camera. It's got an 83x zoom lens on it.
Okay, so were you taking pictures of the stars or something?
No, straight across the Lake Erie. First one was Cleveland Stadium from a beach that's like 15 miles away, and I could see basically the doors at Cleveland Stadium, which is I don't know how many feet above the water that is, 10, something like that.
Gosh, I think you're past you're like lost hope basically, and you might consider me a lost hope as well.
No, I feel sorry for you. You're the guys who are brainwashed, not me. How did water
If you said
brainwash me?
religion is brainwashed, I could believe you. There's
Yeah,
definitely
yes, you are in a
overwhelming.
religion. Globe is a religion. You can only believe in it. It is not a fact. It is a religion. It's just a religion, dude. Something you have to believe in. You're the one who likes to use belief.
I will never believe the Earth is flat. Like never. There's no evidence that you can provide me that will ever make me change my mind, and I don't think there's anything I can tell you that will
You
make.
can't because the Earth measures flat. So how are you going to curve the Earth?
Matthew, what do you stand from debating this guy?
I don't. That's why I'm like trying to figure out how to mute myself.
Okay.
Oh, you think this is a debate, Nuki child?
Yeah, I don't know what he thinks.
I don't know. It's entertaining to me.
It's not a debate, man.
Everything he said so far, I gave him an answer, and now he's like, "Oh man, nobody can convince you of anything." So is that how debates work?
What would convince you?
Me measuring a curved Earth.
I mean, like, if I went to space and came back, would that mean anything, or you just be like, "Oh, you
space
were
is
like
fake.
drugged or
No,
something"?
space is fake for the 50th fucking time today.
So
why is space fake?
If it's so fake, can I send you to space and you go
Because
out
it's
without a
fake. What are you
mask
gonna
on
say?
and you'll be
If
dead? And
Narnia
then
doesn't exist, what
all
if I
these people
send
in
you
this
to
room can
Narnia
know?
then? If Narnia doesn't exist, what if I send you to Narnia? Matthew.
Like, it's just hard to explain because you don't like. It's not possible to argue with somebody or
Because he
debate with
doesn't
them.
believe.
Yeah, I'm
Because
not a
if
globe
space
believer.
isn't real, then like
I'm not in the religion like you are. I'm out of that religion. I used to be a globe believer. My dad worked at NASA. Yeah, the whole 9 yards. But I'm not like that. Space is fake. NASA is a propaganda machine. They've been classified that this year or last year. So what do you got? What else you got besides space propaganda pictures? You know, that's a bonus for flat earthers that Trump did that. Classified NASA as an intelligence agency because you guys got nothing left now.
I mean, like
you guys remember that we
don't
were
you think people should be criminally charged if they're spending billions of
They
dollars
can't.
making
They've been
lies?
reclassified as an intelligence agency, allowing them to use propaganda signed in by Obama. So, no, they cannot be prosecuted now because they knew it was coming.
Discord.
we came from being already bamboozled by all that shit, right? We realized it's false.
Can you come give me your realization story? Like, I'm just trying to understand what was the like? Was
I
there one
second this.
thing that
Why do you
just
believe in what you believe in?
like
Cleveland
You just
Stadium.
got told. It's not a belief.
I'm just trying to understand, like, what was the piece of
Cleveland
evidence or the
Stadium. I
conversation
gave
that
you mine. Mine
converted
was
you?
Cleveland Stadium. Yeah, mine was Cleveland Stadium. I don't know what other guys are. I told you, but now you don't like that, so you're asking somebody else.
I don't even understand it, to be honest. Like, you're like
So if
saying that
there's
you take
a
a picture very
building,
far
if
away and
there's a
see it.
building, for example, a building 10 miles away from me should be 66 feet down behind the curve of the earth. You know this, right?
You're saying because if the Earth is curved, then like the further away you go, it should be like changing the height. If you're
It'd be
truly angled
down, it should be going
perfectly.
down away from you from all 360 degrees. Everything should be going down and away from you, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so when I see a building all the way down to its doors at street level, does that mean it's bending down and around and away from me, or does that mean it's just straight across the lake? Get rid of Mez.
Okay, so how tall is the building is the question.
That one, I think it's 10 stories tall, 100 feet or something.
So if it was like the correct like height, couldn't it be level with you?
How does
Even if the
something
Earth is
going
round?
down around a ball and me sitting on a beach when I did this? I was about 3 foot in the above the water at this time. How at 3 foot high am I seeing basically the whole building except for what the waves are blocking? Because it was hot that day. and people are out, millions of votes on Lake Erie. Not millions, but a few thousand, that's for sure.
I mean, I don't have an answer, but I'm still like, I'm just trying to picture this in my head. Does that make sense at this point? Like,
Yeah, it
you're
does.
sitting at
Have you ever tried to
basically
make?
sea
Have you ever
level.
tried to make the globe make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense when
Well,
you
how come
explain
it
it.
doesn't make sense that it's measured flat? Airplanes needed to be flat and stationary, and Cleveland Stadium wasn't down around the ball. How do you make sense of that?
Why do airplanes need it to be flat?
So you don't crash when you land on a moving ball.
I mean, don't they account for gravity and everything? And
No, gravity doesn't move you sideways. I know it hurts.
It moves. Doesn't it move slow enough that it
No,
wouldn't matter?
gravity. Your gravity is supposed to pull you to the center of a ball, not sideways.
It's just like you're saying, like even our like. So is our Air Force also fake too then, or something? Or they just know and they keep it
Flying
secret?
airplanes. So flying airplanes means the Air Force is fake now. Wow.
There's
I'm just trying
testimony
to
from
understand, like,
there's testimony from Air Force pilots, ex-Air Force, military, Marines, Navy, that say, that they've come out and go, oh yeah, we actually, no, I never accounted for curvature or
Well, they
rotation
can't.
of the
You
Earth.
can't. There's nothing in a formula to account for Earth curve, and if you tried to add it in, you will just crash. I encourage you Globers who are in here yelling at us because the Earth is flat to go become a pilot. Then you got to take that class where it says Earth is flat and stationary, and then underneath the small print it says "Now deal with it, bitches." And then the next line says, "Now go fly planes. We're going to learn how to fly planes." How come it's written like that?
We need a scientist in here to help y'all.
Oh,
That's
okay,
what we
I'm here.
need.
What do you need? I'm here.
You're not a scientist. You're a conspiracy theorist.
No, conspiracy theorists are globers who believe in the globe and that gravity pulls things to the center of a ball at the same time it pulls things sideways. That's a conspiracy theorist.
I just like I'm just mind blown. I'm just mind blown. So let me ask this then. How do you explain seasons? Like, do you think there's someone holding lamps over us or something?
Sun moves.
The sun moves. And do you think the sun is like moving
Welcome
on
to
its own,
Flat
or do you
Earth.
think there's some
Yeah.
simulation or
Welcome
other?
to Flat Earth. No, you think there's a simulation. Your only explanation for why the Earth is flat and we always use it as flat and we don't use it as a globe, your only explanation is not that it's flat, it's that it's a simulation now. You have to be a brain in the jar, and you can't explain why your simulation and you being a brain in the jar has a flat Earth in it. You cannot explain that.
I'm just like, okay, I will never believe the Earth is flat. I don't care what evidence is provided.
We'll see you in 6 months with a flat earther tag. You're one of those guys.
I hope some science people come in here and I can listen to them.
I'm here. What would you like?
So, Matt, do you honestly believe this is a question of science?
I mean, what you're saying that this is like science is all fake and that like everyone's been lied
Doesn't
to
have
and
anything
even
to do with the
I didn't
ball.
have
That's what Matrix.
anything to do with that.
Yeah,
All I
Matrix is
asked you
telling you
was,
there's no science. You cannot science into existence a ball.
see, you're getting a bit confused, Matt. This is not a question of science. It's a question of geometry. That's all.
Yeah, they fucked you up by telling you it's science related, and you believe them with everything. Actually, if you think about everything you believe, Matthew, I don't have my glasses on. You believe everything they tell you on TV and social media and school.
It's quite simple. The question is, does the surface of the Earth deviate from horizontal at a rate in accordance with the sphere Earth with a radius of 3,959 miles? You show that, and we're done. We're out of here.
So
you've destroyed
well,
flat Earth.
Why, instead of debating and trying to convince people that Earth is flat, why don't you just like try to take down the people that are lying?
Nobody's trying to convince Globers that the Earth is flat. You guys come in here. We just come in here to talk about colors and cars and other things, and then you guys come in here and yell at us because the Earth is flat.
So you're just saying this channel is basically a talking space for people that have a like-minded belief that the Earth is flat.
No, it's actually a clickbait for you guys to get so triggered that you're forced to come in here and yell at us. We do it on purpose. Otherwise, we'd be named the Earth Doesn't Curve channel, but it's 24/7 flat Earth because that triggers people. And we learn that because the CIA is the one who came up with conspiracy theorists. You know that, right? Okay, so they're the ones who gave people that name for Kennedy so that people could be considered crazy because they're just coming up with ideas that aren't true. So that's not us. The globe is a conspiracy because it's an idea that's not true.
So here's a question. For Christmas, my dad, I'm actually purchasing tickets to go to the actual rocket launch.
You got to pay to go stand outside.
Well, we're gonna do like a restaurant deal thing, but I'm waiting for a big one that's manned. And the thing is that like all these rockets launching up and down, like what the hell are they doing then? Like, just tell me that. And
So you're paying a restaurant to sit it there while they launch a rocket.
Well, they're not launching the rocket. They just have property that has good views of this launch.
Okay, so you're sitting
Like,
at
is
the
this just like
restaurant.
some like projector screen or something? Like, are people actually dying in these rocket launches? Like,
you're gonna just come up with your own theory.
So now I understand why the kid's a bit broken. Because he's paying money to see something that you've just broken, Professor Triangle.
Oh no, I wanted to hear about these manned space flights that he thinks when you watch a rocket and somebody says, "Hey, there's a guy inside of there." And then you go, "Ooh, there's a guy in there." And then it goes up in the air and you go, "Look, a guy flew up in a rocket and it turned sideways and went into the water."
I mean, do you at least get free parking?
I guarantee they have to pay for parking because people would just sit in their parking lot.
so you think everything's like they're people's literal like I don't understand how someone could go into space. You're basically saying they're like actors. They're like movie actors,
They don't go
basically.
into space. Stop saying that.
Magicians.
Say, I don't understand how TV works. Say that part, because then it'll make more
I
sense.
don't understand how one could be an astronaut and not come out and be like, okay, like it's not real. Like someone just be like, I'm done being this. Like,
They
do
do it
you
all
think
the
they get
time.
murdered if
Happens
they
all
come
the
out with the
time.
truth?
Yes, people get murdered. It happens all the time.
Oh my gosh.
Did you just realize that that's true?
Sure, but like, do you know anyone? Do you have any specific cases
Ask
of
Edgar
people that have
Mitchell's son,
gone up to
who
space?
threatened Bart Sabrell with the CIA to get him whacked. Didn't realize there was a microphone recording him.
This is like some Stranger Things level plots here.
No, yeah, Globe is a Stranger Thing level plot. Absolutely. Now that you know the Earth is flat, you're not going to buy those tickets, are you?
I am going to.
What are you going to tell your dad when you and him are sitting there and you say, I was in a flat Earth channel and there's nobody really in that rocket because it just goes sideways and then we don't see it anymore and then we just watch TV.
I'm not going to tell them that because he's an old man who's over 70 years old at this point.
It'll
And
shatter
he
his
loves space.
dreams.
Why does he love space?
He's always been fascinated with it.
What's fascinating? Okay, I can go out on my deck. I look up. There's a star up there. I don't see anything fascinating about it. Are you fascinated by the lights in the sky, Matt?
Yeah, I think it's a cool thing. Like, I think the sun, the stars, the
Cool
moon,
story.
space, the idea of like going somewhere else when Earth is ruined. Like,
So you know what I think is funny is going to a ruined planet called Mars to make it good again and leave a planet that's perfectly fine and go there and make sure that that one works because ours is dying. Does that make any sense to you? Wouldn't we want to fix ours?
the Earth is beyond fix. At some point, the demise of the Earth will
It's
happen. We
beyond
don't know if
fixed.
it will be in
Mars
100
used to
years. We
be
don't know
Earth.
if it'll be in
Mars
100
used,
million
yeah,
years.
Mars used to be Earth. We're gonna go there and melt ice and make
Matt, you're
an atmosphere.
self-defeating. You're self-defeating. I'm for staying here and fixing it.
Yeah, what's funny is they're already leaving trash on Mars, like juice boxes.
And animals.
Yeah.
They're not
Wait,
trash. Animals are
can you
not trash
even
people.
leave stuff on Mars? Because isn't it like, how can you leave trash on it?
You go to
Show him
Devon.
the juice box.
Yeah, you go to Devon Island, and I think it's Nova Scotia, right? I think so. You go there and you run around with a rover, and then with your interns who don't know any better drink their juice boxes and just leave them there, and they blow around in the wind. And then that rover gets a picture of one by accident, and they publish it because they don't look at their own shit.
Yeah, or they accidentally take a picture of an Arctic lemming native to that area.
I think there was a
But they're
pair of
on
them at one
Mars
time.
too.
There's more than that one famous picture of the lemming. There's more pictures of that, but somehow they're gone now.
There's also rocks that move. Take a picture of the scenery.
There's
a rock.
also clouds on Mars.
Oh, and rainbows.
Yep, rainbows too. And apparently rain, because if you look at the ground, it's cracked, like it cracked and dries out from rain. Apparently it rains there too.
Give me one moment.
Any other globe proof you got, Matt?
I'm just like, just give me a moment.
I want you to know I'm proud of you. You're making me. I'm already an hour ago. I should have left for work, but I'm not going to. I'm just gonna go in late because it's my first day back, and it doesn't matter what I do. So that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna. This is the best part of my day. This is like drinking 2 cups of coffee when you guys realize that you're not going to go to dinner and watch a guy fly in a rocket. You're going to go pay a bunch of money to eat chicken soup.
Okay, so I live in Florida, which is notorious for being hit by hurricanes. Do you believe hurricanes are man-made?
No.
Can you explain to me, if the Earth is flat, how a hurricane could occur?
Weather.
Do you understand hemispheres, or you won't agree to hemispheres because
Earth's
the
not a
Earth is
ball.
flat?
Yeah, Earth's not a ball, right?
Yeah, so you won't.
You'll need a closed
logic
system,
to
that's
how
for sure.
hurricanes might occur because you think it's just all a lie. Hurricanes are different.
What the heck, bro? Why you keep
he
saying
thinks-
this shit? Like, we don't think the sun's real. Oh, you think hurricanes are fake and man-made? Bullshit, bro. You're going to need a closed system for a hurricane, by the way.
T-Dub, he thinks wind doesn't blow around.
Oh my god. Oh no, pressure differentials couldn't possibly happen over a flat surface. God, bro. Listen to yourself.
Your imaginary sun is heating up the air. It's called convection. And when you get things just right, you'll get a hurricane. Or a cyclone, depending on what side of the United States or where you're at.
I'm just. It's
Tell your
just
dad you
wild.
guys aren't going to dinner. Tell him today that that's probably a better idea if you guys go
No,
to Disney
I'm.
World or something, or Epcot, and go on the space ride at Epcot. It'd probably be better.
He's too old to go on that. It's dangerous for him. He has scoliosis, and
It's
it
too old.
spins you
I would
very
think it's probably
rapidly.
so. I wouldn't be taking him to. Okay, that's like taking him to a magic show and telling him that that's actually happening. That the guy actually did disappear.
I mean, like, you understand how much money goes into this. This would be bigger than anything. Like, if it wasn't real, like the amount of money that is spent on sending things to space, like, would be insane. It'd be like
Yeah, it'd
money
be an easy
laundering
scam.
almost.
You're not making a good argument.
Like, you
And
think
I'm a
people are
globe
just
earther.
destroying the Earth to keep this
Nobody's
lie on?
destroying the Earth. You keep
You don't think
saying
the
that weird
rockets
stuff.
use tons of resources
No.
that they can't even recover because,
No,
like,
that's why they have recovery ships. They recover them on purpose so they don't have to keep making them over and over because that would cost a lot of money.
the gas, the damage to them, sometimes it's more expensive to recover them than just to rebuild them, like to build a new one.
What gas?
How do you think they get to space?
You tell me how rockets work in space. I already posted an image how rockets don't work in a vacuum. So you tell me how they do work in a vacuum.
Gosh, you're like a full conspiracy theorist.
No, I'm logical. I do shit for a living in physics. I know how things work. You don't, and you're accusing me of being a conspiracy theorist.
Like, I don't even have anything more to say because it's like no matter what I say, you're just gonna be like, oh, space isn't real. This blah blah blah. The Earth is
Dude, no
flat.
matter
Like,
what, you made the mistake of coming in here knowing you were taking your dad to go see a rocket launch. You made that mistake and you got ruined, and now you're mad at us. You guys do know there's warnings on our channel, right? Warnings. We give people warnings ahead of time to enter at your own risk, basically, especially if Professor Triangle's on the clock. Because I don't take no shit from you guys, and I will ruin your day. Apparently I did, because now you've got to rethink this buying tickets set for a manned space flight, which will never happen.
you're just acting like it's a magic show. Is what all it is.
You're
Like
acting
your
like it's
belief
not a
is that
magic
it's.
show. You're acting like the only way this happens is because if you go sit in a parking lot, then it means a man is in a rocket.
You think they
Ta-da!
just
Look
like
at the rabbit I just
sneak
pulled
them
out of
into
my
the
hat.
ground and then the thing goes
You
up?
didn't. How far away are you going to be? 5 miles?
I think probably further than that even.
Okay, so I can see that easily. I cannot see. There's a prison I can look over probably about 10 miles from here, and I can see the little lights and the smoke. I can't see any prisoners walking around. How are you going to see a guy going in a rocket? Do they have them outside? Do they climb up the side of the rocket like a big ladder on the side, and
We're
then
not
they
gonna
wave
see.
as
You're
he's
not gonna be able to
climbing
see the
up? He
person getting
waves to
in the rocket.
everybody like the guy who jumps off the high dive. He waves as he's climbing the ladder. Is that how you know he's going in the rocket?
We're not gonna see people going into the rocket. You'll be too far away to see that. You're seeing the rocket go up into space, the thing that you don't believe
Okay,
exists.
so there's your magic trick. There's your sleight of hand. You didn't see anything. You just pretended you saw something. You'll see a rocket go up, and everything, all the smoke and mirrors happen before they go. Hit the button, and it shoots that thing up about, I don't know, a mile or two, turns sideways, and goes away. And that's the end. NASA boats come out, pick it up, and bring it back, and they clean it up and do it again.
There's no way.
Yeah, go ahead and Google or YouTube the search for NASA recovery ships. You'll see them pulling them right out of the water, live video. Well, at least tell your dad when that rocket goes up and sideways, it's coming down in the water, and NASA goes and recovers them, so they're not spending all your money ridiculously. At least tell them that.
NASA is like they couldn't do that because it's the government's money. They're not like gonna like they have a budget and they say how much things cost and everything. So you think they're lying on their balance books?
And you've been through their account books, right? You know all about it.
You think a toilet costs $20 million?
I don't know.
I think the kid just
You know those-
should hit his old man clean and hard. Space is fake and gay, so deal with it, bro.
But you know those rockets have booster stages, right? They have stages. The whole rocket doesn't go into space, right? You know,
None
that's
of
not
it
what
goes
they
into
claim.
space, T-Dub. None of it actually goes into
I
space,
know,
T-Dub.
but
You're giving him the benefit of the doubt. You're still giving him hope that he can go eat dinner with his dad and not have to tell him all that shit's falling in the water.
But he misunderstands his own narrative. Like he's imagining the whole rocket goes up into space. They don't even claim that.
Yeah, but you keep
Only a tiny
thinking
portion of it ends up in space.
You keep thinking that the Earth is flat, and it's just like that's the root issue here. Literally, if I Google it, it says there's absolutely no way that the Earth
Why
is
are
flat.
you using Google? Google says men can get pregnant.
I will ask Google, can men get pregnant? Can men get pregnant?
Ask it if OJ was guilty.
Hold up. I'm writing, can men get pregnant?
I guess no. I guess he got the wrong one first. He's got
So
to Google it
the
again.
frontline result says that it is possible for men to become pregnant and give birth
There you
to children.
go. Hey,
But
look at
then
that.
it
They
also
changed
says
it
people born with
back.
male reproductive systems cannot get pregnant. This includes cisgender men. However,
There's no
transgender and
such thing. There's no
non-binary
such
can get
thing.
pregnant.
There's no such thing. It's just male, female.
I mean, I agree. I don't support transgender people, but
So we're
like,
not going to talk about it. So can men get pregnant or not?
I mean, there's uterus transplants.
No, there's not. That's a lie. Can men get pregnant or not?
I mean, like, without an operation, no.
Okay, where's it going to come out? Their asshole or their pee-pee hole?
I'd have to read about the surgery.
It doesn't ever happen. It's never happened. It's imaginary. So can men get pregnant or not? Answer yes or no.
I mean, without surgery.
Arnold Schwarzenegger did.
Oh wow, he just won't answer. Even the Globers won't answer that question properly. It's yes or no. He's like, well, you gotta wear a clown hat and then you gotta put shoes on backwards.
It says that it was pioneered in Sweden in 2014 and now performed in the US globally, moving from
lie.
research to
It's a
clinical
lie.
care. And
It's a lie.
it's available for women that were born without a uterus, women who had their uterus surgically removed, or women with a non-functioning
Oh,
uterus.
so for women, yeah, you already have to be set up for that. You got to have specific places for that shit to work. Women have that. People that are female have that. Can men get pregnant? Answer my question.
Not without surgery.
Okay, can men get pregnant? I'm going to ask this till you say no.
I mean, it depends on how you define a man.
He's got a big dick hanging off the front of him. He grows a mustache, goes to work, driving a forklift.
Yeah, that
There's
man
a guy.
cannot get pregnant.
Okay, there you go. Men cannot get pregnant. Amazing. But yet Google, who you rely on, says they can. First thing was yes.
I'm still gonna trust Google.
Of course you
Matt,
are.
you check DMs. The
Google
brain's
isn't
gender
even
is
a
separate from the
thing,
body's
bro.
gender. You're being kind
Google
of
isn't a
hypocritical here, Matt
source.
Mew.
What am
Google's
I being
obtaining what it's telling you from a source. Why don't you
You're
go to
saying
that?
they deny science, and then you're denying science yourself. Matt Mew.
I mean,
Check
the
your
Earth
DMs.
not check my DMs.
Yeah.
One sec. The brain's gender is separate from the gender of the body. I mean, I would agree. There's a difference
Oh my god! Let's
between how
not
you
go
identify and
there.
what you
Back to the
actually
topic.
are.
Back to the fucking topic.
I identify as a flat earther. Now what?
Yeah, you can identify as
Well,
a
can't
flat
you just
earther. I
say you
have nothing
identify as a
against that.
conspiracy theorist?
No, because water is not a conspiracy. If water was actually curving and I said it was flat, I would be a conspiracy theorist.
The reason that it looks flat, let me explain it to you really quickly.
No, not
Because
looks.
you are
Measures.
so
No, you got to
small.
explain. You got to explain why it measures flat, not looks flat. Measures flat.
It's because you are so small that it appears like in the tiny amount that you can see within your vision is
We're
because
talking about seeing necessarily. We're talking about measurement. I'll say it again. You got to explain why it measures flat.
how do you measure this? You taking a stick and just sending it out?
Planar surveying lasers, long distance observations.
I've already like said we
Something
can't
with known
trust like
markers. Yeah, I can because I know what
planes.
I'm doing. I can trust what I'm doing because I know what I'm doing. I don't trust what you're doing because obviously you think the earth is a ball.
I do think the Earth is a ball.
So I cannot trust you anymore. You are untrustworthy.
Untrustworthy.
Something though, Matt Mew, you are untrustworthy.
No, I want to get you all help.
Yeah, they don't need help.
But what if they're dedicating their life to a lie?
Oh, you mean like you guys?
Then they lived happy.
So Matt thinks he's dedicating his life to a lie because he's going to see a rocket launch.
Yeah, that's
I just
fine.
want to make
Matt's
my dad
happy.
happy.
So you lying to your dad makes him happy?
Yeah, let it be.
I mean, he loves space.
So you lying to him without telling him the truth makes him happy. I bet you if I told him, hey, your son lies to you, does that make you happy? He would be like, no, I don't want to talk to him anymore.
Well, if you told him more information, he'd call you a conspiracy theorist and a whackhead.
Why? Does he know something I don't know?
He knows that the Earth is round.
No, he doesn't know that. Hey, since you said it's so big, nobody knows that it's a ball. How did they figure out it was a ball to fly rockets around it in the first place?
Probably a lot of people died.
Nope, that's the wrong answer. Try. Yeah, you got to try
I don't
something that actually will stick.
War?
Nope. Wars don't make the earth curve.
Can I ask why no country holds this belief? Is there any country that holds the flat Earth belief like as the common belief?
Brazil is mostly flat earthers.
And up until modern times, the whole world, basically.
So basically, there's just a few of you left that just are stubborn.
No, it keeps growing every day. We have to weed out people because they're trying to pretend to be flat earthers at this point. It's not an open group. You just can't be a flat earther. Just can't walk in and say, "Hey, I believe the earth is flat." Get rid of
Why not?
Mez.
Why not?
The number
Why?
of people
You afraid?
can grow, but is the percentage of people that are
Because
flat
they can
earthers
only do that with
growing?
the globe religion. You can become a believer real quick in the globe. You just gotta accept it. You don't have to verify, you just accept the globe.
I'm just like I will refuse
Don't
to
forget
believe
the
something
globe.
that 20% of what everything is fake because that just can't be right.
Look, we can't help it that the surface of liquid doesn't curve. It's not our fault.
So you're saying the surface of liquid doesn't. So like, let me just get this right. If I have a cup of water, it always will be flat. Is that what you're trying to say?
Won't it?
Yeah, will we?
What if the like?
Don't you use water levels in construction, dude? Oh wait, you probably don't know
What
how that
about?
works.
Here's a question. What if the cup instead is like? It's just hard because it's
A
round
lake?
and
A lake.
there's no way in like to do
Dude, do
it.
you
The
You have
hear
to
how
have a
you're
really
same
big
trying
cup.
to
surfaces
make
do.
do you hear how you're trying to make this work for you? Can you hear it in your voice yet? The rest of the world hears you struggling. Do you hear it?
But basically, let's just take a really simple example. If I make a ladder cup where essentially the bottom of the cup goes up, will it be flat, the water surface on a cup?
I have no idea what you're
What you're
trying to say.
suggesting
You're
is that
so
gravity's overcoming molecular forces. You're suggesting the gravitational force is stronger than that. But if gravity's a force, it's actually 10 to the negative 40th the strength of molecular forces. So you got a conundrum.
So even though the shape of the bowl changes, the water will always remain flat, I believe. Like, in other words, I don't know if is there a way to draw in Discord?
yeah, whiteboard.
Can
You're
someone make a
telling us that the
whiteboard?
geometry of molecular bonds is being changed by gravity, dude, and that's just absurd. You realize that molecules have to form bonds at certain angles of degrees to each other.
Okay.
Temperature allows molecules to escape those bonds. How do you think a liquid becomes a gas?
Are you saying gravity is a force that's vibrating those bonds?
Okay, let's just look
I'm
at this
saying
real quick.
temperature is a force that
Yeah,
vibrates the
Dad, you don't
molecules.
know 8th grade physics, so you need to take a back seat.
Okay, so let me draw two pictures. So in the first one, I have a glass of water here, and just know that it's water, but in the
Explain
top
to me
it's
how pressure
flat.
works then.
So now, if I make another glass, but this time the glass I have to draw the bottom of the glass. This is I don't know how to draw this actually because it's like essentially the water just falls down, but like would it go sideways or would it fall down with gravity? Like is what I'm trying to understand because like I don't say a glass does not have a flat bottom. What would happen to the water? I'm trying to think like an example
Dude,
would be
are
a
you
bowl is not flat.
seriously,
Right?
dude? You think if you pour water in a cup that's got a marble in the bottom, a marble is going to come out the top of the water?
Okay, so if I have a bowl of water versus a cup, I guess it always is flat at the top.
Yeah. Now extend it to like a bathtub.
So that's
They have
why it
curvature.
looks flat, is because it's, even though it's not flat, even though the object that it's in is not flat, the water itself is flat. That explains why you guys are confused.
Well, you've got oceans, right, on your ball. How are you going to have 70% coverage of water coverage, and have it be flat and yet still be a ball?
It's not flat. It's
Can you have
round.
70% flat ball? Right, that
No,
wouldn't work, right?
the end fact is that a bowl, no matter how it's shaped, the water will always like sit flat on the top of the bowl. Like once you let it rest for long enough.
Yeah, it
Is
won't
the
curve
ocean?
with it, right? It'll stay flat, right?
So like that's the bowl is the earth for you all to understand. And essentially gravity is what's keeping the water in the bowl and what is keeping the
Oh
water on the
God.
earth. Wait, you don't believe in gravity?
Oh, listen, what happens to liquid in a vacuum?
I don't know what happens to a liquid in a vacuum.
It vaporizes. Poof.
Evaporates.
Against the so-called gravity that was holding it to the floor of the vacuum before it was turned on. So what's outer space? A vacuum? Shouldn't the liquid go poof against the floor of the earth that you think gravity was holding it to? Are you starting to get the picture?
There's an atmosphere that prevents that, correct?
We're talking about the atmosphere itself, dude.
Well, that's another problem because gas expands in a vacuum. Water
Yeah.
evaporates in a vacuum, and ice sublimates in a vacuum.
I think I'm gonna have
The
to
truth
get
of
one
the
of my
matter, no. The
friends.
truth of the matter is that the water on Earth is being contained by the air pressure. So if you see, like in zero-G flights, where the astronauts are preparing to go into space, they'll play around with liquids inside the pressurized chamber of the aircraft as it's floating around as the aircraft is doing these parabolic arcs and diving to simulate zero-G. The reason why you have globules of water is because of the air that's containing them. If that chamber were depressurized and exposed to a gigantic vacuum, then not only would the air that the people are breathing rush out, but so would the water vaporize and rush out.
I'm gonna have to get one of my smartest friends to like it won't be a today thing because he's asleep right now, but
Oh, that'd be great.
he's
Yeah,
very
we
smart.
talk
He's
to
not from
physicists and
America.
we talk to
He's from
satellite
Sweden.
engineers.
Yeah, well, he's from Sweden, and I think he can debunk you all and convince you the other way.
Okay, this would be
If you
great.
can convince him, then you can convince me. But I don't think you'll be able to convince him.
We've been doing this for 10 years and we record everything 24/7. So far, nobody's been able to do it, but hopefully he is.
He's very smart. So I think he will be able to help explain why the earth is round and not flat to you all. Because I'm not smart enough to be able to explain it. Like I work in tech. I don't work in science. So yeah, I'm gonna message him in a couple hours when he wakes up, and once I get off of work. I don't know. You guys sit here basically all day. Someone's in this channel.
24/7.
Yeah, we're here 24/7 as a group, but those you're talking to now may not be here. So.
We
Yeah,
could
but
be in another server because we host channels in another server, and
but
we
yeah,
have our own. Well, we have
it
our own
would by
server.
definition be recorded, and those that aren't there could understand and pose back questions that then
Hey,
another
well, if
time.
you want to know where we are, go to one of the YouTube bots at the top. Go to Helio's one because I think either one should do. Go to the 24/7 one and join that. Go to the YouTube channel, subscribe, and turn notifications on, and while he's live and there's a conversation happening, he'll have the bot in here, and he'll tell you on his channel on the screen which server we're in, and plus he's got links to the servers in his descriptions anyway. So the home server, English hub, and to the politics server.
Okay. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I see there's a link in the Discord.
What if your
I mean,
friend joins us after talking to us? What would you say then?
then I would let him try to convince me because he can speak my language a little better. He can simple it down a little more for me.
Did we not try to do that with you?
A little too advanced for me, to be honest. But like, I don't understand the molecular stuff and all that. Like, I'm 32 years old. That's like stuff when I was 18 years old that they were teaching in
You
school.
should hear how old some of us are, because I wish I was 32 again.
Yeah, but I have taken my life in a different route where I focus on coding and computers and software rather than like science. So it's like, you know, your brain adapts to what it needs. Like, doesn't just like hold everything forever. So
Recreation.
what was that?
What do you do for recreation? You get out much? Get out in the nature?
I like to walk, and I like to go to the Disney parks, and I also like to play video games.
Okay. You do many nature walks?
More like city walking.
Okay. So not by any large bodies of water like a lake or anything like that. You live by the sea?
I don't know that there's going to be a lake that's big enough near me that would, like, I mean, we certainly have lakes, but like looking at I'm trying to see if they show the scale somewhere on the map on my phone, but I don't think it's big enough. The biggest lake near me would be, I mean, like, honestly, the ocean's probably the better thing, but we have something called Lake Apopka that's kind of large, but it's not. I don't think that's big enough to point out like what you're trying to point out. Like, there's a huge lake in Florida, Lake Okeechobee or something, Okeechobee. Like, that is a very large lake. Like, it's probably. I don't know how to. Let me look up how large it is. Lake Okeechobee. Its size. Give me 1 sec. It's bringing up Crocs, not the lake. It's 730 square miles. Would that be large enough?
It sounds like it. What is there like a
It's the second. It says it's the second largest It's the second largest freshwater lake in the entire U.S. So I think it would be large enough. Correct?
Yeah, and you just need 2 points on the shoreline that like are
But what
significantly.
equipment would you need? Like, I have a Tesla. I can get down there. It's not a big deal. Like, it's probably an hour and a half drive, maybe 2 hours. It's probably closer to 2 hours, but yeah, it has a highway. It's maybe it's 2 hours probably. But that's a very large lake. But don't you need like equipment to do this? You can't use like a camera or something, right?
Yeah, if you got a high powered camera, zoom camera or a telescope, binoculars, anything that can see long distances, or you can use a mirror flash test where you just reflect the sun's light across the water to the other side, or a laser that's a bit more expensive, bright light. But yeah, you can just make an observation if you can see clear across from the line to another shoreline over 10 miles. Well, you shouldn't be seeing it, like, from like an observer height, 5 to 6 feet. Or if you want to get down low, you can get down low and try it that way too. If you're seeing across to the shoreline, the other shoreline, over 10 miles, there goes your ball, because you shouldn't be able to see it. If you're on a globe, the curvature rate is, approximately
So how
8
far
inches.
from 10 miles should be, let's just say it's 30 miles. Like how far down should that object be 30 miles away?
30 miles. Geez, that's like, anybody help me here with the math? I know 20 miles is around about 250 feet. So 30, yeah, geez, someone help me. Like 500 feet or something, maybe more. 400 feet.
So you're saying almost like a tenth of a mile down is what you're saying. Like theoretically, if the Earth is curved, like I'm saying, then if I look 30 miles out, that point should be down a tenth of a mile. Is that correct?
Can you repeat that?
So if I look at a point 30, if I'm on a lake and it's 30 across, then that point should be 30 down when I look at it. It should be one tenth of a mile downwards. But the question is like, how can one measure it being a tenth of a mile down? Like, so you'd need a laser that can go 30 miles, correct? Is that even legal?
Yes.
Who told you that you're going to have over 30 miles? You're going to have 500 feet of drop.
I was asking for help on that. I said I know 20 miles is about 200 feet. I wasn't sure. I couldn't give.
Oh yeah, you guys don't do miles. I don't know. So 249 or 253 for 20 miles. So it's got to be around. I don't know. You're going to have to calculate that. Got to get the Earth curve calculator. I'm driving.
And the Earth curve calculator is a big lie, too, just to understand correctly.
So the Globers who made that are also liars?
We don't need the Earth curve calculator, it just makes it easy. We just take NASA's claimed geometry of the globe and apply simple methods like the Pythagorean theorem to derive the horizon distance and such.
So is it safe and legal in the state of Florida to purchase a laser that can prove this if I have two people, one on each end, and shoot a laser across the lake?
Just don't purchase an infrared laser.
Like, is there any that are available like under $100?
Probably.
Not for what you want to do.
Right, because folks on our side had to spend 30 grand on a laser to do like a 40-kilometer test. Proving zero curvature, by the way.
So maybe I could watch a YouTube video on this then, and it might help enlighten me.
30 miles might be a bit of a stretch. You might want to aim for
I thought we had a 41 mile one. I thought we had a 41 mile laser shot already. I'm driving, but it's in my folder at home. Oh, it's kilometers? Okay.
Yeah, but I think that's like 25 miles or something, right? So it's pretty close.
A 5K is like 33 something miles, I believe. So yeah, it should be pretty close.
Yeah, but those guys were using a high-end laser.
Yeah,
And like
it's not so
lasers
much
don't
the
drop.
laser that's the hard part. It's going to be the aiming device over that distance because you have to have such fine tuning of its azimuth and elevation on the gimbal. If you just breathe on it, it'll send the beam wandering like hundreds of feet off from the target way over on the other side. You won't even notice.
Wait, but if you breathe on it, like you can't move light, correct? Like I put a finger through it, it doesn't like.
No, I'm talking about like breathing on the gimbal device. In other words, it's so sensitive at such distances that all you have to do is nudge it a little bit off, and the angle and the distance created between the target and where the beam ends up is going to be extremely wide over such distance.
You're saying because it has to go really far. That like
Yeah,
1% off is going to send you into the air.
yeah, exactly. So building the aiming device is going to be, I think, a bigger challenge than obtaining the laser.
Well, I have one that's pre-built. It's got dials, micrometer dials on the side, so I can dial in tenths of a degree.
Yeah. So the FE core team had to build their own. They took CNC machining equipment and built their own gimbal that had like millirad or potentially sub-millirad accuracy. They called
And
it a
your point
salad.
is that if it is flat, then it proves it. What about you? Why do you need a lake for it to work? Is the next. The other problem
Yeah.
is
So
the land has to be flat too, correct, for this to work, or it
well,
doesn't.
yeah, the land has to be flat too. You're right. There's topology on the land. So you use water because of the equipotential of gravity. Because gravity is supposedly pulling the water inward towards a common center of the Earth, which means that the surface, when it's not disturbed and it's nice and calm and peaceful, should be curving at the rate of Earth curvature. Because gravity is providing a radial vector downward, I should say inward.
Looking for that arc segment. And you switched on, man. You understood the principle behind it. So your target should be below your line of sight, right?
I
You got
understand what you're saying, but I'm like trying to understand if the test would actually be like accurate because of all the factors involved. And like we basically need an area like more so. I mean, Florida is very flat. I will say that. Like I will say, Florida is one of the flatter states out there.
Great reference to use is the ocean. So if you do it up and down the shoreline with the water to either your left or your right, you can use that as a basic reference.
But you need something out there to like catch it.
You could use peninsulas, or we got members that just observed ships going out into the distance from the shore, where after so many miles, it should be well and truly hidden by the curvature of the Earth, but they can still see it, right?
Yeah, I'm like gonna have to continue this after I bring my friend in and like look into some videos on this like
The
laser
world
stuff.
is flat. We experience a flat Earth.
What?
Earth is flat.
Just your common friendly neighborhood troll.
Earth is flat. It is not round. Go outside. Do you see curves? No, you don't.
Give me 1 sec. Sorry, I'm just getting logged into work. Kind of mute.
Flat Earthers, how are you guys doing today? Hello?
Hello.
All right.
Bro, what? The Earth is round.
And he's gone. Well, I guess everyone's back on the job again. Things were quiet the last few weeks.
Yes, the festive season, is coming to an end.
Somewhere out there, a Glober made a New Year's resolution to finally defeat the flat earthers once and for all.
Who is it we've been talking to? Was it Ned?
Yeah, Ned and some other guy. Was it Matthew?
Oh, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, they've been pretty chill, pretty cool. I mean, it is very exasperated, like so in shock. I can't believe this. Like, how can you think the Earth is flat? But now he's actually considering, like going and doing the long distance test, So that's pretty cool. And he's going to see a rocket launch with his dad, and and they were right into space and rockets and all that. So the Radwimps is shooting down their dreams.
Uh-oh, drains. You mean it rotates in the opposite direction in Australia?
Dreams.
Oh. Well, it goes down the drains too.
Yeah. Flushing dreams down the drains.
Okay, yeah, I am gonna have to go for now. I have to go to work, unfortunately. But yeah, it was good talking to everyone. I'll be back.
All right, see ya. Well, it's interesting, right? Because people like to think that claims regarding outer space technology and planetary physics is all based off of physics and science. But at the same time, NASA has to make a special plea, right? The special plea is that, well, in outer space, we have such an exotic environment that we cannot hope to faithfully replicate on Earth, that things will just operate differently there. And that the planetary scale of these massive celestial objects operate at such a scale where gravity becomes more of the dominating force compared to all the others that we can actually test and deal with here on Earth. So to come in here and claim that we're the ones that are inconsistent, we're the ones making up our own alternative physics, which is not the case, we're just upholding the status quo, is actually a straw man. It's people who are defending the globe that come up with all these special pleading fallacies and all these tests and demonstrations that cannot actually be shown to be true in reality. Right, so the only way to validate whether or not rockets can operate in the outer space vacuum is for one to actually go into outer space if it exists in the way that it's claimed and performs the said test. And without any means to independently verify it or do anything close to it on Earth, then what are we left with? We're left with unverifiable claims, untestable claims, essentially. And you have to rely on gatekeepers and their claims in order to provide you the truth.
If we can't replicate the vacuum here on Earth, then your GIF has no grounds. Just invalidated your own argument with the
No,
GIF,
we can't.
the balloon
You
in the
can't
car.
replicate your claim of outer space vacuum. Outer space vacuum physics. You can't replicate that. This is not me making a claim. This is me pointing out that you can't independently verify yours.
Pressure is not yes pressure, no pressure. It's a gradient that slides toward no pressure. And as the
That's true.
ambient pressure drops...
Well, not no pressure. It slides towards pressure. Just less of it.
Yes. But as the ambient pressure drops, you need more exhaust energy for the same force. Which is why the syringe in the vacuum did not work, because it did not have the required exhaust energy.
Right.
Or the required energy in the chamber, the required pressure in the chamber.
Right. You require back pressure. You require resistance in the system, which a vacuum doesn't afford. The ever-expanding vacuum of outer space.
Resistance is the gas molecules bouncing off of each other, pushing off of each other. Gas
How are they
provides
doing
its own
that?
resistance.
Where are they doing that?
In the chamber.
So
In the
it's
nozzle.
pushing off itself in the chamber is what you're saying.
Yes.
So again, your net force is going to be 0 because the thing that's providing its own force of acceleration is pushing off against itself.
No, the molecules are
Yeah,
pushing off of
this
each other.
This is the same thing as if I were to set a big fan up on a sailboat out in the middle of a lake and blow air onto the sail and expect to be moving forward.
Yeah.
No. If you have an expanding cloud of gas and you have an object next to this gas, do you think an object is going to move?
The world
Or
is
do you think it's going
flat.
to stay still?
It is not round.
The answer is the object is going to move. And that's how rockets work. In a vacuum.
So they're pushing off of gas pressure in a vacuum.
When the rocket's
No,
fuel
the
goes
exhaust
boom,
Yeah, they're pushing off gas
the gas
pressure in a
Space is not
vacuum.
real.
and then this gas expanding
Space
pushes
is
against
not
the rocket and
real.
causes
It
it
is
to
made
go
up
in
by
some
the
direction.
government.
So the exhaust
There
gas
are
is
no
expanding outward,
rockets.
and the
These
gas is
rockets
actually
are
going back in the opposite
CGI.
direction and pushing against the rocket. Awesome logic.
Rockets are
No,
CGI.
it goes in all directions. Remember what you guys say?
No.
Gas expands in all directions. That's what it does.
Well, this guy's talking about a
Pushes
cone of
against the rocket.
direction.
I'm talking about a gas expanding in all directions, pushing on a cone.
So you're saying that the exhaust releases gases out in one direction, the gases reverse course and go the other direction and push against the rocket in all directions.
Inside the bell, or the cone, whatever you want to call it, the nozzle.
So now it's pushing off of its
The
own
gas
housing.
pushes,
Again, you
the
got a
gas
problem
pushes
with
out
that.
in all directions. The gas pushes out in all directions while in the nozzle, yes? Does the gas push out in all directions while in the nozzle?
Yeah.
There you go.
Is there a nozzle above the rocket? I mean, above the gas, like toward the rocket?
Yeah.
There's no nozzle at the bottom of the rocket, below the gas.
Right, there's a vacuum. Listen, I demonstrated this with the balloon already on the roller wheels.
Yes, but there's no rocket there. So
You've
the
got
gas
expanding
applying
into a
force in all
vacuum,
directions.
pushing in all directions against the balloon.
I see.
Why don't you go back and look at that GIF again, dude?
The gas expands in all directions, including toward the rocket nozzle, yes?
Yes, and you've got a
So
free
it pushes
expansion of gas
on
out the
the
back
nozzle.
that provides zero
So it
resistance.
pushes on the nozzle because it's expanding in all directions, including the nozzle. That's what pressure is. In a vacuum, you just need more energy in the exhaust. Even at lower ambient pressure, you just need more energy in the exhaust. You just need to have more pressure push to outpush the lack of pressure. That's what a rocket does. It puts a whole lot of energy into the exhaust.
Right, and then that
Overwhelm
exhaust
the
is
vacuum
redirected
space.
out towards the vacuum, isn't it? Offering zero resistance, like I was saying.
Vacuum's resistance is
Again, he's
irrelevant.
bricked.
Yeah, listen, you expand pressure inside the chamber in all directions, and then it's released out the back. The gases rush out the back. Where are you getting this idea that it's pushing against itself from?
The gas expands, and then the gas
It's expanding out the back.
causes the gas. No,
Pressure
in all
loss.
directions.
Expands out
It's
the
pressure
back.
loss instant.
All
It's pressure loss
directions.
Exactly,
instant.
it's instant, and it's
Then the
being
gas
vectored towards
bounces off
the
the
back
pressure
where the
loss
vacuum
isn't
is
instant.
and then it goes out the
essentially
back.
pulling it out.
When you compress air in a chamber, then you open the valve, it takes time for the gas to leave, yes?
Yeah, but guess what? Before you open the valve, what happens? It's expanding in all directions. Your net force of direction is going to be zero for all directions. And then you open the valve against a vacuum, and the gas rushes out
But
into the vacuum. This is where Mez is
on the
bricked.
side that the nozzle is, you have less chamber face or less chamber surface there. So the gas is pushing on the rest of the chamber. Because there's a hole in the chamber, it's not pushing on that hole in the chamber.
Yeah, that's like where the straw
So
tube
you
meets
have
the balloon.
yes. So
why isn't the thing moving forward? Oh, because the pressure's actually decreasing. Not increasing, decreasing. Again, this is where Mez was bricked.
No, I don't think you're understanding.
No, the
laws of
pressure's
motion and all that.
decreasing at that
No.
point. Yeah, the pressure's decreasing because
Let's put the
who else do you
vacuum
think you're
behind
supposed
the
to have, in your
chamber.
opinion, how the mass of the gas is going off in one direction to move the rocket in the other direction if that pressure wasn't decreasing?
Let's put the vacuum behind the chamber.
That's exactly where it's always been.
Yes. Now, if you say this, if you
The
increase
pressure's
the pressure in
decreasing at the back of the chamber.
can you overwhelm the vacuum? Is it possible to overwhelm the vacuum? The vacuum can only suck up so much air.
With a container. The second
Can
you
you
open
overwhelm
it, you
the vacuum?
underwhelm.
Can you overwhelm the vacuum? I'm stuck.
Yeah, I know. I got to get ready for work. It was a pleasure talking to y'all.
Fuel burn, gas expand, gas push against rocket, rocket go.
Mez, there you go again, after you were shown to be bricked on 2 points.
That's it. That's how it works. It's not complicated.
You get to the end of that, or what?
Yeah, you arrived at, well, the rocket must be overwhelming infinite vacuum back pressure.
Yoda stuck at gas expand. Gas.
No, Maz, I was saying that, yeah, gas expands in the chamber, but as soon as it's open to the vacuum of space, it rushes out. You have decreasing pressure, not increasing pressure, Mez. It's
Is
the
this thing
opposite force that you think you need for propelling rockets in space.
was that Fox dude, Ned the Fox?
Yeah, he was here too.
Oh,
I think he
I
left
was
in
wondering.
frustration.
Okay, I was wondering if it's the same person you're talking to VC. They think space is really cool, and by you raising these questions that they don't have answers to, it causes them to react rather than think. It's that high caloric, low nutrient diet, pounded up with gator fuel and Doritos, and they should think about why does someone questioning outer space make them angry, rather than they just feel angry about it and then react, and not even think about that either. Just blurt just random, incoherent strings of babbling. Like so much good news for today. I'm not even sure which one to post. It's like no, sometimes I have a hard time finding something good, but today it's like just banger after banger. It's just like
Imagine thinking you can build up pressure against the vacuum of space.
yeah. Well, they got circular reasoning for it.
That's why they have to try and strawman my position on this in order to try and sway the audience, right? I'm not the one claiming that you can build up pressure against the vacuum of space. Requires a container. Right, so they claim gravity is required to hold atmospheric pressure against Earth without a container. But then rockets, just without a container, have some magical mystery conic section against the fuel sludge that allows them to do the same, huh? Completely open, huh? No, it's closed off. Right, if you don't have a container, then uh-oh.
Some dude make a bunch of mic spam. Or TW not coming through.
This any better? Mic check. There's still no good crit? Or can you hear me?
Hear you loud and clear.
Oh, thanks, Ron. Cool.
Your mic's working, T-Dub, just to acknowledge you already. You still there, T-Dub?
Thank you, Dave. Yeah. Cheers, mate. Yeah, someone was asking about you yesterday or the day before.
It's nice people think about me.
Yeah.
They don't need to.
Awesome,
Still
man.
exists
Yeah,
in whatever this is, right?
that's right. Happy New Year's, mate. Yeah.
Happy New Year. Now explain why you're antipodal to my position at the moment, if you are.
Probably. Wait, antipodal. Well, I don't know that I am, unless you're laying down and I'm laying down. Our feet are facing each other.
Makes complete sense if you have gravity and imagination and all kinds of other stuff. Makes all kinds of sense. Any new people on here? Anybody thinks they live on a ball? Tell us why.
I think you missed all the action. It's got to be quiet now.
That's why they call me Dead Air Dave, man.
Yeah.
It's 8 a.m. in the morning. I'm having my first cup of Java here and just chilling. I was listening on YouTube, but I didn't hear anybody acknowledging you that your mic was working, so I thought I'd pop in here and say, hey, T-Dub, your mic's working.
Cheers, mate. In your transition, it must have been while you were switching from one to the other. Ron did let me know that it was working.
Cool.
I'll let you know. I let them know it wasn't working, but then I left for a little bit.
Ah, that's cool. Yeah, cheers, man.
Yeah, currently your satellite is online over Australia and zipping around the globe, and we're receiving your signal. Good job.
That's good. It's piercing through the clouds. Huh.
Yeah.
It can't get past the ionosphere, but somehow it can go right through clouds.
Well, there's this magic speed that the satellite signal goes on. That's something different. Never mind. So it's the middle of summertime in Aussie right now, Australia, right? You enjoying
Yeah,
summer?
yeah, it's cooled down right now. It's the evening, and it's nearly midnight. And I'm just starting to drizzle a little bit. We're getting a little bit of rain. We've had some rain over the last couple of days, but also some like periodically hot weather as well. So
Well,
it's
hopefully
good.
you're getting a lot of good
Growing
sunshine
season.
and getting out and enjoying some of the good sunshine.
Yeah, did that a little bit today. Yeah, I was out mowing the lawn in the sunshine.
When you were out there in the sun, did you wonder if you can tell me? Just go ahead and tell me what is the sun? How far away is it? Do you know?
I have no idea what the sun is or how far away it is if it has such a distance.
Okay. Well, there's people a long time ago that thought they figured that shit out, and then a lot of other people believed them. Isn't it hilarious?
Yeah, and then they changed their answers over and over again, each time thinking they were correct.
They were refining their science. They were getting better and better, Crick. Come on, man.
And statistically, their margin of error is greater than the distance they currently claim.
Science, you mean their explanations?
Yeah, they're figures.
Yeah,
They're
explanations
fact.
are science.
They figured it out.
Are you gentlemen trying to dispute that these guys, these smart guys from a long time ago, did not figure out the distance to the sun or what it's made of? Come on, man.
Or just how they all got completely different answers, but they all think they're right. It's kind of like that way that the Flat Earth Hero took down a lot of those globalist wannabe pilots. Like, show me a map where you take like 3 right turns and end up right back where you're at. And each one gave a completely different answer, and each one thought they were correct. All he had to do was say, well, if yours is correct, how about this guy's? Well, his is wrong. Okay. Well, he says he's right and you're wrong.
I like how they say flat Earth is some antiquated old theory of cosmology, and then they escape to Eratosthenes, an antiquated old theory on cosmology for their globe.
Bingo, exactly, Yoder.
There was a guy yesterday on the English Hub. Russell was saying that ideas are more likely to be correct based off the number of people who believe it and the function of time. Because for the last 100 or something
That's
years,
just communism.
for the last 100 and something years, you've got a lot of people who think the Earth is a globe. And I'm like, okay, I go, are you going to stand by that? That's your epistemology. That's your logic. That's your worldview. Number of people, function of time. He's like, yeah. So you're a Christian then? He's like, no. Well, number of people, function of time? Are we going with that?
Well, he's got to at least be Muslim or Hindu.
No, he's atheist. Well, quite the inverse.
What?
And okay, how about he goes? Okay, it doesn't count because he says there's a lot of stupid people in the world, and their belief systems really don't matter. He goes, he only accepts people with a function of time and number of people if they're scientific. I'm like, okay, what's the most scientific group of people you know? He said astronauts. They are
number of people.
They are 100% Christian conservatives. Are you now a Christian conservative? No, I'm a whiny liberal, atheist European dude.
And could you choose a demographic that has like the least number of people?
Yeah, I know.
Right,
It's just
I thought maybe at least say quantum physicist or something.
Yeah, like like find a group of people where it was interesting how they have
Doctors.
no idea how these guys they have the romantic version of like a samurai or a knight in shining armor. You're like what these people were like. They got the same thing for like astronauts.
Look how big of a cranium they draw for Eratosthenes, for crying out loud.
I think that was an abnormality.
Oh,
You know,
look, Greek guy has big head. He's smart.
the circumference he was figuring out was the circumference of that noggin.
Maybe he had gigantism.
We found the cause of the
Yeah.
eclipse, guys.
Did you guys ever wonder how Aristophanes' mom came up with that name and why? I'm just saying. It's a weird name.
Maybe it was really common back.
Eratosthenes. She tossed her knees all right.
And it was a big mistake, a gigantic error.
Someone did an anagram. His name, what is it? Gets what he can get out of his name, Earth something or other, and it's really ironic. I can't remember it now. I have to find it. I'm going to see if I can find it in the home sale.
I remember seeing that a few years ago on something, but I can't think of it either, Tito. You'll find it.
Yeah, blue jumper, no.
So welcome to 2026. If you still think you live on a spinning ball and think you got good reasons for that, come in here and discuss with us. Have a civil discussion. Let's talk about reality. We may point out some facts that you may or may not be aware of. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, there's no better place on Earth to learn about Coriolis and vacuum physics.
Oh, there we go. Seas, not Earth.
Whoa.
That's an anagram of Eratosthenes.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Seas, not Earth. That's it. Yeah. So basically, this argument, we asked them for Earth curvature, and they say a guy 2,000 years ago measured sun angles. There's your curvature. There you go. Okay, guys, everybody have a great day on the plane of existence. I'm going to get ready to start my day so I can pay for my existence. You know what I mean?
Thanks,
All
Dave.
right. Take care, Dave.
Good on you, mate.
Peace.
Hey, you still got your lava lamp going, Crit?
Yeah, it's just starting up. So Matrix, he said he likes it right when it's like this, right before it really gets as it's warming up, like that alien sculpture.
Yeah, I was wondering what I was looking at for a second. I was like, wait, is that like a mushroom cloud or something? What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, it kind of it's. I mean, actually, I turned it on a couple of seconds ago. It how it forms like that before, and then eventually it collapses and then starts bubbling. I love this thing.
Got it, guys. I think I got it. The rocket guy earlier thought that they were blowing up the gas inside the rocket this whole time.
Right.
I think that's what these guys were thinking. Ned and Mez, I think they were thinking that they have like a combustion chamber inside the rocket and they're blowing up the gas inside.
Well, I was going to say
they're
that.
releasing, huh?
Go on.
Well, no, I mean, like when you look at what they're designed like, they release the gas out a nozzle, and then the igniter's on the outside, facing the outside of the rocket, like that's the exit point already, and that's where it's ignited. The gas is being ignited as it is ejecting already. But I think they think that
Right.
that there's like an internal combustion chamber or something, and they have to blow it up, and then they release the blown up pressure out.
They think that's how it works.
I think so. I think because I'm like, what are these guys imagining that's happening?
Sounds a
it's
little
hard.
dangerous.
It's hard to get them to say what they're thinking. They would rather just like, Allah Akbar, whatever they think you said, rather than what you actually said. Get them to stand on all 10 toes and be like, "What do you mean by this?" It's almost like pulling teeth. They really sometimes it's not even worth asking because even they don't know what they're thinking. They don't have
Right.
the
You can make a
education
mistake
or
by
the
giving them
verbiage.
the benefit of the doubt.
Oh
They
yeah,
know.
totally.
That was my mistake.
What they're it's like always when you think about this, like nonviolent communication, or you see people who are in a conflict, like over a parking spot or something like that. It's always something else that is the underlying cause. Like the behavior or the freak out is like a warning sign, and the warning sign is that they're scared that you are taking away their space dream, or something or they're angry that you are disrespecting scientists or engineers or
Wow.
whatever.
I'm glad you brought it back to that. I too own a copy of NVC by Dr. Marshall Rosenberg. It's a great book. No, you're totally right. There's something underlying this. And if that's not addressed, then the violent communication will continue. Shoot. Yeah, and if they're unwilling to reveal what it is that's underlying this, then you'll never have a productive conversation.
And that's kind of the goal. They'll be like, I want this channel deleted. I want all of you taken down for terms of service violation. I want you fired from your jobs. Like And you're like, well, why do you come? Why do you care? Why do you come around then? If you don't want to be part of the conversation, why are you also part of the conversation? And there's another hiccup. Once they see that it's cog dis, it's like they know if they don't want this conversation to happen, a good step towards that is not participating. But they can't help it. They need to participate. But they need to shut it down. But they need to participate. But they need to shut it down. Then once they realize how suffering they are, mentally tormented by their own thoughts and idea, they blame you. That's your fault. No, not even close, dude. If I would, for me to have responsibility for blame, I'd have to have responsibility, power. I could affect the outcome. If I was in charge of the way you conduct yourself online, you wouldn't do what you're doing. You just have a functionally normal conversation about any topic, not just this one, like all topics. But you see them too. They kind of go from room to room to room, do exactly the same crap. So, I mean, never take it personally. It's not that, they have no idea what the problem is or even how to fix it. And the last thing there is that's why it's important to be kind to them, even when they don't deserve it, because they are suffering physically, mentally, and spiritually. They're not doing well. So, I mean, being, mean to them is, it's cruel. But at the same time, doesn't mean you get to let them,
The heart of this.
throw crap all over, just walk in the room and just drop a steaming pile of turd. But at some point, you got to say no, thank you too.
And that's really all they're left doing. They can't do anything further than that anyway. So, I mean, what else can you do when you have a worldview that is so obviously contradictory, corrupt by anybody's external means of assessing and validating? But you are absolutely wholly convinced that you are correct and truthful within that corrupted, contradictory worldview. Then it's going to lead to that. That is the essence of cognitive dissonance, isn't it?
Yeah. That's really holding two things that are direct contradiction and thinking both of them are true.
The ancient Greeks that they often appealed to also thought that the lack of knowledge, or cognitive dissonance, you could even say, is the root of all the problems in the world. Isn't that ironic? Yep, that's why they got to crap on the chessboard and declare themselves the victor, because that's all they can do. And their cognitive dissonance shields prevents them from reading and onboarding information that you provide. It's like that saying goes, that the problem with the internet is that people don't like to read. The main problem with the internet is people hate to freaking read. Isn't that the truth? It's why memes were invented. It's why Twitter was invented. 144 characters. That's all you got. You hate to read. So we're going to capitalize on your laziness. That's how to make money. Help people, enable them to be lazy, right? So we're going to make Twitter 144 characters. We're now going to let you share memes because the picture says 1,000 words and we're lazy. I want you to explain this concept to me, but I'm not willing to listen to you for hours. How much reading is done on TikTok? Yeah, it seems to be the case. The problem with the internet is people don't like to read. And it was supposed to be an information superhighway that connects data centers, massive vaults of information. Yeah. Look what it's become. And then you compound this with NASA, with the belief in space lore. So you have people that don't like to read on the internet, which was built for reading, combined with the cognitus of space lore fantasies. And then you have the participation trophy society where everybody's ounce of effort is rewarded with praise and admiration, right? Where people think that showing up to work entitles them to keep the job. No, it's not just that the flat earthers are pointing out contradictory claims that underlies much of NASA's cosmology, but it's NASA's own claims that contradict themselves that we're pointing out that underlie this cosmology. Like what I was talking about earlier, the special pleas that have to be made for space physics to work. How physics that we can know and test on Earth suddenly gets stood on their head just because you go up really high. Suddenly gravity becomes a more domineering force of the universe at larger scales. Where the sun is no longer rising in the east, but you are rotating into it.
But it doesn't make any sense that
No.
How does it have such a strong influence on big, dense things and such little effect on light thing? Like, you know, I don't get it.
I guess it's maybe analogous to saying, like, how come I can pick up a rock and it doesn't, and the molecular bonds don't just start breaking apart in my hand? Rocks fall, turn into particles. Like, how it's like saying, hey, the reason why we can smash a baseball with a baseball bat and not cause nuclear fusion is because we're operating at a bigger scale, I guess. I don't know if that's right, but
I like how they say that on this neutron star, like a spoonful of like honey would weigh 10 tons or something.
yeah. Yeah, those scales, right? They're like extrapolations of principles that we do experience at this level. If you ever picked up like an ounce of gold, it's pretty surprising how heavy that little tiny ounce of gold is. It's like the size of, I don't know, 2 or 3 postage stamps. And they say, well, if we can imagine a neutron star density relative to like that ounce of gold, well, how do you get that in the first place? Well, you have to imagine too that neutron stars are formed like this and that they exist like that. You have to grant me the special plea of a cosmic nursery. And one where all the physics that we know to be true on Earth is also happening at these massive scales. But Just keep extrapolating and extrapolating until you have no meaning left. Just keep pulling and pulling and pulling until you have no more sweater, but a ball of yarn. You can shape it into anything you want at that point. This looks like Indio posted a couple new videos. Yep, here we go. Part 1. Part 2. Curious to see if our friend comes back with his boy from Sweden, who's supposedly a super smart geek and can totally wreck the flat earthers. Want to make some predictions? Assuming he does come back, we can make some predictions. How about the first one is he's going to retreat to Eratosthenes and pictures from outer space. What do you think of that? Maybe that's not that great of a prediction, right? I mean, maybe instead we can say, what order do you think that they'll go? Do you think that they'll go from a retreat to Eratosthenes to pictures from space to Why Would They Lie? Or would they do pictures from space to Eratosthenes to Why Would They Lie? Oh, we have pictures from space, but we have satellites. But Eratosthenes figured it out. How could all the space agencies be lying? Don't airplanes navigate using the globe?
Like that. India was talking about that a couple of years ago. He made a couple of clips where he took some conversations that we'd had and used cartoon characters with the voiceovers, the conversation. It was pretty cool, and he's doing it again.
Hmm.
I like it.
Yeah, it's a good format too. I like it too.
Well, people, they do like their cartoons, right?
Right, yeah. Explain. No, show me a meme. NASA has the best memes, therefore they are right and you are wrong.
Hey, look, sometimes if I want to zone out, like, and just like go to sleep, and not think, because thought can keep you awake, man. Like, I'll just put something on that's just like meaningless, basically. Like, it's just, and also I'll put like SpongeBob on or something, like The Simpsons or something that's just gonna take my focus away, like.
Yeah.
Works for me sometimes. Helps me get to sleep. Yeah, they do love their memes, their little cartoon diagrams, balls in space. Or even their cartoons of the micro.
Hmm.
Still trying to figure out what a vitamin is. Dave was asking me, like, jokingly, like, asking me what the sun is and how far away is it and all that. But I'll tell you what, some of that amateur photography of the sun, I don't know how real it is, how trustworthy it is, but some of it's really high detailed and it looks like fabric or fur or something, right? Like on the surface, like if it has a
Easy
surface,
done.
whatever it is. Have you seen some of them?
Yeah.
Images? Crazy. Like, what the heck is it? If that's real. That's what plasma looks like, is it?
Right.
Wow. Okay.
It's funny how they'll show you pictures of the sun, video footage of the sun, taken from, I don't know, is it the Parker and the Discoverer Explorer probes, trying to get a close look at it. And what they show you is 100% CGI computer animation. It's been delayed by like 12 hours and computed based off of information that was processed from another means. And people believe that they're looking at real footage taken from more or less a conventional camera.
Right. Yeah.
And NASA's not really helping the cause, because then they'll mock up on that image artifacts that makes it look like that you're looking through a camera lens when it's all end
Yeah.
user. Yeah.
Yeah, and the public have like so many people just easily, they're so gullible, and like they'll see those images, the thumbnails of like with the headline, scientists discover new exoplanet, right? Like, and it'll show this detailed like, image of it, not realizing it's an artist's impression. They really think that like Kepler and JWS and Hubble are taking these pictures like to that extent, to that much detail, right?
Right. Right. I don't think we have available actual raw images either. By raw, I mean basically capturing data at the sensor itself.
Right. Yeah. Did you have a look at that article I posted in the back chat? Posted in Honest Earthers.
Oh.
Um.
Oh wait, hold on. Let me see which one.
New tech that's coming out.
Oh yeah, that. Yes. Trying to defeat the diffraction limit.
Right. Yeah.
Dude.
So it's almost like they're saying this is optical but not optical. Wait, what? It's
Yeah.
not a lens in the conventional sense, but it's a lens. I don't know.
I think what they're doing is they're shifting like the sensor surface around and then combining the results, so that way they can try and hope to defeat angular resolution limits of a conventional lens. I think it's something like that.
Right.
And if it's not, then it's way more complicated than I can hope to understand.
No, I think
Right.
I think from memory, I think that's the gist of it. Yeah.
I have to go radio silent now, so I'm going to hang around and listen
All
in.
right.
Hopefully we'll get some new fresh meat.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to go silent too soon. We got JD. JD's joined us. No, he's gone back to. Wait, hang on. Sometimes I got to click on. No, he's gone back to anti-globalist. How's it going, man?
Hey, how's it going, man? Yeah, I was just just looking up some stuff about what you guys were talking about with the images of the sun and how it probably doesn't look anything like that in any of the original raw images, like not even close. And I was just having a look into the process that goes into making those.
Right. Are you talking about like from telescopes?
Just, yeah, when you look at the sun through a telescope compared to the images of the sun, like what you were talking about a minute ago, where it's like looks crazy, doesn't look like natural in a way. It's because it's not, and it doesn't look like that. It's what I noticed recently about these space geeks, right? Like even from Josh Ingersoll to people that are like hobbyists, astronomers or whatever. They have a telescope and they're right into the software, and they've learnt the editing process where they stack and they stack and they stack and they edit, and they use all these different filters and capture these specific wavelengths and then recolor everything, and until finally they've got like essentially what's kind of like a digital artwork of what they want the sun to look like, or they want people to think the sun looks like, or what they kind of had pictured in their mind. Whereas none of the raw imagery whatsoever looks anything like that at all. And they just, like, a lot of them, they just talk shit, pure shit. Like Josh, I was listening to India and the guys talk to Josh. I think it was Alpha talking to Josh. And he was just talking with such confidence. Like he absolutely knew what he was talking about, and bragging about how amazing NASA is and how they wouldn't have been able to do what they did in space if they didn't invent Velcro, and that we're so lucky to have Velcro thanks to NASA. And just the way he was talking about it, and no one in there knew at the time that he was completely wrong, right? No one called him out on it at the time. A few hours later, I looked it up and put it in the side chat, and he was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I was completely wrong about that." Right?
Yep,
NASA was
they didn't invent
Velcro
it.
was invented way before NASA existed, and they had like a patent to use Velcro or something like that. But they absolutely didn't invent Velcro. But just the way he was talking about it, it was like he knew what he was talking about. And same with a lot of these space geeks. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're just bullshitting, or they're just telling you what they heard on some video, or someone told them, and they're speaking it like it's fact because they've been able to memorize it and regurgitate it.
That's like Josh Singer.
A lot of people that do that.
That one up?
Yeah, that's the one.
Oh man, that's embarrassing, because he's supposed to be like a space guy. Like he really doesn't know that Velcro was invented like in the early 1900s by like some guy who liked hiking.
French guy or German guy,
farmer or something.
Yeah, so he got upset or not upset. Like he had a problem. He's like, every time I come back from the fields, I got these burrs sticking all over my pants. Yeah. He's like, I wonder if I could replicate this, so instead of I could keep my pockets closed. Wow, that's embarrassing, dude. Like even that's a practical demonstration of observing nature and applying what you see. He's like, no, NASA did that, because they went in space and shit floats around, so they had to Velcro it to the crap.
I'm gonna make a video about it because it has to be exposed, right? I'm gonna make a video just pointing out to people how who Josh is, right? What his credentials are.
Official website.
Yes, one of the most embarrassing things about NASA is that they've effectively have stolen people's life work. Imagine if you're that dude. You're like, I know he's long gone now. Like be like 150 or whatever, but like you're just some farmer. You have a really great idea, and you invent Velcro, and then NASA steals that invention from you and takes credit for it. And people think so. People are like, oh yeah, Tang, like powerless drills. Used to be able to do that. Be like, what do you think NASA developed? Name one thing, and I'll find out who really got it. who really did it. And their names just been erased from the history books.
Yeah, they get credited for a lot of stuff that they weren't responsible for.
Or had nothing to do with whatsoever. And then they shift the goalposts. Oh, it's spin-off technology. So, what does that mean? So somebody else invented it, NASA does a spin-off, and now they get credit for inventing the original thing? Like, dudes, like seriously. These inventions were done by people with very small means, had like a very good idea and kind of made it happen. Let them keep it. You don't need to take that from them.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they
then with
probably
Josh,
invented Sunny Boys.
what's some of the other things? Like some people claim that NASA invented air conditioning, and then you look into that, it's like, of course, no, they did not. They didn't at all. What did they invent? Some people say ballpoint pens. I have to call bullshit on that as well.
But DJ, NASA has been sending probes around Uranus since 1958. What do you got to say about that?
Yeah, bro. That's something that is more believable. They do like anuses.
Apparently, they invented some what do they call it? Oxygen cleaner. It's a single oxygen atom cleaner. I don't know, something like that. Look it up.
They still got Tang, right? They invented Tang, T-Dub, right? Anybody?
Yeah, that's the story, but they didn't. I don't even know if they claimed to. They just it was. I don't even know how would that even be useful on the ISS in the zero gravity environment. I mean, in powder form, are they like mixing it up there or what? Like,
They mix it up with the water bubbles that are floating around. And they make orange juice out of it or whatever. The Tang drink. It's valuable addition to humanity that NASA has done. They've got a great track record of helping humanity in every way. Right?
right. Oh, what about the pen that works in zero gravity environment? Didn't they invent that? I just seen that on Seinfeld the other day. The astronaut pen.
It writes upside down.
Yeah.
And what was that one blatant propaganda TV show where the guy was actually on the ISS and it looked more real than the ISS guys? What was the name? The Big Bang Theory guy.
Oh yeah.
Went up there and
like
floated around.
He was fooling around and whatnot.
Yeah, there was a whole segment of him being amazed at how his pen was floating around. He was telling his girlfriend about it. But anyway. That vacuum of space stuff, that's just a story. Sorry, it's not my fault. But DJ was making a good point there about these space guys like Josh or whoever. think they know what they're talking about and they have no clue what they're talking about. They heard some guy say something in a meeting or blah, blah, blah. Y'all know what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. And then as soon as I turned the conversation, I was talking to him yesterday as well. And he was saying all of this technical stuff about space, blah, blah, blah. As soon as I switched the conversation back to curvature and long distance observations, he went straight to, oh, we can't know for sure because of refraction. And then I started getting into refraction with him, and he was just clueless. He didn't have a clue what he was talking about. He had no rebuttal. And as usual, he said, oh, I can't explain it, and I have to go.
That's ironic.
Exactly. That's just
JJ.
an example when they start having to address the actual physical reality of the surface of the earth, they can't deal with it. Go ahead, Tito.
Thanks, man. Yeah, no, I was just going to say, OSJJ earlier was presenting that study again about the Dunning-Kruger effect and flat earthers and whatnot.
It's projection from that freaking clown.
Yeah.
That creature. Yeah, that's one of the most bricked creatures in this server.
Yeah, he was on and on about Dunning-Kruger yesterday.
Yeah.
We're like, dude, so... Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, so we're like, so Dunning-Kruger affects everyone. He's like, yep. And that affects flat earthers. He's like, yep. And it affects you. He's like, nope. I'm paraphrasing, but...
Yeah.
He's immune. Yeah. He's uniquely immune to Dunning-Kruger because of flat earthers are Dunning-Kruger. But Dunning-Kruger affects everyone, but not him. And then the study he gave... Oh, go ahead.
The thing is, like, the same thing like with Josh, with that JJ idiot, is that we can pull up clips from our live streams, for example, where JJ was saying how these satellites shoot lasers back to the Earth, and they're able to calculate the radius of the Earth and map out the Earth using these lasers that are shot from satellites. And then Sporadic looked into it for like 2 minutes. He's like, wait, what the hell? He's like, none of these satellites shoot lasers from them at all. And then he had to backtrack. JJ had to backtrack and say, oh, well, that's not what it... Well, actually, yeah, okay, fine. The lasers, no lasers on the satellites. And then he looked into it, and then all of a sudden he admitted he was wrong, and then read a couple more things about it, and then was instantly an expert again. After just getting shown that he was just completely retarded. So, yeah, just that's Dunning-Kruger. Like, just looks up random shit, has no idea what it means, posts it because he thinks it's from an authority, doesn't even read it, reads a few lines of it or reads the summary, and then acts like we're stupid and expects us to read the whole thing. Like, it's crazy. Sorry, Creek, go ahead, man.
Oh, yeah, I was pretty much going to say exactly what you said. Just a little bit different, that he knows he's right because flat earthers are wrong.
Yeah.
It's like textbook Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
But he knows that people are wrong are Dunning-Kruger, so he can't be Dunning-Kruger also. Talon was in here at the same time too, and he was squawking away about, flat Earth is wrong. Well, how do you know? He pulled up some study where they just asked Spanish people, like from Spain in Europe, some English people from England did a study about Spanish people, why there's so many Spanish flat earthers. And the questions were like completely disjointed, unconnected. Like, do you believe in flat Earth? Scale 1 to 10. What's your faith in science? Scale 1 to 10. And it just somehow, with all that, just correlated. The more somebody has flat Earth, the more Dunning-Kruger they are. You're like, because he's like, it just looped over and over again. Well, because like That's it. Because the more confident they're right. I'll go. So being confident that you're right doesn't make you Dunning-Kruger. Being confident that you're right because you think someone else is wrong, that's Dunning-Kruger. It's like they Dunning-Kruger the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Hello, anti-globalist.
Hello there, Q-Bertha.
Was that Archangel?
Yes.
What's going
It
on
is
in PN?
I. It
What's
is
going on in
me.
what's been happening on PNR?
I'm waiting on my all my friends and family to wake up.
Anything cool happened on PNR lately?
Where?
PNR? Politics
I
and
don't go there
religion?
anymore.
Oh, okay.
I don't go there anymore.
Yeah, I haven't either.
That's one messed up, scorched earth place.
Yeah, they kind of burnt it to the ground.
This is the new server.
Opposed to a pursuit of regime change, to the violation of federal and international law, and a desire
Hey, we
to
gotta.
see
We can't play. What do they call it? Protected, copyrighted material on our YouTube channel. So make sure. Is that Archangel? Is it coming through their speakers? Are you playing the news?
Yeah, I'm watching Fox News.
Yeah, we can't broadcast that because we're also broadcasting on YouTube.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's copyrighted content. I know there is a reaction type stuff, but you have to give like real time reactions, and we're not going to do that either.
And real quick, crit, it may not matter at the moment, but he's limited to the room by having his camera on. Just saying.
Oh yeah, I got mine on too. I've been watching. If we get close, I was going to turn it off. I just can't get enough of this lava lamp, man.
Yeah, man, I've been staring at it. It's crazy.
It's
Yeah,
like it's so.
like somehow your lava lamp explains everything in the sky.
Yeah, it does. I mean, think about this. It's like buoyancy and density. This is a perfect example of a completely closed system, no gravity needed.
I bet whoever invented the lava lamp is a rich MFer.
Yeah, I've been wanting one for like years. I mean, I've never really looked into getting them. I figured they were all the business because I haven't seen anyone have one for a long time. And like Christmas morning, I'm like, got this small, tall, like box. I'm like, was this wiper blades or something? Like what we got in here? I open it up. I'm like, oh my god, seriously?
Does anybody know on the panel? Do we know Cinderfella? Hello?
Archangel still here? Or did he leave
No, I
because he
think
had
he
to?
bounced.
Yeah.
I said somebody's camera and he bounced. Oh well.
Yeah, normally he gets in trouble for having this camera on, but it's also I think he probably had it on himself too, right?
Yeah.
That's like personal identifying information. This is for science right here. This is a little bit different. I got my camera on for science.
That lava lamp thing is pretty wild, Cree. I mean, what exactly is the light source in there? I guess I could look it up, but pretty
Yeah, it's one of those
wild.
like those really big bulbs that are kind of flat on the side. They kind of like floodlighting.
And they're just floating around in that. Is it like plasma or what is it?
Yeah, I think it's like some sort of like kerosene like fuel mixture, like a diluted kind of like a diesel fuel.
Whoever figured that out, it probably took them a long time to perfect it, but that's pretty wild.
Yeah, because as diesel fuel when it gets cold, it gels up. That way it doesn't get it to yeah, no, I've been meaning to look up the exact. I'm sure there's like different formulas at work and different light sources and whatnot, and there's like orange and purple is like the perfect color combination too.
It's kind of mesmerizing. I got to quit looking at it.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're here with Wide Open Airwaves. We are deniers of the globe model of our reality because it does not exist in reality. If you think I'm wrong, come in here and talk about it.
I think someone just joined a second ago. I heard a beep beep. You got welcome to the panel. We'll be looking to someone to join to tell us all about why we're wrong or why you think you're right.
Hello, Bodo. What say you? He says goodbye by clicking the exit button. My bad.
Yeah, I mean it's it's good. Get someone to sound off.
That's kind of overstepping politeness to somebody joins a voice channel to ask them to say hello, you know.
Yeah, how
My
dare
bad.
you?
Yep, just looking for that earth curvature. You got to start with that. If you got a ball, you have to have curvature to the ball. So far, we have not discovered this in reality. Back to you, Crit, or silence. I got to get off here.
Perfect Storm still freaking out of my DMs. Did he get banned again on an English server? Because it looks like he's off it.
Yeah, Vivek server banned him.
He got unbanned, and they got
No,
rebanned.
I think Vivek. The first time I thought he'd server banned him, but he just banned him from our channel. But turns out there was a problem with the bot. When we would hit permanent ban, it wasn't working. It was like we weren't banning him at all. And then they fixed the bot, but Vivek said he'll just perma ban him from the entire server. So now he's perma banned.
Yeah, because just people like that are just bad to have around. Just the mentality, of like, sure, it might be only a flat Earth problem, but what good is he in any of the channels? He only joined, to basically just act like a fool in the flat Earth channel. He doesn't give a shit about anything else. Doesn't give a shit about practicing English with anyone. Like kind of follows flat Earth around server to server.
Yep. Another nut job that gets computer time at the mental institution. Yeah, so T-Dub looking more into those sun pictures. Yeah, it's not what they seem. It's not like you talking about kind of images like this one. I'll just put it in the side chat. So to make this one, the guy combined over 100,000 images of the sun. And then they go through this crazy editing process.
Yeah, that does not look real, does it? It's super fake.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It doesn't look anything like that. Through
no.
any raw images whatsoever.
Had to get stars in the background.
Well, that one's crazy processed.
Yeah.
So this is what they do. They the sun is too bright and too uniform to look like those high contrast images. With your bare eyes at a telescope using safe filters, the sun looks like a smooth flat disk. Slight granulation if conditions are perfect. A few sunspots. That's about it. Okay, so why these photos look so much more complex? They use narrowband filters like H alpha. These filters isolate only one tiny wavelength of light, often 656.28 nanometers. This reveals structures, filaments, prominences, chromosphere that are invisible to white light or to the eye. They use incredibly high-speed video, thousands of frames. The sun is constantly boiling, and the atmo causes blur. Photographers record 1,000 to 10,000 frames in a few seconds. Then they stack, like they use a computer software which cherry picks certain frames out of those tens of thousands of frames, and then selects them and merges them into one ultra sharp image. This artificially boosts detail far beyond what a person looking through an eyepiece would ever be able to see. Heavy contrast, stretching, and sharpening. The raw stacked image still looks soft like a peach of uniform brightness. So they crank up, unsharpen.
Hey, flat earthers, can you explain the image? The Earth rise from the moon. How can you explain that?
How can you validate that?
It is there. You want evidence? I show you evidence.
Yeah, but how are you going to validate it? Do you agree that that would be pretty easy to fake an image like that?
No.
Really? You don't think
Yes.
someone could fake that? Have you not seen movies and?
The moon doesn't exist, bro.
Oh wow! So got the freaking smart guys have rocked up. Look out, boys!
Yeah, moon doesn't exist. What a
Yeah, look
great
out!
That's a fake picture. That's a painting. You can see the paint strokes.
Yeah, so you can't validate those images. Okay, and if the Earth were, we can check them though. We can invalidate them because if the Earth's a globe, that means the water, the surface of the water on the surface of the Earth, has to be curving. Okay, they say that the Earth's a certain size, so we can go and calculate how much curvature there would be over a certain distance, and then go and check if it's actually curving, and it turns out it's actually not. So that invalidates that image from NASA.
Can you see that the water is curved on the picture I showed you?
Yes, and then when we go and check the actual water here, in reality, it's not curved. Okay, so that means that that picture is not matching reality. Okay, because it's very easy,
Well,
especially when you have millions and millions or billions of dollars worth of funding. Hold on a second. But when you've got unlimited money, essentially, you don't think that they're going to be able to fake images like that. It's not even that good. You could probably do it for yourself just on your computer.
You only
there's
say they are faking it because you've never been in space before by yourself. That's why.
Well, have you? No.
I've never, but I've seen pictures. They showed us.
Exactly, yeah. So you've seen pictures and you believe the pictures, but you can't verify the pictures. Okay, so you just kind of have
How
a
am I going to
trust.
verify them?
You can't. So you just have to trust it.
By NASA.
Yeah, you just have to trust NASA.
So you
That's
don't
what it's going to come down to. No, I don't trust NASA because when we go and test the Earth in reality, the water is not curving.
You're saying all the scientists that's working, you're saying all the scientists that's working in the faculty are lying together? They're composing this space shuttle.
No, they believe that the Earth's
lying
no,
together.
what do you mean by all the scientists? You mean the scientists at NASA?
So they just pretend to go to work. Is that what you're saying? They pretend, they bring the briefcase, they say goodbye.
See, this is where you start spazzing. This is where you start to spaz out and have to start being dishonest and put words in my mouth. Because I made a valid point that you can't verify any of these.
Your mouth. I'm just like applying your logic.
You're just making crazy claims.
How is that
then.
possible?
Okay, so is that your claim?
NASA, all the people at NASA,
You're just
they're
pretending
lying.
to go to work. Yeah, they're lying about
No,
space.
your claim is the fake. You say that NASA
What's that?
fabricated the picture. But how was that the
No, I
case?
said
Like
you can't verify the
people working
pictures.
on the space shuttle.
Yeah. Okay. So listen to me. You're asking me
People
questions.
in
Let me
NASA
answer them.
can though. They stand.
Well,
They
why are you asking
all right.
questions? Okay. So this is where this is a problem.
Do you know the person who
Okay.
took the
Hold
picture?
on a second,
Do you know
bro.
the person who took the
Don't.
picture?
This is a problem
I'm
because you
not
ask questions. You
backing
ask
up. You
questions, and then
answer
as
my
soon as I
question. Do you
start
know who took the
talking,
picture?
see, this is you're just showing that you're like some low IQ brain rotter right now. All right. You can't have a normal conversation where
I
you ask
don't
a
care.
question. See, you just as soon as I start talking, you start
You
talking,
don't
and you
really
think that
like to talk
that's
to
how
flat
conversations
earthers.
work. Bro, I'm not going to waste my time talking to a dumbass that can't even have a normal conversation. So talk to someone else, bro.
Look who's talking. You think the Earth is flat?
No,
Look who's the one
I
that's
can show you empirical evidence. I can show you test after test proving that the earth is not a globe. You don't even know what flat earth means.
Yeah, but given all the data, yeah, but still, you can still see the picture, the Earth rise. See that?
Yeah.
None of your
Yeah, cool.
empirical evidence is pointing out
Wow.
to the Earth is
Top-notch
flat at
logic
that
there.
point,
Yeah,
right?
so you just blindly believe in a picture that you can never verify and just hand wave all of the empirical evidence that's testable, repeatable here in the real world. Amazing logic.
Which means your
Real
empirical
brainiac,
evidence
bro.
is not absolutely true. It's partially false.
If someone says they have a unicorn in their garage, right, and I go check and they show me a photo, like a photo, and there's a unicorn in their garage, and then I go check their garage and there's no unicorn there, you're like, oh, well, there's a photo of it though, so I don't care if you've checked and there's not a unicorn there. I saw it in a photo. Photo was endorsed by NASA as well, so it must be real. It's illogical,
No,
bro.
well, I'm not saying there's a unicorn, is there? No,
Well,
I'm not saying
the
there's a
globe's the
unicorn.
unicorn here. The
That
globe is the
we can
unicorn.
both agree.
Okay, this is called
We
the
can
on my
both agree
unicorn
upon the fact that
fallacy.
there is this thing called Earth. We could agree that. No, but we can
Yeah.
both agree upon the fact that there's this thing called Earth, that you are standing on it, and I'm standing on it as well. We're just
Yeah, we can
arguing
agree
whether
on
it's
that.
flat or not. We're not
Yeah, we
arguing the
can agree that
existence
we're
of Earth,
standing. I'm
okay?
not standing on the earth right now,
So
but
your
I'm in a
logic
house,
doesn't apply in this
standing on a
case,
floor.
okay? The analogy you just suggested doesn't apply in this case, okay? You have to make sure you understand the situation, okay? Okay,
Mm,
yeah.
yeah,
So let me get your mind straight. The Earth does
my mind's
exist. We're
straight.
just arguing upon whether it's flat or
You
broke.
drunk?
No,
That's the thing right there.
wow, crazy, bro. Yeah, this is the
Shut
thing.
up, Tito.
This is the thing, bro. Most of the surface of the earth that we know about is covered in water. And if gravity's real, and if the globe is real, the water has to be curving at a certain rate. And we can calculate how much it should be curving and then go test if it's curving. If it's not curving, it's not what they're telling us. There's no
Well, you can see
alternative.
ships go disappear beyond the horizon. That right, that shows you the case that there is this curvature right there. If there's no
Well,
curvature, you
no,
wouldn't be able. You'll be able to see Eiffel Tower all the way from the
that's
United States.
incorrect. Okay,
But
and
the
what you're
fact that
doing
you
right
can't
now is
see
you're
that
claim
because
stacking. Don't start claim stacking. If you want to make a point, you want to go over the boats, or if you want to go over why we can't see further, then we can go over one of those points. Which one do you want to go over? Boats over the horizon, or why can't we see forever? If the Earth were
it's
flat, which
both.
one?
It doesn't matter. Both. Both.
You want to go over
Both.
both? Okay, so I'll cover them both really quickly. Okay, now we have amazing zoom cameras. What happens most of the time is that a boat will go out and it will slowly get smaller because things get smaller as they move away from you. Okay, and then you can't see the boat anymore, and you can still see the horizon because it's really big. Now, if you take out a really high powered zoom camera, you can zoom back in and see the boat again. Okay, it didn't disappear bottom up unless there's ocean swells, which are going to make it look like it's disappearing bottom up because they're obstructing it. Or sometimes you can have certain mirages, like sinking. right? Which is defined as exactly what we see. If something appears to disappear bottom up, it's not actually disappearing bottom up. It's just due to particular miraging effect called sinking refraction. So those two things can make it look like sometimes that's happening. But if you don't have those things present, the boat just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Once it gets below 0.02 degrees, you can't see it anymore. And then you can zoom back in and see the whole big giant cruise ship again, or whatever boat it is. The reason we can't see forever is because the atmosphere isn't perfectly transparent. Okay, so you have a visibility rating. So if you go on the weather report right now, you say, what's the average visibility rating in wherever you are or anywhere? And it's going to say like, 20 kilometers or 20 miles or whatever it is. Okay, it's not going to be that far. It's like if you go up on a high mountain and you look out at different mountains in the distance, each one gets more and more opaque because the atmosphere is blocking a lot of the light that's bouncing off it and coming back towards your eye. It's not making it to you, so it's getting more and more opaque. Eventually you can't see because of the air. Is that guy gone?
Well, all you're saying here is just that the image became more fake, but you are not explaining it's due to the curvature. So we can both agree upon the fact that is the image of the ship is disappearing. And you're just like using another explanation to saying it disappeared
No.
not
If it
because of
was
curvature, but
if it
because of
was
how the
disappearing
light.
behind the curvature, then it would be physically blocked by the curvature. Right? Like if you have like a long hallway and it curves away from you and your friend walks down the hallway and goes around the corner of the hallway, you can't zoom back in and see your friend again. Okay, he's gone. The
Yeah,
wall
but
is
we have this
blocking.
thing called refraction, right?
Oh yeah.
We have
Okay.
this thing called
What's
refraction.
refraction? Yeah, okay. What's refraction?
Basically, it's saying that certain image will be on the horizon will be reflected to your eyesight because of how light refracts.
Okay, so you just said a minute ago when a boat sails out, it disappears bottom up. Now we've got
Right?
refraction.
Yeah.
Okay, have you heard of
Yeah.
sinking refraction? Have you heard of sinking refraction?
Thinking refraction, yes.
Okay, what is it? What happens when you've got sinking refraction?
Well, basically, you're saying that when the ship go beyond horizon, the object seems to be go smaller and smaller.
Nope.
But yeah, you can
That's
still see
perspective. That's perspective.
you can still see the objects is right below the horizon. So you can still see certain parts of the object still appears, and because of how refraction works, so how the light band
So it would
this
look
enough.
like a ship is disappearing bottom up over the horizon, but it's not really. It's just an effect that can happen if you have those particular conditions present. That could be something that you would need to take into account. Okay, sinking, something that looks like it's hidden bottom up behind the horizon, even though it's geometrically unobstructed. That's the definition of sinking. Okay, obviously, if we have ocean swells, right, waves in the ocean, when you look out over a large distance, they look very uniform. And that can also make it look like ships are disappearing bottom up. And then when we have footage where we don't have those conditions present, the ship doesn't disappear bottom up.
Yeah, but
It just gets smaller.
you just can't remove all these factors and say, oh, it's flat because I'm just gonna remove these factors.
No, I didn't use
But these factors are
ships as a
considered to be
proof
in
of the Earth
refraction.
being flat. I didn't say the Earth's flat because we can have sinking refraction or waves. That doesn't prove the Earth's flat. That just debunks your claim
No,
that the
you're
Earth's a
saying
globe
that the
because we
sinking
see this.
refraction is causing what it just seems to be lower than it's supposed to be. But yet, you just posited the refraction that's showing that. No, your claim is that, well, sometimes I can still see the ship beyond the horizon. I'm saying that, yeah, you can see that because of refraction. That's not thinking
And
refraction.
well,
That's
sometimes
also
the ship looks like it's sometimes the ship looks like it's disappearing bottom up. because of refraction as well, or ocean
Exactly.
swells. Okay, so how are you
Yeah.
saying
So
that that's
we
because of the
now you
curvature?
see that. Yeah. Now you can see that. Well, or you saying that you're just trying to you're just reinforcing my points.
What's your
Now
point?
you're saying that all the empirical data you're suggesting based on how you observe from the ground could be false because of all these refraction is
No.
causing.
It's how
Sometimes it can
your
be appear to be lower,
your claim could
sometimes
be
it could be
false.
higher, right?
No.
But
This
that's
is how
why
your claim.
we made
Leaf.
that's why we made a space shuttle so we can elevate above the horizon and see what it is actually looks like. And it looks like a ball. Okay? If we can't
Okay, you
ever
just
get
have
like
faith.
a proper
Hey.
calculation
You,
when
if
you're
you
on
make
the
a claim,
ground.
you got to let me respond. If you make a claim, you got to let me respond. Okay, so what you're doing right now is dishonest. Okay, because I didn't present any evidence yet. Okay, you said that when you see a boat disappearing bottom up, that proves the Earth's a globe. Now you're agreeing that it could be because of other things. And now you're trying to reverse that debunk onto me. Okay, but I haven't presented anything yet. So we
How am
can
I
talk.
being dishonest?
Okay, so do you agree
I'm
that?
just
Do you
proving
agree?
your point, Justin,
No,
and
I
then
was
assuming
debunking
my
your point,
position.
bro. Listen, I was debunking your claim. You made a claim. I gave you reasons, right? Mainstream
Yeah, but
reasons,
you're not
not
really
flat Earth
debunking. You're just
ideas.
suggesting that the empirical data that we
What
collect
empirical data?
could be
What
false
empirical
because
data?
of like
What
all these
empirical
like
data?
external factors.
Yeah, what
Yeah,
empirical
the
data,
sinking
bro?
refraction. Because of like how
Okay, do
how
you
the
agree that
difference in the
sinking
temperature
refraction
of
is
the
something that?
atmosphere can cause what
Bro, do
the
you
image of the
agree? Oh my
object
god, you're so annoying to
appears
talk
to be
to.
lower than it's supposed to
Why do you
be.
just keep talking? Okay, so do you agree that sinking refraction is something that happens?
Yeah, I said I agree with that. Okay.
Okay, do you agree that ocean swells could block the bottom portion of a ship as it goes beyond them?
Yeah, I just said that. Yeah, the sinking refraction.
Okay,
Okay.
so your argument for ships disappearing bottom up due to the curvature of the Earth isn't a valid argument.
Okay, yeah, but it doesn't
Okay,
matter.
thank you.
I am proving is that you at this point you agree all the empirical data you collect when you're on the ground, when you're parallel to the horizon could be false. That's why we have to make a spaceship to go above the horizon to see what it actually looks like. And then when it shows a picture of the Earthrise, and this is literally saying that the Earth itself is a globe because we can see that of the shape of a ball, just like how we
How
see
do
of
you
the
know?
shape of
How do you
the
know that's
ball.
what it is? How do you know that's what it is?
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
you don't,
what
right?
I'm
You
saying that
don't know that's what it is.
all the data you collecting from Earth could be false. That's why we have to elevate ourselves from Earth to really see
No,
what is
not
what
we,
is
not we. No,
rising.
not we, not we, bro, not we.
That's why
You're
I
not
keep
included. No, you're not
yeah,
included
that's
in
why I
that.
keep
You don't get to
saying that.
include
You
yourself
think
in
that
that,
the
right?
Earth is flat because you can't afford to go to space. That's
Yeah,
like
your
you're whining
Earthrise
about.
image. How do you know that's what it looks like?
Look, just because you don't have money to go to space doesn't mean that the Earth is flat. Absolutely, all right.
I didn't say
You
that.
can. Yeah,
You're
you
claiming
say, oh,
that's a
we didn't
picture
go.
of Earth. You're claiming that's a picture of Earth. How do you know it's a picture of Earth?
Can you see that? It's blue.
Is that a
Orange.
bong?
It contradicts the point where water cannot be curved. Well, it's fucking curved right there in the
How do
picture,
you
right?
know that's what it is?
Is that a bong?
So you're not gonna trust your eyes at this point. So why am I
Oh
still
my
talking to
How
god,
do
you?
bro.
you know that's what it is?
Because you can see it.
In a
So
photo, in an
if
image.
I show you a picture of a unicorn or a picture of Bigfoot, you're not going to believe it's Bigfoot or a unicorn because you know you're looking at it with your eyes. Do you not trust your eyes?
It could be AI at this point, but the photos I showed you, it was before the time of AI. Okay.
You think you could only make
There's
an image
photos.
like this with AI?
There's
You
photos
don't
of
think you
before,
could make
before
this
AI,
with
bro.
Photoshop? Like, I could just remove that from Photoshop. I could just remove that Earth and just put in a different Earth in like 5 minutes with zero budget.
Yeah, at this point, yeah, but like you're talking about back in
Yeah,
the
even
days
20
where
years ago, 30 years ago, or even back
the
in the
picture was
60s or
taken.
70s, you could do this just using layers, photos and
The
layers in
Earthrise picture was
paintings.
taken in 1968. Okay,
Yeah, you don't think
1968.
have you not heard Oh my god, bro. Like have you not
It
seen the
wasn't
paintings?
1968, you idiot.
Photoshop wasn't a thing at that point. Okay.
Yeah, so you can make hyper realistic paintings. People have been doing that forever. So realistic that you can't tell that they're not real. My wife has a master's degree in art. I showed her this picture and asked her, "Do you think you could if someone had a ball, they could paint it hyper realistic like this and make it look like this?" She said, "Oh yeah, that's easy. Like people can do way more complicated stuff than that. Like they can paint
The question
people
is,
and make it look completely real."
They do
yeah,
challenges
that's
where
true.
they limit the number of tools and colors they can use.
Well, yeah. So you're saying that someone can fabricate that evidence, but that you're
Yeah,
not
but
saying that
how do you know what the
fabricated.
look? How do you know what it is?
This is your argument at this point, Leaf, right? You don't think it's possible to fake this easily. I think it's easily anyone using that isn't brainwashed could say, of course, this could
No,
easily be faked.
it's
Easily
just
be
straight
faked.
out of stupidity that you saying that all the people that work in NASA are all
No,
cooperating in this like
no. Let me clarify
lie,
my position on the
and
people. No, see, this
they're
is what
not
you're doing.
even building
Don't
anything.
lie. Don't start lying, bro. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, did I? This is what I say. Okay? I say that most of the people that work at NASA have a particular job to do, and they genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, and they probably believe NASA doesn't lie either. Okay? They're also being tricked, and they're not lying. Most of the people that work at NASA are not lying. I can't give you a list of names of people that are lying either that currently work at NASA.
I
Because I
wonder
don't
if
have a
Leaf could
list
give
of
us
that.
an author name for that photo that he posted. What's the name of the author of that photo?
Yeah, William Anders. Go have a look.
What's his name?
William Anders.
William Anders. Is that the name of the person that took the photo?
Right.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. Prove me wrong. You do know.
Yeah.
But you got the year wrong, didn't you?
No, it was taken 1968.
No, it wasn't 68, bro.
It was.
Really? That was 1968? Are you
Yep.
sure?
Yep.
Okay. Fair enough.
It was taken during the Apollo 8 mission.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so go ahead, say what you want to say, the other guy. Yeah, so let me rephrase what you're saying. You're saying that all the people that are working in NASA, they're not
He's no
lying.
longer here.
They're working on actual thing. They're working on actual
He's no
space
longer here.
exploration.
You're no longer talking with the person that was here before.
Yeah, because he hit the fucking wall. He realized how much he
No,
has
he
been
must.
lied about by you guys.
Well, why would you
He
assume
must
that?
have. He must have had.
He's saying that nobody likes NASA. NASA, the faculty itself, is a lie. That's what he's saying. Like,
Yeah,
it's
what's
just
the problem with
absurd.
that? What's the problem with that?
All the people in NASA are not lying, but they are fabricating a lie. That's what you guys are saying,
Okay,
and they are fabricating a
what would
lie
be a problem
because
with that?
cannot ever get space to see the Earth
Okay,
by
hold on,
yourself.
Leaf. What would be the problem? What
What
was
a
your
fucking
counter?
joke is that?
What's the problem with that? If someone says yes, government at the highest level, the U.S. federal government at the highest possible level, they are telling lies. You have a problem with that because
It's not. It's not possible. Let me tell you why. All the people work towards the same goal on moon landing, and they all see what it happens because of how they use scientific facts in order to produce this shuttle for them to go to the moon. Okay, now you're saying that, well, yeah, they're not lying. They actually do the math and go to the moon. But yeah, NASA lies about everything about we land on the moon. But those people believe that we land on the moon. Those people believe that there is a space between the Earth and Moon, and it's the object of the Moon itself is spherical, and the object of Earth itself is spherical. That can be observed when they're traveling from the Earth to the Moon, right? There is all it's they all proven by people working NASA, all right? But yet you're saying that even though they all witness the facts, and NASA, the top guy in NASA, they lies about it. They lies about all the photos, all the evidence collected during the space missions. You're saying that? Do you know how ridiculous it sounds? Basically, what you're saying, these people they're working on the truth, but the truth we're being lied about. But lie about the faculty where people are working towards the truth. Do you see how ridiculous it sounds?
No, you haven't made an argument for why it's ridiculous yet.
I just made it. Your claim, I don't know, it's not your claim. Your friends were saying that, yeah, the people in NASA, they're working towards the truth. They're working with scientific facts, producing a shuttle for us to travel from Earth to the moon. You're saying that, right? But the NASA, the faculty as a whole, collect all the data collectively,
They
are
destroyed the data.
lying about the reality.
They
Like, how
destroyed
does
the
that
yeah.
make sense?
They destroyed the
Wait,
data. I don't know if you know this. All the telemetry data was destroyed after the Apollo program. They didn't keep any of it. They didn't preserve any of it. So you can't even look at it. You just say, well, you wouldn't even know what you're looking at anyway. Maybe. But why would
Well,
someone destroy? How about this? Answer the question. You go to the moon for the betterment of all humanity. For some reason, you don't explain or take questions on. Then you get there and you call it a giant leap forward for all mankind, which you don't explain or take questions on. You get back from there and give these weird coded messages about how it doesn't really mean anything anyway, which you don't explain or take questions on. You then decide to carpet bomb some third world country because you don't like their neighbors, which you can't explain or take questions on. Then finally, at the crescendo of all of it, when you're asked to prove you even went there, you decide to destroy all the technology and all the data so no one can ever reproduce it again.
No, they did not destroy them.
Yeah,
They
they
just
did.
tried to
They
preserve them.
destroyed it.
And
They destroyed all the technology. The direct quote, not Bill Nelson, Don Pettit, the spokesman for the astronauts. They ask him, how come we can't go back to the moon? He's like, well, we destroyed the technology. And it's going to be a painful process to build it back again. Then why'd you destroy it? Can't answer that. Did you? Why did you go?
just because they
can't
destroyed
answer
them
that.
doesn't mean that we never been to the moon before.
Well,
Okay.
why'd they go? Why'd they go in the first place? What was the reason to go to the moon in the first place?
No, okay. Look. I need to get your mind straight. Just
No,
because
not just answer a few questions. Why did they go to the moon in the first place? What was the reason?
it doesn't matter.
Okay, so you can't explain your thing. So you did something. So let's follow the logic. You just randomly do something for some random reason that you can't explain or take questions on.
I'm no scientist. I'm not here to explain to you.
Okay, why would
they
you go to the
destroyed
moon? What would be the reason for you to go? If you got a chance to go to the moon, why did you go to the moon?
Look, if I build a car and I just destroy the blueprint of the car, doesn't mean that I did not build the car at all. Okay,
You had
I
proof that you
want
did?
you to get your mind straight about this, buddy.
Yeah, it's not. You don't even need flat Earth for this. The vast majority of people who question the Apollo program past, present, and future, have nothing to do with flat Earth at all. You're barking up the wrong tree. If you got people who think the Earth is a globe at the time it happened, who said NASA's faking that shit. They took them to court. They took NASA to court, said prove it. 3 court cases that NASA balked. They basically were able to play a bunch of legal trickery to get it kicked to a lower jurisdiction. Then that court said they don't have jurisdiction. Then they got it kicked again to a different court, and then the court ruled that astronauts have a right, the Bill of Rights address astronauts even if they're in space. So they have a right to not self-incriminate. Interesting. The legal case to see if the astronauts went to the moon, to get them on the stand in a court of law to present their evidence, they use the 5th Amendment, a right to not incriminate themselves. Why would they do that?
Look, buddy, all I want to say,
why would they do that? Dude, why would they do that? Why would they do that?
It doesn't
Why
matter.
would they invoke the 1st and 5th Amendment rather than just present their evidence in the courtroom?
See, you just look, buddy.
That's
You
a
just
appeal to
whining
motive.
about
I'm
it
just
and
asking a
not.
question. There's no motivation here. I'm trying to pick your brain. You're the smart guy in here. You're the guy who figured it out. So can you answer a few questions? Why did they invoke the 5th and 1st Amendment rather than present their evidence?
Why do I have to show you evidence? If I
You're the
build
big
why do
thinker.
I
You're
need
the
to show
guy
you
who's got it
something
all
about
figured
it?
out.
Why?
You're the thinker. You're the guy who's got, I know they did this. I believe they did
Yeah,
it.
I don't have
Why?
the
Why did they
burden
do
of
it?
proof.
Give me
Just
the give me
because
the
you say, I
skinny.
want to see it.
So
Do I have to
who,
show you?
what, when,
No, I
where, and
don't.
why? How? Who did it?
Why do I have to show you? Why do they have to show you? They don't have
Claim.
they're
They
not
made the
obliged to
claim.
show you anything.
I doubt their claim. And they made the claim, so now can you present the evidence? They tell you no. They can't present the evidence because A, they destroyed all the evidence, and B, they'll invoke the 5th Amendment.
No, because there are
self-incrimination?
these technology. I will tell you why they have to destroy these technology, okay? Buddy. They
Right, tell me
destroy
why.
it because obviously they have achieved something.
What did they achieve?
Well, they leave the earth
Why did they do
and
that?
see another reality, okay?
Well, why did they do that?
Look, way before we ever had a space, we once believed the earth
We?
was flat.
Who's we?
Shut up. Shut up. We once believed the earth was flat, and people were beheaded for believing the earth was globe. Not too long ago.
Who was beheaded for believing the earth was a globe?
Look, Galileo was in jail because he suggested the earth is
No,
globe.
who was beheaded?
No,
who was beheaded?
Galileo was told not to talk about the heliocentric model because it was so stupid. It was so beyond the lived experience of the peasants. The Pope was worried it might weaken the power of the Catholic Church.
There you go. There you
Look,
go.
you're not done, dude. That's the beginning of the story. The Pope
Who was beheaded?
now and then was considered the Word of God on earth. When the Pope spoke, his words were considered the words of God. Galileo said, fuck that noise, and talked about heliocentric anyway. He was then given a slap on the wrist and sent to his room with dinner. He was given house arrest. And by even today's standards, his home, his compound, is absolute luxury. An outdoor maze, an indoor and
Probably
outdoor
better than-
pool, direct
Probably
connection
better
to
than
the
what the
monastery.
president of Venezuela is getting.
Yeah, no shit. And this is at the height of the Spanish Inquisition. People were being burnt at the stake for having a lazy eye. And this guy directly opposes the word of God. Heresy. The word of God on earth, and nothing happened to him at all. Then later on, the church says, let's turn him into a saint. And let's apologize for this wrongful conviction of Galileo. Meanwhile, like, what about all the peasants you crucified and burned at the stake? Oh no, fuck them. Their convictions stand. They're
What
with
about
all their convictions for like supposedly having a floppy ear or a lazy eye. They just got they're convicted. They confessed. We tortured them until they confessed, so their convictions stand. And you're trying to tell me that people were prosecuted for having beheaded nonetheless. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. You are willfully ignorant of these facts. Willfully ignorant. It's embarrassing. Like, just absolutely embarrassing how you don't know. It's not even trying to get, I'm not even talking about the conclusions yet. Just the basic facts of the day. Like you're talking about legal facts here. No one was executed by beheading. I mean, what the fuck, dude?
more people will probably be.
Yeah, I did not think Galileo got beheaded. I say he was in jail.
No, you said lots of people were beheaded.
Yeah, Galileo never set one foot in jail for the ultimate crime of heresy.
He was prosecuted, definitely.
Yeah, and
who was beheaded?
What was
Tell us who was
Galileo's
beheaded.
punishment?
Sorry, go on.
Look it up. Google it. Come on. What was his punishment? Just Google this. What's the punishment for heresy? And what did Galileo get for committing heresy? Then think about that. Then ask why. Why was it the case that he barely got a slap on the wrist for committing the ultimate crime?
Worse was done to people for standing up for the right to be able to read their own personal Bible.
Yeah, I mean, even more. I mean, even less than that. Somebody had a missing finger, and then the priest just hallucinated in a dream that the devil will come to the town marked by a missing finger. Boom, dude executed at the stake, burned at the stake, alive, burned at the stake because of some random priest just hallucinated a dream about the devil coming down to Georgia. And the Catholic Church to this day upholds that conviction. Man, people were getting burnt at the stake at record numbers. It was, I mean, just look up the Spanish Inquisition.
Yeah, what
how
about
many people
Giordano
were
Bruno?
killed daily for nothing?
Giordano Bruno was sentenced by burning to death. Okay, and he's a supporter of heliocentric model as well. So see that.
Why was he executed?
By the
Why was he executed? Why was he executed?
Well, for many reasons. Obviously, when you go against the belief of the church, and you get prosecuted. Simple as that. And just
What was the
heliocentric model is
charge?
one of them.
What was the charges?
Well, the heresy he believed in reincarnation, practicing magic, magic, in denial of like the Catholic doctrines, like Trinity,
So he's NASA. He's basically modern day NASA.
Yeah, and you guys are the are the theocratic people that
Not even close. Nope.
Yeah, you guys are you guys
not even close.
You guys just want you guys just want to kill off technology just because you don't get the fruits of technology. Yeah, actually, you do get the fruits of technology because you're using Discord right now. You see how ridiculous you guys are.
I was the guy who wrote the program, the protocol for internet wants me on the internet, wants me people like us, people with different minority groups of people to have a platform to talk about their ideas. They didn't say here's Discord. Now we'll shut everyone up who doesn't agree with NASA and the U.S. federal government. They said quite the opposite. They want a place where people are allowed to redress their government grievances. So you're the one, really, that they're probably like, crap, really, another one of these idiots?
Yeah, I think. Look, you have been trying to backfire me, but I've been staying on my throne the whole time. You guys
just
failed.
squeak. Shut
You
up.
guys just failed. You guys just failed to make me concede here. I've all the claims. I have all the evidence for my claim. Like Galileo was prosecuted. Yeah. Oh, look at Giordano Bruno. Yeah, he was prosecuted. Right.
Not for that. Not for what you said. Not for heliocentrism.
By
You read
supporting
out the charges.
So
No, you didn't say that. You said it was for belief in reincarnation.
yeah, got real quiet right now.
Divination.
Losing your aura right now. Yeah, stop talking, man. Yeah, go back to the right track and believe in modern science, okay? Like stop taking yourself into this cave and believing nonsense. That's all I gotta say, dude.
What that
All right, well, thank you
water
for that.
finds its level? Is that nonsense?
Yeah. Anyway, I just destroyed you
Yeah,
guys.
water finds its level is
L.
nonsense, is it?
Yeah, just take that out and go sleep, okay? Go sleep. And wake
All
up
right,
tomorrow and become
we'll
a
take your
globe
own
again,
advice.
okay?
Take the L, go sleep, and wake up tomorrow.
Hydrostatics is nonsense. We get it. We understand.
Alright, take that out. Peace.
Okay, dumbest guy in the room. Shopping.
That was amazing. He didn't even stay to let us show the evidence for, water doesn't curve, but just want to talk about everything else. Crazy.
He knows about it. He's been here lots of times.
He's terrified of the evidence.
And then he declares himself the winner and leaves. It was entertaining. Good combo, everyone.
Stop playing truth.
Yeah, when you disconnect
Yeah,
the
another good clip. Another good clip. Exposing how ridiculous the globe earthers are.
When you left, he did like started crowing about how he chased you off the channel, and like, really, dude? How do you know that? How do you know he just didn't disconnect? How do you know he's not switching devices? He's
Yeah,
like,
no,
I
I
know
just
it.
went to the kitchen. I just went to the kitchen so I could start cooking some food. That's all.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I defeated this one. This guy was so embarrassed. He's left the call, and like, really?
Classic.
Does anyone here have a working model of the solar system with a flat Earth?
No.
You're funny,
What does
bro.
that
You're
mean?
funny.
You mean like an Ori, something like that, or like a astrolabe? Like what type
No,
of?
I mean,
like an Ori.
yes,
Do you know what an Ori
would
is?
not be bad.
Do you know what an Ori or an astrolabe is?
It's like a mechanical model of the solar system.
Oh, the way the sky moves. Yeah. Do you deny those? Do you think they're incorrect? Like they're broken?
No, I'm asking for a model that shows how the sun moves around, illuminates places on a flat Earth.
Yeah, so an Ori or an astrolabe would be probably the two things you'd be looking for. Or you got Stonehenge, that'd be probably another good one too. You ever heard of Stonehenge?
Stone, you mean the rocks?
Yeah, do you know where that's at?
Or in Ireland? Or in Scotland?
Fuck. Jesus, dude. I only know what to do with that. It's so idiotic.
Okay, so you asked me for the geographic location of Stonehenge, and because I didn't know off the bat, you are lost now? Or
No, I just don't know how to unpack things that are common. Like my point of view is common knowledge, just basic common knowledge. So I don't know where to take cover. I'm not saying fuck because of you. I was saying because I don't think I have the skill set to be able to talk to somebody who thinks Stonehenge is like Ireland. Like I'm like, what the actual fuck is going on right now? What is it? I had to go check to make sure that I'm not in some sort of shifted upside down planar dimensions or something like that. You're like, I got to pinch myself or spin the top or something. Like, did I just like morph into an alternate reality? It reminds me of that TV show, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? It's like, hey, little Billy, do you know what the Druids were? Yes, Mr. Cena. Do you know what model they built to track the way the sun moves across the Salisbury Plain? Yes, Mr. Cena. Do you know where Salisbury is located? That's near London, Mr. Cena.
Did he leave?
Maybe.
No, I'm here. I'm just like, I don't really see a reason to respond to a rant about me not knowing exactly where Stonehenge is.
It's not about you not knowing it. It's about you coming in here with a completely idiotic question, asking about models and maps.
A working model is an idiotic question when you're...
Yeah, you should know these things already.
I know it on a global
How about
Earth. I'm asking if you have one for a flat Earth.
A sundial. There you go, a sundial.
Sundial.
Sundial is not a working model for the solar system.
Elevation profiles.
Straight up, not. So it doesn't matter what anyone says. You've got some idea that there isn't a model. In your mind, you came in here, there isn't a model of any of these things working, but I'm going to go ask anyway, and anytime someone presents one, just say, nuh-uh.
No, that's not what I was planning on doing.
It was a loaded question anyway. I mean, you prefaced it with solar
It's
system.
not a loaded question. It was just a question.
No. You said solar system.
Yeah. Oh, do you have
What if we don't think
different way to refer to
there's
that?
a solar system?
Okay, I will accept your terminology. How do you call the thing that's around the flat Earth and is in the sky and all that stuff?
The sky. So you go outside and you look up to the sky and you see the sun, you see the moon.
Okay, do you have a working model for the sky that explains the different illuminations, like the day and night cycle?
It's not
in
our
different
intent.
places?
It's not our intent.
Yeah, the equation of time that SunCalc uses. You can go to suncalc.com. They use the equation of time. It doesn't have anything to do with a globe, and it calculates exactly when and where it's going to be. Where the sun's going to be at any given moment for anyone. So there you go. There's one for the sun.
But SunCalc uses a global Earth.
No, it uses the equation of time. The equation of time doesn't include an Earth shape. Yes, it does. Go look it up. Fuck, have you looked into this before or not?
I just opened the homepage and the map looks like a global map. So that's why I'm saying it doesn't make a lot of sense what you're saying.
That doesn't mean that's what they're using, bro. That's just the visuals that they're projecting the data onto.
Exactly. So you can project data onto any map projection or a coordinate system projection. So you could wrap a coordinate system around any shape and use that. You could wrap it around a dinosaur shape. Do you have a model for the Earth? For the Earth that we live on? Did he go? Is that going to go on?
No, I'm still here. I'm looking at the evidence you've given me.
It's not really our intent anyway. It's not what we're doing.
That's okay. I mean, you can say no. We don't want to give it to you. Or we don't care about that. I would have
We
accepted
don't want to
that.
give it to you. It's not our intent. It's not what we're aiming to do.
I know this is kind of off topic, but what's everyone's opinion on the Venezuela stuff?
Yeah, that's
The
way
flat
off topic.
earthers. Okay, all right,
Is that Nate?
that's fair.
Is that
Yeah, it was. I used to be Nate. Yeah,
Oh,
this
okay.
is Nate basically. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to try to keep people's voices recognized. I mean, we could just go just real quick. Is that the Monroe Doctrine? Basically, we're just going to keep the world's superpowers separated, so they don't destroy all of humanity. So they let China and Russia and
Their
North
spheres
Korea.
of influences. Yeah.
Yeah, just keep them apart. Just keep these world superpowers apart. So the Western Hemisphere can have their Monroe Doctrine. We'll have our Monroe Doctrine. And that way, these psychopathic, deranged crackhead freaks, these space age cultures, are not going to cross paths and cause the complete destruction of all life in the known universe. Just keep them apart. Let them set up doctrines and whatnot. And, that's kind of the gist of it. The gist would be like, these are they say about how come they get along, right? How can they all maintain the conspiracy theory that it's all a globe? Well, they really don't. They don't get along. They hate each other. But they seem to get along just fine in Antarctica, in low Earth orbit. Venezuela can't get along, like everywhere else. They just hate each other. Like as soon as they pulled the guy, I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Maduro.
Maduro, yeah.
Nicolas Maduro, yeah.
Yeah. North Korea shot a bunch of rockets across Japan into the ocean. North Korea is a space age culture. Supposedly they launched a probe to monitor sun activity or something like that. So because some world leader in the Western Hemisphere gets scooped up for some crimes, that he surrendered. He surrendered to face his day in court. He negotiated a surrender. So the space age culture known as North Korea decided to threaten Japan, which had nothing to do with it whatsoever. I mean, this is the mentality you're dealing with when you're dealing with these space age cultures. Just watch what they do.
I mean, I guess I disagree on like the whole, because I'm a glober and you're a flat earther, but I agree for the most part on the whole spheres of influence and people. The United States wants their own little backyard with Russia and China having their. And
yeah, totally. It's like kind of the same way you could figure that out. Like here in this Discord server, there's people who don't get along with each other. So what do you do to solve it? Have them have their own spaces, and if people want to engage with them, they can. If they don't want to, then they don't. Because that's what this is. Because it's a small, sad world with small, sad people doing small, sad things for small, sad reasons. Now, Globe Earth, they told us it's going to be quite the opposite. There's going to be a giant leap forward for all mankind. A new renaissance. It never happened. It's the same set of conditions today, the same set of conditions tomorrow, the same set of conditions in the future. And getting worse is that the nuclear body, the Nuclear Regulatory Committee, is going to meet here just in a couple of weeks again. I guarantee you, they're going to roll the clock ever closer to midnight, the doomsday clock. So rather than this event being something about, let each superpower maintain their own hemisphere, this is going to be a showcase that we're 1 second closer to mutually assured destruction.